day from 9 to 4 p.m. So yeah, so if you can get yourself a mug of tea, coffee, whatever you like drinking, herbal tea, water, I have my water, whatever you like drinking, get yourself something because it's going to be an interesting time. And when the speakers start speaking, we want you to be concentrated. So if you can move up and down right now, get whatever you need to drink, do that right now. So yeah, Judy, thank you. You're a QA engineer, 5 years experience. Yay, yay. I hope you guys are all in Kenya. It's only Polycarp who told me he's in Kenya. The rest, I'm just assuming out of your surnames that you are also Kenyan. You know, you can still have the surname and you are not born in Kenya. So it will be nice to know where all you guys are from. Karibu sana Wangoi. Yes, so we are just posting what we do and where we are from as we continue waiting for guys to join. Jackie, where are you from and how many years experience?
Let me just post for you guys. Jacqueline Kamadi. I've told you today you're going to take the lead on the number of years of experience in QA.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, let me just post my years of experience.
Yes, as you post Jackie, Quentin, he's a senior engineer, software quality, 5 years experience. Great. He's from Kenya. At least now you know Quentin is from Kenya. The rest I am just assuming. And you know, in this life, you can't assume things. You can't really assume. Yeah, so karibu sana Quentin. Wainaina, where did our music go to? We were enjoying it. As you post your experience as well. And you know, sometimes when we look at people's experience, sometimes we get intimidated, but it shouldn't be that case. It should be a place of inspiration. So when you see people here posting 6 years, 5 years, 8 years, waiting for Jackie, maybe Jackie is 2 years, we should be inspired that one day we will definitely get there. We will definitely get there.
Why Naina, we are waiting for your music.
Odd, because I'm playing it.
Yeah, I don't know what has happened to that app. So basically, we already have bugs in this SQA summit. Not ours, it is Zoom, right? Maybe we should report this somewhere. Right, Sally Musanga, data scientist, 2 years, 3 years, 2 years, SWE, and 3 years. Oh no, data scientist 2 years, SWE 3 years. Oh, I get it now. Yeah, so karibu sana. Sally, Sally is one of our speakers and we can't wait. We cannot wait for her session. She's the one beginning and we really, really can't wait for her and to learn about LLMs, how to test LLMs. She has a lot of information to share with us. And we are in the season of information, not the season, okay, era. The information era. So we need to tap on such kind of wisdom. So I hope all of you have also the agenda. Jackie, the agenda has been shared, right? So I hope it has been shared and everyone has it. And if it has not, we'll find a way for it to be sent via your email again. So welcome, Eric. Welcome, Patricia. We are sharing what we do. As we keep on waiting for people to join, we are sharing. Good to see you, Eric. Looks like a lovely day for you already. Yes, hi, Eric. Lovely day for you already. Yes, karibu sana, karibu Patricia. We are sharing on our chat what we do and where we are from. Jacqueline Kamadi, who is my other moderator, who is my co-moderator, electrical and electronics engineer by profession. I did not know that. You know, sometimes you assume when someone is doing QA or they're just in the tech space, they're just doing the same. They did the same thing as you did, right? So in my mind, I was like, she either did software engineering or computer science or anything around IT. So this is interesting. And we have been talking this whole time.
We're the pastoralist of professions. Yes.
Ah.
Just a cue, guys. Do not settle. Do not settle. You can be whatever you want.
So no, this is a bad joke, but you know how to like if something electrical messes up in my house, you can actually come and help me.
I can actually create a robot for you.
Wow. A real robot, a real
Yes.
one.
Yes. That
Wow.
actually picks I mean your cup and bring it to you. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. So guys, if you need a robot, you have been wanting a robot in your life, we have
Yes.
Jacqueline here to help you. We have Jacqueline here to help you. So yeah, and she has 7 years experience in the software quality assurance field. So karibu sana. Yes, Wangoi Favor, 3 years, SWE 3 years, transitioning to QA, less than a year experience. She's in Atlanta, Georgia. Is this Atlanta, Georgia in Nyeri? Is it a restaurant called that in Nyeri? Do you live right now in Atlanta, Georgia? You're from Nyeri. Wangui, you need to tell us more. You definitely need to tell us more. Okay, but that is very interesting. Yeah. So karibu sana Wangui and everyone else. Karibu Sam. Karibu san. We're waiting for people to continue joining us. Welcome. Wainaina Kasioka, a civil engineer. Again, you think you know people. Kumbe they did other things and they now transitioned. I love the way you guys are even talking about transitions. This is a very good thing that that we are actually even communicating to people, and the more people join, and even we need to speak about this on LinkedIn, that people can transition from different professions to others. So Wainena, thank you for sharing that, and Jacqueline as well. So he transitioned to senior quality assurance engineer, getting to his 6th year as a QA, and he's from Kenya. Although I know you don't work for Kenyan companies, right, Wainaina? That's a side note. All right. The name is Wanjoy, not Wangoi. Oh, Wanjoy. Wow, I'm sorry. I'm very, very okay, I am sorry. Oh, and it's a he. I am so sorry. Oh my God. I am very sorry. I am completely sorry. Jackie, you need to help me here. It is Wanjoy and it's a he. Yes, and I do not want to get fined. I seriously don't want to get fined. So yeah, Wanjoy Favor. All right. Thank you for that correction. Hi, Patricia. You're a finance system specialist, an analyst by profession, and a student of AI and data science working in Kenya. Looking forward to today's session. Karibu sana. Welcome. Patricia, welcome. And it's good, you're in a different field and you're trying to learn about QA. It's always good to learn. We never stop learning until, there's a saying that we never stop learning until we get to the grave. Yeah, it's morbid, but yeah, until we get to the grave, that's when we stop learning. So every day is a learning day. Yeah, you need to learn something each and every day. So let's continue. Karibu, Yegon. Welcome, Yegon. And I like saying karibu sana for, and I know there are people who will be joining from other countries as well. So we'll just let them know that karibu means welcome. Yes, welcome, Yegon. We are sharing what we do, how many years experience we have. This is just to inspire each other. And you never know, you might get some connections here. It is not all about your pay slip at the end of the day or whatever money is in your bank account. It is about your net worth. It is about your net worth. We need to take networking seriously and our net worth very, very serious. Yeah. Wainaina, I'm very sorry. There's definitely an issue with the music thing because I can see you sharing it in the chat, but nothing is really happening. So pole sana. Yes, Jackie.
Wainaina, try again. Try again so that we get the music.
Welcome, Omondi. Welcome, Sharon. We are sharing in the chats what we do, our years of experience. Yes, and I will be opening up a poll where we'll even share what we are looking forward to. Right, Jackie, we can open it up right now.
Can you hear any music? Mind?
No music yet. No music yet.
Yes, yes, and I've opened up a poll. As you continue sharing your experience in the chat has become quiet. The chat has become Sam, Eric, Diana, share. Continue sharing. Demilea, continue sharing. Please share. And also the chat, there's a poll that I've opened up. We want to know what you're looking forward to today, because we want to deliver that. So if we know whatever you're looking forward to, we want to make sure we deliver that when you spend your time today in this SQA Summit, we deliver that as the committee of this summit. Right, Jackie?
Yes, that's our intention. So share with us what you're looking forward to, what will excite you the most in the summit. So keep posting, keep updating the poll. For the ones who are joining right now, just post your years of experience and of course where you're coming from, where you're joining us from. Yeah.
Yes.
We're still waiting for more people to join in. Yeah.
Yes, and also get yourself something to drink. We have a full day, although we do have a lunch hour at around 1. Jackie, I know you will share the agenda at some point when you get more people joining. So yes, and the poll, no one has answered. Hey, guys, see, we are over, how many people are we? We are 20 here. At least we need some people to be answering here. So before we begin, we know what you're expecting for us. So I hope you guys can see the poll. I even thought the QAs would comment on the heading there. It was Jackie's joke. I was so slow yesterday, I did not even get it when she was creating it.
Please, if you get the joke of the title, just post in the chat that you do get the joke on the title. Guys, you can't be this slow.
It's age. It comes with age. Have you had the number of years of experience I have?
For you, I think we understand. But for the rest of the team, just let us know if you understand the joke from the title of the poll. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so let's continue adding what we do, years of experience, and also as you continue also answering the poll as well. It will be very good to know what you do. And even as we talk even to the speakers as the moderators, we can know how to talk to them about what you guys would want to hear. So yeah, so continue filling in that. I don't know, our music guy, clearly he just needs to be a QA. The DJ, he does QA very well. The DJ part, I do not know what has happened over there. And I'm hoping maybe someone else can also help as well. Like maybe Onesimus or Polycarp there with some nice music. Or Jackie, do you have anyone else who can help us with some nice music? Yes, continue posting in the chat.
I think we've gotten the issue.
Okay.
We should be hearing music in a few minutes.
That is how QAs do it. Even nowadays, you don't even need developers, right? Like you find the issue and you move forward, right?
Yes. I hope there's no developer who'll fault us for that.
Oh, no,
But
oh, it was a joke. It was a
Yes.
joke. Wait, no. If there's any developer here, I am sorry. I was just joking.
So, Wainaina, we are waiting for you. Yeah.
Yes, and for those who'd like even to put on their camera so that we can see you, that would be amazing. I can see I'm the only one here showing my face. I usually wonder why people don't like showing their face. Or it's those memes that we see online that your meeting starts at 8, you're getting out of the bed at 7:59. Jackie would say that is what is happening to you right now.
Yes, that's for sure. I thought I'd wake up at 6, but turns out nature had its own plans. So I'll be sharing my video in the next 7 minutes.
Oh, and you know it is actually 7 minutes.
Yes, 7 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, Enena. Just the volume a little bit. Thank you. That's amazing. Awesome. It's the perfect. What is that word? Volume. Right now. Yes. So welcome, guys. I can see more people joining. Welcome, Beth. Welcome. We are sharing what we do in the chat. So feel free to share what you do, the experience you have. Also in the poll, waiting for your answers. So far, I have 2 answers. Hey guys, 2 out of, and we are 20. We need more answers. Yes, because we want to deliver a good experience to do. Always take care of their customers. And right now, you guys are our customers. You guys, we want the user experience to be amazing with regards to this conference. So share what you're looking forward to so that we can get to know and implement it as well. Share in the poll. And welcome.
There's a link.
Welcome, Becky. We are sharing what we do in the chat section. Let me copy one here that was very interesting by our DJ. I almost disqualified him as a DJ, but he has redeemed himself by being a good QA and finding the issue. And now we can listen to some music. So yeah, so this is Y9as, not mine. I'm sharing it because I like the part that he transitioned from a civil engineer. Wainaina, you said you do not want to work on the roads. That's what we assume civil engineers do, or maybe you educate us.
Yes.
Sorry?
And cement and building and all that.
Oh, so it's true. So that's what civil engineers do.
Yes, build roads, build storage system, build water system, build buildings, I believe.
Wow. Okay. So you decided you don't want the hardware stuff. You go to the software.
Yes.
That's amazing. Great. So yes, 6 years experience so far in QA. How long were you a civil engineer for?
3 years.
Okay. Amazing. Great example of transitions, great examples of transition. And he has been doing this for 6 years and was doing the rest for 3 years. So clearly he likes QA, or he would have gone back to the roads. Yeah, the roads. All right, so we can continue sharing. In the chat our experience, what we do. Have you been transitioning? Are you a student? Anne is a student, right? So we can continue sharing. We can continue sharing in the chat. We can continue sharing. Welcome, Becky and Vicky. Yes, Vicky and Becky. Welcome. Continue sharing in the chat what we do. Welcome, RP. We are sharing in the chat what we do. We are beginning in the next 3 minutes, actually. In the next 3 minutes, we are beginning with the people who are here. We get the ball rolling and it starts. And today is going to be an exciting day. We also even have Kahoots, we have prizes. Just wait for the introduction in a few when we begin in the next 3 minutes. Yes. Welcome, Peter. Student at the University of Nairobi. So what are you doing, Peter? Are you doing anything in tech or anything else? What's the course you're doing? It will be lovely to know you more, so you can add on what you're doing, Peter. Welcome. Omondi, you're an IT student in Kenya. Welcome. Welcome to this summit. We were saying if we had such kind of summits 10 years ago, the Kenyan saying, tungekuwa mbele. How do I translate that in English? We would be far. That is very bad translation. But yes, if we had such kind of summits, we would have done a lot in our career, but thank God we are here. So it's good that you're here as students and you are learning. Peter, Omondi, and Anne, you have not forgotten. Beth, you're a full stack engineer. You're waiting to complete your studies. Oh, you completed your studies at Moringa School 1 month. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I hope you weren't there when we were making fun of developers. We were just joking. But yeah, welcome, welcome. It is good for developers actually to know a little bit of QA. It actually even helps the QAs with the back and forth. You don't get to do a lot of back and forth. If you get developers, or even the whole team, doesn't have to be developers only, from the CTO all the way, understanding the importance of software quality assurance. And that is why we are here to talk about it, and to talk about if AI is also going to replace us, because that has been the buzz around. AI is replacing everything. Is AI going to replace QAs? We have speakers to speak about that. And welcome as a medical laboratory technologist transitioning to software development. You're interested in exploring opportunities within QA, and you're eager to gain deeper insights into the latest trends, challenges, and best practices in software quality assurance. Amazing, amazing. You're in the right place, and you're in the right place. You're in the right place. You will learn a lot, especially on AI and what it does. Even we have an introduction on SQA and what SQA is all about. Welcome, welcome. And for the rest, as you continue joining, welcome, 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 welcome. We are sharing what we do, what we are looking forward to. There's the quiz that has 5 responses. Waiting for more, guys, waiting for more. The poll, you can click on the polls. Those 3 bars, those are bar charts, what we were taught in high school, right? Yes, you can click on that. Jackie, here is my fellow moderator. She was supposed to put on her camera so that we can see her. And anyone who would want to, it's good to see each other. It's good to see each other. But don't, what is it called? Don't drop because I'm asking you people to put on your cameras, please. You're here for the conference, not to share, not to put on your cameras. We are beginning in the next 1 minute. The next 1 minute. Yes, good. I can see you now. Yes, yes, yes. So we can officially begin, right, Jackie?
I think we can give guys about 5 minutes to keep joining. We are looking to have more people in, so let's give them 5 minutes. Guys, keep answering the poll. Let's hear what you're looking forward to. Yeah, keep it engaged.
Yes, in the chats, keep the chats coming, keep the chats coming. We want to be inspired. I'm really inspired about the people transitioning, so we want to be inspired more. So continue inspiring us and never shy away in sharing your story. You do not know who you're impacting. You do not know the connection you'll make with someone when you share your story. So never shy away from sharing your story. I think it's one thing that we really need to learn as individuals, right, Jackie?
Yes, sure thing. I think as we've seen from civil engineering, actually I know many civil engineers who transition to software quality assurance, and people are actually moving from the medical sector to software quality assurance and software development as a whole. So your story is could be life-changing for someone else. So keep sharing. Yeah.
Yes, and the poll, we have 5 responses so far. Guys, we are many. We are 26 over here. What are you looking forward to? You joined for a reason. You joined. There's definitely a reason why you joined, right? So whatever reason you joined for, you can jot it down over there in the poll. Whatever you're looking forward to. Whatever you're looking forward to. Can add more in the chats. I'm seeing some people I know here and I do not want to spotlight them.
Do it.
I'm like, you guys, you need to share, inspire people. Let's inspire each other. Let us inspire each other in the chat. Let us inspire each other. Yes, and the polls are coming on. Nice. Yes, I can see more responses. Thank you. Continue adding your responses to the poll on what you're looking forward to. Welcome, Harriet. What you're looking forward to. Yes, for the new people who have joined, we are sharing in the chats what you do, how many years experience. Does not matter which profession you're in, if you're transitioning QA or if you just want to learn, if you're a student, continue sharing in the chats. So as we continue waiting for people to share in the chat, Arthi, you're a QA engineer currently, secured this job after a long career gap. You want to improve your testing skills and know the future. Wow. I think we would like to know more, Arthi, how you conquered the career gap section. It is one question that most interviewers ask. What were you doing during that time? So we'd like to know how which answers did you have? You might help someone here who has a career gap and they don't know how to answer that question. So yes, so welcome, Arthi. Welcome. Peter, you're a chemist and you're interested in IoT for your research. Amazing. Interesting. A chemist here in SQA. Amazing. Welcome, Peter. Welcome. And as we're waiting for people to continue typing, I have a question for you. So the question is, especially for those who have tested software, would you rather test software with no internet or no coffee? Jackie, would you rather test with no coffee or no internet? No, we are told we are addicts of coffee.
No coffee. Actually, interestingly, I am not a fan of coffee.
Wow. And you're in tech?
Yes.
So what do you drink instead?
A lot of pressure. That is enough dopamine and enough energy for me. Give me it's my coffee.
How do you give you pressure? It's your coffee.
That's all I need. That's all I need to work well.
Wow. Wainaina Polika, put it in the chat. Onesimus, What do you guys, what would you rather have? No coffee, no internet. No coffee, Arthi. No coffee, no internet. And it is interesting to know that not everyone loves coffee. Oh, very interesting. Sometimes we assume everyone loves a coffee, especially when you're in front of your computer from morning up to evening. We assume. Wainaina, that is a good answer. Wainaina can't decide since he can't live without both. That's a good one. That's a good one. No coffee, no internet. Arthi is no coffee. Okay. I think I am like Wainaina. I can't choose. I can't choose. I need both. I definitely need both.
Need to tap into other forms of coffee.
Like what?
Let's ask our generative AI.
We are relying on AI for too much. We are relying, yeah. Onesman says he uses coffee to connect to the internet. Wow.
It's a good one.
Polycarp can do without coffee. Internet is life. So Polycarp, a question to you. If there's no internet and you're saying it's life, what will happen? What will happen? Yeah? What will happen? Yeah? Continue putting the answers in the chat. This is an interesting one. Continue putting the answers in the chat. Jackie has told us that we use ChatGPT to ask for alternatives for coffee. Are we relying too much on ChatGPT though, Jackie?
I think so.
That we can't think of other options.
Let me ask it between coffee and internet. Which one would you live without?
Yes. What Joey said, he thought people use routers for internet. He needs to learn this new tech. And Polygon is saying he drinks coffee to look for internet. As I told you, Jackie, you're the one who is the odd one out here.
Okay.
Yeah. Clearly.
I need a different. I need community.
You need people who?
I need people who don't prefer coffee.
I think there are some here. We're waiting to hear. There are some here. So you clearly went to ask ChatGPT from this screenshot that you have shared.
Yes.
It says, "Oh, that's a tough one. Coffee is life, but the internet is everything." If ChatGPT had to choose, ChatGPT would give up coffee reluctantly, because at least it could find others to stay awake like tea or sheer determination. But no internet means no memes, no instant knowledge, no music streaming, no chatting with awesome people like you, Jackie.
Thank you. It's hard to say it.
That's ChatGPT for you. Yeah, that's ChatGPT for you. Yes, so we can begin, Jackie. We can officially begin.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for joining. We're waiting for more people to stream in. I think Wainaina, we can reduce the music just a little bit so that you can officially start. Thank you. So, welcome everyone. Welcome to the Software Quality Assurance Summit 2025. This summit we collaborated with Essai and Test Community, just to ensure that we have our community together, quality assurance. Most of the time you hear Africa Tech Summit, we definitely need an African Quality Assurance, specific for Quality Assurance Summit. And this is just the beginning. We look forward to learning a lot, as our theme is the future of AI in testing. I really hope you're going to benefit from the number and the range of items that we have in store for you. We have AI in security among the items that you're going to discuss. We have AI in automation as some of the things that you're going to concentrate on, especially in our panel. We have AI in performance testing, and most importantly, AI in software development lifecycle. And we're also going to get the insight of large language models from an expert who has actually created the models and someone who's actually tested some of the LLMs. So we are in for a very exciting day, and we look forward to having your feedback at the end of the session. Some of the things also that we are going to have is, one, we have a number of awards that we'll be giving for Kahoot winners. So we're going to have a set of Kahoots in between the sessions, and some of the awards are Kiwami tax-free certification. We're going to have ISTQB waivered off certification. Test community, we have a test chat tomorrow. Again, they're going to provide lunch to some of the guys who are going to win. And of course, Essai, who are going to provide personal development coaching courses. I think one of you had mentioned that you had done a transition. So that's where Essai courses come in handy, just helping you to understand how best to express yourself in interviews. So we're looking forward to having a very, very exciting and knowledge-filled day. Keep engaging with us. We hope you're going to, again, benefit a lot from this session. And we will begin with someone who just tell us what software quality assurance is, so that at least everyone is on the same base. For example, the person who is a chemist, you'll be able to understand what software quality assurance is. Someone who wants to transition to software quality assurance, the first session will basically be important in letting us know what software quality assurance is. So in case you have any questions during the sessions, there's a Q&A bit just at the bottom of your screen. There's a section for Q&A. Just put your Q&A there. If you have memes to post to June and I, please put them in the chats. If you have any discussions that you'd like to go around with, just put it in the chats. And we hope you're going to have a very, very interesting day. And we're happy to have you here. I give it back to June to introduce our first person from test community, who will start with what software quality assurance is. Welcome, everyone.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we have tester community in Kenya. It is a group, a community, actually a community. The right word is community of QAs and even people who want to learn about QAs. And they meet very frequently. We are all part of that community. And we have one of the leaders here, Wainaina, who is going to be taking us through what QA is, SQA, quality engineering, testing. We know we have so many names for quality. Sometimes we get lost in all of it. So Wainaina is going to give us an elaborate definition about that. Wainaina, welcome. The civil engineer who became a QA. Karibu sana.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I hope everyone can hear me. Let me share my screen.
Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic. So, can you guys see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, awesome. So, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for joining. And I would like to first start by introducing everyone to the test community. I hope you guys can see the presenter view, not just the slides by themselves, but you can see what let me confirm I'm sharing it.
Yes, you can actually see the presenter view.
Fantastic. So test community, as June mentioned earlier, we are a collaborative team that is basically dedicated to pushing to building a testing community all over Africa. And we started off in Kenya, where we are basically. And our main aim is to ensure that the testers are also recognized. We've seen so many other communities all over, and we wanted to have one where the testers are also recognized. And ours is to bring together all the professionals that are involved in the whole process. Anyone who's enthusiastic about industry knowledge, like now, and improving practices, contributing growth to the quality standards in software development, that's who our target is. So far, we have been having meetups every other month, and we'd like to invite everyone for our meetup tomorrow. So that is us. We have a LinkedIn page and we have our website. You can check us out. That's all about the test community. We are, of course, always growing, always looking for volunteers, always looking for any kind of support that we can get. So introduction to software quality assurance. I transitioned, as mentioned earlier by June. I had posted in the group. I transitioned from being a civil engineer to becoming a testing engineer, which is still cool. And my transition, of course, was not as easy during that time because I did not have as many people around me to support me. And so I'd like to give those ones who are new to this space some understanding or some view of what SQA is and what I've learned over the years. So when we talk about software quality assurance, we look at the quality aspect. We're looking at how a software is supposed to be released to the public or to release to the end user. Let's talk about the end user, yes. So when we're coming up with the software development lifecycle, which we'll talk about later, we have to look at the quality of that software or of the product that we are building. And us as the QAs, we are the ones who stand in between the developers and the end user. We are the ones who check and ensure that the quality meets the desired standards. And these standards are either based on laws or the requirements that have been gathered that the requirements or the end user requires from the specific application that you're working on. So as I've written there, you can see that it involves defining quality criteria, creating test cases, and ensuring that we're meeting quality standards. So the role of the SQA specifically is to ensure that we're delivering high quality software that at the end of the day, we'd like to exceed customer expectation. I'm sure all of us, we've used an application and we've asked ourselves, who developed this application or how was it actually even released to the public? So maybe there was no QA there. You should always ask yourself whether there was a QA. And if you see an application is not working well, send them an email and tell them you can QA for them. So we have some principles. Basically, there are 9 of them, but I'll just mention 3. So ours is mainly to work on prevention over detection. That is, we are trying to work on preventing issues versus detecting the issues later on. And then, of course, working on continuous improvement. Nowadays, we have these things called this system we call CI/CD, where we're just continuously improving, continuously developing. And then having all the stakeholders who are all the stakeholders of the application or the software working on to be involved, which is basically agile. So I mentioned about the software development lifecycle. Basically, this is the phases which we build an application. And of course, we always start with things like planning, requirement gathering. This is project planning phase. I believe that is self-explanatory. Everyone understands what that is. Basically, you're planning for the whole project. Requirement gathering, this is where we are writing down a list of the actual requirements for this or the purpose of this application that we're working on, or the software or the product. And then design, this is a phase where the UI UX people are mainly involved, but also we have very many stakeholders involved where we can come up with the design of this whole application. And then coding and development. This is the longest phase of the SDLC where the developers, as June mentioned earlier, they're the ones who work on this in this stage and they build. And when they are building, then we move to the testing phase, which is where us QAs are involved. That's like, I feel like it's a very important stage. And then we go to production and then maintenance. It's basically a cycle. It's always moving in a cycle. And then for testing, we have like a breakdown of what we call the testing life cycle. That's basically where us guys are involved. And it's very, very similar to the SDLC. It starts off with requirement gathering and then design review. That is the first stage, which is similar to the SDLC. And then we have the test planning. This is where our leads, or the QA leads and the QAs, work together to come up with the test plan, the estimation, and schedule for the whole testing cycle. And then we have the test case development. And then we have the test environment setup, test execution. This is where we execute our tests. And then we have the reporting phase, where we create a general report, a final report that we're going to share with all the stakeholders, basically talking about the bugs we found, the fixes that were done, and all that. So when you're talking about key SQA methodologies and frameworks, we have waterfall and agile. This is basically the frameworks that are the methodologies that are used within the development of applications. Waterfall was sequential, whereby you finish one stage and you move one to the next one, and SQA was done after all the coding had been finished. Agile, which is what most companies have embraced nowadays, and not only in the software development part, but also in multiple areas. In fact, even when you look at it, it's being implemented in management, in like multiple industries, even civil engineering industry, where I was. So when we're talking about agile, it's basically continuous collaboration, continuous development, continuous integration. And during this process, we also have continuous testing. We're not waiting for the developers to finish. We are testing as they're building. So basically, we are always in commune with one another. And that makes it a bit better, or way better, because when you think about it, when you're always collaborating with people, you're able to find bugs. Remember, we talked about detection versus prevention. So we're able to detect these bugs or issues earlier, and we're able to point them out before these things are maybe implemented deep into the code, that if you change that, it will spoil everything. So basically, that is the agile process is the most embraced process right now. There's even certifications on that. So another thing we also do nowadays is test-driven development, TDD. And then this one is where the QA writes the test before the code is written, based on the requirements and the acceptance criteria. And then they test once the code has been written, but they write the test cases beforehand. And then we also have BDD, which is what we were talking about earlier, part of Agile, which is collaboration between the developers, testers, and the stakeholders. And then we have the DevOps and continuous integration and continuous delivery. Tools and technologies. We have so many tools that QAs can use. We always start off with talking about manual testing. One thing we always say in QAs, you can never have 100% automation testing. So it's good to have your hands on when it comes to manual testing. So for manual testing, basically, this is where the QA follows the user journey manually. It's like the way you'd open an application and use it. So that's what we do. We are going through it manually, and we're following the steps of the user journey, checking whether we are finding any issues before, and then we report those issues to the developer who was working on them, and they are fixed, and then we retest. And some of the tools that we use is Jira. Jira is a project management tool, and we can use also TestRail and Qtest. I basically use Qtest in my company. And then we also have automation tools. And for automation, these are scripts. I call them somewhat like script generators, in a way that you're able to write scripts that automatically do or might automatically follow the user journey based on the steps you've given it. So some of the most used tools are Selenium, Cypress. APM is for application testing. There's QTP and UTP, and we have things like Jenkins. So we also have performance testing. Let me break it down. We have the functional testing, that is then what the normal QAs do. And then you have performance testing. That's like an improved level of a QA, or there's a QA who's like a full stack who can do everything, but there's like that guy who will do the performance, where we're checking whether the application can perform under the load conditions, or the conditions expected by the number of people you're going to get at the end, or with the end users. So we have performance testing, that is, we have things like load runner and JMeter. So when we're talking about collaborating as a team, everyone who's worked in the tech space knows about GitHub, which we use for version control. There's also GitLab, Gitbucket, among others. And then we have the test reporting and analytics that we use. We use Alua Report, SonarQube, for just reporting what we're working on. I don't know, I'm seeing a chat. Oh, okay. So, so we can talk about advanced practices, which is earlier I mentioned manual testing. We have test automation. Test automation is advanced because right now most companies require people to work as an automation engineer, and not only is it a requirement, but it's an advantage, especially when it comes to testing. Because when you have an automated test framework, it will run in the background and check every time somebody pushes code to just ensure that whatever they've pushed does not affect the system. And it takes time. And also it helps with repetitive tasks, because a lot of times you're doing the same things over and over again. So the automation helps with that. So when you're talking about regression is basically a very important process when it comes to QA, regression testing. And this one, we do it whenever new features are brought in. So basically towards the end of the sprint. And this one ensures that whenever a new feature has been added to the system, it does not affect the rest of the code. Security testing is another thing. We know that nowadays we have a lot of cybersecurity issues. We have a lot of security issues when it comes to a lot of the systems that we have. So we need to have security testers who do things like pen testing and vulnerability scanning, just to ensure that the system is secure from outside hacking. Let me put it like that, yeah. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we're talking about performance testing, that's load and stress testing, ensuring that the application is scalable even as we get as many people as possible, that the system or the application we're working on will not fail. And then what we are learning today, which is AI and machine learning, basically we are in the new age of AI, and we need to learn how to embrace the tools that are coming with AI, embrace whatever AI is bringing. So we're talking about things like predictive analysis and anomaly detection. And I'm sure the professionals in the space are going to expound more on that. So for QAs, we have so many ways to grow, because you have an overview of the whole application, the whole architecture, the whole process from start to finish. And you can actually develop yourself as a QA. You can master tools, you can build frameworks, you can master multiple languages, and you can follow certification paths. You can go to ISTQB, like one of the partners for today's summit. You can check CSM, and then you can do certifications, of course, and then you can transition from QA to just like, it's one of those spaces where you can really transition into many things, because as you're working as a QA, you'll always notice that you're touching on every part. You're touching front end, you're touching back end, you're touching the APIs, you're touching the database, you're checking everything. So you can transition basically into any space in IT. Thank you. I think I'm done.
Thank you so much, Wainaina. Thank you so much. That was such an elaborate presentation of what SQA is. I think anyone who does not know what SQA is, or quality assurance, at least right now they have a glimpse of it. That was so elaborate. Thank you so much. Thank you. Out of 6 years experience, that is amazing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'll continue making fun of you about that. But yes, so thank you so much, Wainaina. I know you will talk about a test community more as at some point as well, and what it also offers, and about the test chat also tomorrow. So we are inviting everyone, and at some point I know you'll also share the link for people to register for test chat tomorrow. So thank you so much, Wainaina. For guys, oh sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. So yeah, so we have the Q&A session, not the session, a section in Zoom. There's a part when you click on more, there's Q&A over there. So I can already see one question in the chat. Let's add all our questions there. Because of time, we won't answer the questions right now immediately, but we are noting them down. Patricia, I have seen your question. But for anyone else who have questions, the question and answer a feature on Zoom would be very amazing, because so that we don't miss questions amongst all the chats over there. So yes, so thank you so much. And we would like to introduce our first speaker today, Jackie.
Yeah, thank you so much, Wainaina, for that elaborate description on software quality assurance. I think all of you can know now what we do for those who don't know and want to transition to software quality assurance. So we'll just jump right into it. We are going to start with our first speaker, who is Sally Musanga. So Sally Musanga actually does her master's in Camel Melon. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. They have a branch in Rwanda. So if you want to do your master's, that's the place to go. So she is currently doing a master's in information technology. She's majoring in big data and artificial intelligence. She has actually worked as a research assistant at IBM. So she knows what LLM is all about. So she'll start with giving us an introduction on what are LLMs so that we understand what exactly LLMs are. So we are going to move from there and then build from what an LLM is, how we integrate LLMs or AI in software development, and then move into testing LLMs and then performance testing. So I'd like to welcome Sally, who will take us through LLMs and the nitty-gritties on LLMs. Welcome, Sally. You're on mute in case you're...
Okay,
Yeah.
so sorry. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for the for the introduction. So I'll just go ahead and share my screen and then we can get started.
See your screen? Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so as Jackie has said, my name is Sally, and Masters of Science in Information Technology student at Carnegie Mellon University. And my interest lies within data science, the intersection with healthcare, and research that involves around that space. But today we're going to talk about LLMs, AI, and testing, right? Okay, so the agenda for my talk would cover introduction to LLMs. We'll go through a history of software testing, which has been previously also covered. And then we'll look at how LLMs are transforming the QA process. And then we'll look at challenges of using LLMs. And then we can lastly look at the opportunities in that space. And then we'll have a Q&A session at the end. So recently, LLMs, AI have been a big word. And also there's something called deep learning, which is still in the same space. And how does this tie in all together, right? So deep learning is basically a branch of AI that deals with basically trying to make computers work like the human brain. So you can think of it like how the brain processes information, and then when you think, when in memory retrieval and such. So that's the same thing as how LLMs work, right? They're able to process voice, text, and image kind of inputs, and then analyze that, and then give an output in applications such as question and answering. So you can think of this as when you prompt GPT, sentiment analysis, just basically trying to determine if a sentence is a positive sentence, a negative sentence. There's its application in image captioning, and then also object recognition. So this is basically just trying to tell what an object is. Is it, if you think of it, is it an image of a cat? Is it an image of a dog and stuff? So it looks as simple as you just writing a prompt on GPT, like for example, what's the capital city of Ghana? And then you get a response, it's Accra. But then there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind, like a model such as GPT. And that's what we're going to look at in the next couple of slides. So basically what happens is when you type an input to such a model, the model can't interpret text kind of information. So it has to be processed into something that it can understand. And this is basically a math representation, which could be a vector. And it could be a vector of different sizes depending on the model that you're using. So the LLM is able to process the vector and then it gives you an output. So basically a word is firstly broken down into tokens, which could be like subwords. And then these tokens are broken down into vectors, and then the vector is processed by the LLM, and then the LLM gives you an output. So this could be a prediction or basically a summarization task or any task that an LLM can do. To look further into how LLMs are built, there are different kinds of LLMs. There are encoder-based LLMs and decoder-based LLMs, right? So, and these are good at different kinds of tasks. An example is GPT is a decoder-based LLM, and then encoder-based LLMs are good at tasks such as summarizations, and then decoder-based models are good at predicting the next word in a sentence. So as we've previously looked at, what happens is that you get an input, it's converted into embeddings or tokens, and then the model basically registers the tokens, the positions in a sentence, and then this is how it's able to learn about the sentence, and then it finally gives you an output. Okay, so how does this tie into testing? So when we look at the evolution of testing, we have seen that we move drastically from using methodologies such as waterfall methodology that has been previously mentioned to right now when you're using AI. But then you could see that methodologies such as waterfall methodology are disadvantageous in the sense that you have to actually completely finish a phase before you're moving on to the next phase. So that means if you still have errors, then there'll be an issue. So we moved from using such kind of methodologies to automated testing and agile methodologies, and then most recently using scaling it to using things like DevOps and CI/CDs. But then now we're at a place where we are now using AI and LLMs, and that's why we're saying like the future is here. We're actually automating using ML. And as previously also mentioned, like these are just the phases of the software testing life cycle that moves from you defining the requirements, planning the tests, generating test cases, setting up the environment, and then executing the test cases that you have, and then finally doing a test closure. And these are the different phases where LLMs come in. So you can think about it as you want to define like how long your test cycle is going to take, what you're going to test, and what are the different test cases. So LLMs come in handy because they're able to like generate for you test cases, they're able to like execute it, and also help with debugging. And we'll get to see that in the next couple of slides. So the first application is in test case generation. So this could be in different forms. So first of all is you could just basically give an LLM your code and then prompt it, give a very good prompt, and then tell it that you want it to generate test cases. But then a better way would be giving it code, giving it your API documentation, so that at least it has like your code. It goes through the code, looks at what the function does. If you have different classes, what do they do? And then this is how it understands your code and the test case that it's supposed to generate. And then it compares what your code output is with the API documentation of what is expected. And it's also able to use bug reports from previous users to test your code, in the sense that it processes the reports and then generates test cases based on that, so that once you fix the bugs, it's able to determine whether or not the bugs are fully covered, right? And moving forward, another application of LLMs is in system testing. And since they're very good at generating inputs, it's able to generate like valid and invalid inputs to test your system. So you can think of it as maybe you have a banking system and you want to test maybe send or transact a transaction process. So LLM is able to generate for you maybe different scenarios where probably could be you're trying to transact with an overdraft of your account and such stuff. So basically LLMs are better because they're able to generate for you edge test cases that helps you comprehensively test your systems. Apart from that, they can help you with API testing, whereby you just give it all your API endpoints and your parameters, and then it's able to generate test cases and basically just see how your system is performing at different thresholds. And then also because of their NLP characteristics, they're able to generate different text inputs for different kinds of systems. And then lastly, they're very good at debugging. And then one good example is debugging of logs. And this is a very big pain for developers. Basically, sometimes you have to write regex, which are not really user-friendly. And then LLMs are very good at this. So basically, they'll just debug your code and then actually even provide recommendations on how you can better write your tests. And lastly, the use of LLMs comes with these challenges. And first of all is that they require a lot of computational resources in terms of GPUs and CPUs for you to like train and even fine tune your models. So this pushes some organizations to actually work with medium-sized models as opposed to large language models, which don't perform very well as compared to the large language models. Another challenge is data privacy, and organizations are not able to use the publicly commercial LLMs because they have to share their data with third parties. And lastly, we see there are some which are not well tuned, could actually give you false outputs, that's hallucinations. And to get this, you'd basically have to instruction tune your models for a given scenario. Let's say if you're testing a different kind of system, you would actually have to get a model, fine tune it to your data, and then that's how it becomes really, really better at predicting stuff. Another hack is to use the RAG models, retrieval augmented generation models, which actually help you, instead of actually having to share your data with third-party companies, they'll automatically process your input, which could be maybe some kind of documentation, process that, and then based on that, it's able to like generate test cases, automate your stuff, and then you don't have to actually risk sharing your data. And there are various opportunities still in this space. First of all is exploring LLMs for non-functional testing. And this could be in cases such as security testing, A/B testing, threat modeling, and performance testing. And then there are also AI agents, which are self-learning that can be also used to better enhance your testing capabilities. And this could be through self-directing test workflows and adaptive testing and also continuous learning. So that's the end of my presentation, and I'll invite any questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sally. I think for me, I've been able to know or get a glimpse of how LLMs are created. I think for software quality assurance, as you've mentioned, we have various ways in which AI or rather LLMs is going to be beneficial for us. You've mentioned test case generation, system testing, and of course debugging. I think for test case generation, you guys can even try right now in ChatGPT, just give it a feature, like a feature description, and it will generate for you the negative and positive scenarios. But then again, there are some of the challenges that Sally has mentioned. We have data privacy, computational, significant computational resources that are required. So yeah, I think for me personally, June, you can confirm how you're feeling on your end and what you've gained from this session. I've gained quite a number of items that I didn't know, like API testing. I didn't know LLM was suitable for. So guys, in case of any questions, again, just post on the Q&A so that Sally can answer.
I have a question for Sally as we wait for other questions as well. How do we make sure we do not get, because we have experienced this with ChatGPT, I haven't used the others like DeepSeek and the rest. How do you ensure that we get the correct results when you input maybe a feature spec in ChatGPT and you want to generate test cases? What we have seen is that every time you input the same document or whatever you're inputting inside there, you get different results, which can be confusing. So how do we go about that challenge?
I'd say like from the developer side, a good thing would be to, because ChatGPT is trained for very different kinds of tasks. So it's just basically given a whole, it's called corpus of data, and then it learns from that. And then that's when you prompt it, it can like give you an answer. But then there's something called fine tuning to a given task. So you could basically just get a model, train it to basically QA testing, and then it would be very good at that. Get a model, train it for maybe medical data, and then it should be very good for prompting medical kind of questions. So the key to that is basically fine-tuning the models that we have to given downstream tasks so that they can be, you can actually, every time you prompt, you'd get a better kind of response. Yeah.
The fine-tuning, is it a complex process?
Yeah, you'd have to like know some little bit of data science, little bit of AI, but it's not that hard. Yeah.
This is the expert. It's not that hard, guys. Yeah.
Exactly. Jackie, I don't know if you have any other questions. And guys, you can add your questions in the Q&A section. Ask all the questions. I saw ChatGPT mentioned somewhere. You can ask all your ChatGPT questions to Sally. She has all the answers. All of them. So
I have
let's
a
start.
question. As I know I'm a co-host, so it's hard for me to ask via the Q&A. I'd sent Sally a message. How do you deal with hallucinations? I work with LLMs and test LLMs. So looking at self-healing frameworks, like you've mentioned earlier, we have a lot of hallucinations. Like if we allow the AI to continuously aid, for example, in continuous testing, and it's self-healing and it's checking your system and updating some of the divs and all those things. How do we deal with hallucinations? Do you feel like it's something that's going to come to an end with AI?
I mean, a system can't be 100% like perfect, but then I think we could reach a point where like it's not like a big percentage of hallucination. And I think that's why when you're training a model, you look at things such as accuracy, for you to determine how good it performs. So probably a model that you're using has a very substandard kind of accuracy. That's why it's hallucinating. But then, as I previously said, doing stuff such as fine-tuning to specific use cases can make the model better, and then also prevent like high rates of hallucination.
Yeah, thank you.
I think, Sally, it would be best to also explain what hallucinations are. We might think is the ones for going paranoid.
Okay, it's almost close to that because like when you're hallucinating, you're seeing stuff that is not there. So when you say like an LLM is hallucinating, it's basically like giving you either false output or factually wrong kind of stuff that is, yeah. So you could maybe ask it, who's the president of the United States? And then it tells you something like Nick Jonas. So it's hallucinating. It's actually not giving you something that's right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sally. Guys, you can keep sending your questions in case in case we miss anything, we'll just handle it in our next session in the afternoon. So now we want to welcome our next speaker. I'll give it to June to introduce our next speaker.
Right, thank you so much, Jackie. We can continue adding the questions as we have said. You can also, they say tweet it. Okay, it's no longer Twitter, so it's X. So is it exit? X about this conference, SQA Summit 2025. That is the hashtag, right, Jackie? I'm not sure. We can hashtag that and invite people. We need to learn. I know already what we have learned through Sally. Thank you so much, Sally. Is amazing, and we are going to learn even more. So keep the questions coming. If you do not understand anything, it is still fine. It is still fine. We are here to learn, and it's good to ask questions. So we have our next speaker, who is going to be tackling integrating AI into the software development lifecycle. We have Ezekiel. Ezekiel, if in Nairobi we say Shema. We shema your name, as in if I mispronounce it. Oladele. Yes, Ezekiel Oladele. He's a cloud solutions architect. With focus on AI and machine learning. He's skilled in developing scalable data lifecycle and cloud-based AI solutions for diverse industries across West Africa, Europe, and America. He assists organizations in their AWS cloud adoption, offering expertise in strategies, architecture, and pre-sales engineering. He collaborates with clients to optimize AWS costs and develop business cases highlighting the total cost of ownership, benefits, and cloud migration. Ezekiel holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics and several cloud certifications. Beyond the professional realm, he's an accomplished drummer, blending musical passion with technical prowess to enhance creativity in coding and AI problem solving. So welcome so much, Ezekiel.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can see your screen is still sharing, but it hasn't finished sharing. Or is it the internet on our side of Kenya?
Oh,
yes. Amazing. Okay, yeah, we can see the screen now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, hello everyone, wherever we may be. I think we all know everything about me now, so I might as well just go into the presentation. That was a very, very detailed bio about me.
I think Oladele, once you're done, you can maybe show us your drum set.
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to do that. So just getting straight into it. During this presentation, we're going to be looking into how AI fits into the software development lifecycle. And if you've not been living under the rock for some reasons, I'm sure that you would have been aware of the great feats and milestones that we've had in technology with regards to AI. And I must also appreciate Sally, because I think Sally has done a very good precedence to what I want to talk about now, introducing us to LLM, the concept, how it works, and all of those things. So basically, we're going to just look at how, how AI transformed the software development lifecycle. And then if you take a look at the time it takes a developer to develop an application or write the application code in previous years, and compare it to now with the available tools that we have out there, you can see that the time frame in writing code and development of software has been reduced. So for this can be like a unicorn riding for a developer. So, and at the end of the day, that's you. And I'm assuming that some of us on this call are developers of some sort, right? And 40% of your boilerplate code can easily be generated by generative AI within your software development. And then, you wouldn't even necessarily have the fear of summoning Skynet. For those of us that are fans of Terminator, you would use it to just basically put your software development lifecycle on steroids, reducing time and increasing your efficiency. So you can now take more time to think on how you can innovate and, put in all the really amazing innovations that you have in your head. So we're going to be looking at AI role in software development generally, and then the key AI tools that are revolutionizing development. And then we're also going to look at some emerging trends like agentic AI workflows and context-aware models. Excuse me. So, and also we're going to look at responsible AI in terms of security ethics and avoiding vibe coding, and then just look at some real world use cases and the pitfalls that we still have, and then would have a futuristic look on where we should be headed, let's say by the end of the year. So in software and development lifecycle, we know we have different phases. The first speaker have highlighted some of these phases: the planning and analysis phase, the design phase, the implementation phase, and the testing phase, and the deployment and maintenance generally. So in the planning phase, for example, how AI would fit in is AI isn't just going to predict the future, it's shaping it, right? Tools like Amazon Q, for example, for those of us that are familiar with Amazon's solutions, Amazon Q, for example, can help you analyze user feedback to draft, requirements. And you can just imagine an AI flagging risk like this feature might delay the sprint before you even get started with coding. So, if a developer is getting this kind of feedback from, the testers or project managers, it can help them streamline what they need, what features they really need to focus on while developing. And on the design phase, AI can, suggest, standard architecture with best practices. And if you need a scalable backend, for example, it might even propose a microservice setup, and it can allow you make use of tools like Mirror AI, right, to help you generate UML diagrams for your napkin sketches. And then on the implementation phase, you can use GitHub Copilot to write more than 30% or up to 40% of your code, right? That's what I usually suggest, because you still need to always have human in the loop to help you make sure that your code is secure and is actually performing what it's supposed to do. And you are also able to catch biases before you put your code into production. But it's always good for us to remember that AI generates and developers create. So AI can generate the different code that you want to use to develop your software, but as a developer, you should be able to create all of this code that is generated and integrate them appropriately. Think of it as your pair programmer who never needs a coffee break, or who never needs to use the restroom from time to time. So, and then on the testing phase, AI is tools like testing auto-generates test cases, for your applications. And you can make use of this also to streamline your testing phase. And then on the development, on the deployment and maintenance phase, you can use AI-driven CI/CD pipelines I know, for example, Code Pipeline in AWS are already integrating AI into the CI/CD pipeline, which can help you auto-scale infrastructure and do different post-deployment tests, right? Before your code is deployed to whichever environment I want to deploy it to, right? So now let's look at some of the AI tools that are out there that you can't just ignore. One of them is Cursor. Cursor is a very, very powerful IDE that reads your mind, literally. You know, you're typing into it and then it's autocomplete is coming up. Because it already has, Cursor has like a way of putting your current project directory into its context. So it knows what you're doing and what is the most probable thing that you want to do next. So that way it's suggesting the next thing for you. And before you know it, you are completing your code development in like a fraction of the time that you normally spend in writing code. And it can also suggest Axios code with error handling, and it can also help you refactor previous codes that you've written before. Maybe you want to make it more optimized or look out for security risks in those codes. It can help you with that. And then another thing that it can also do is help you find redundant loops or redundant function calls. And another example is another example of an AI tool that you can use is WAP. WAP is terminal based. For those of us that are into DevOps or have dabbled into DevOps, this one is really friendly to use, and it's just your terminal meeting ChatGPT, right? So if you don't know all the shell script command that you might want to use, maybe you're working on a Kubernetes environment, you know, terminal would help you write all of this command. And a popular one is GitHub Copilot. I'm sure some of us, or if not most of us, would have used this tool also. You can go from comment to code. So for example, if I push up a code, I raise a PR and I push up a code to GitHub, and then say for example, one of the testers then makes a comment about a buggy feature, right? It can take that comment and then just suggest the fix for me as a developer, and I can add it, and voila, it's writes a function with time complexity notes. So I can quickly add it and then raise a PR again. And then another one is Amazon Q, right? Which is basically for deployment of infrastructures and resources on the cloud. And you can see it as your AWS Guardian Angel. So it will warn, for example, that your EC2 config is 40% over budget, and during maybe your code review, or it's not necessarily meeting the infrastructure requirement for the projects that you are building, right? And this is dependent on the fact that you have provided it with, say for example, a BRD or a user journey that just depicts what you want to achieve in your development or what application you're trying to build, right? So another thing that we can now begin to look at is the different trends that we have now. We have agentic AI workflows, and model context protocols. And agentic AI basically is autonomous bots that can fix, your flaky code or really run in real time, run your different tests. If it's unit tests, integration tests, all of those tests, you can run it in real time for you. And if it passes through, right, it can then deploy your application without your own intervention. But if it does not pass any of the steps, it can fix it by itself. That's the concept of agent itself, where it is, I don't want to use the word self-aware, but if a part of your workflow is, faulty or is buggy, it can catch the error at that point and then, fix it. Then AI Workflows is just a local platform like, for example, a local platform like Vertex, where you can change different AI models together. That's you are using one AI model to perform a task, and then passing the result of that task to another AI model to carry on with it. Maybe you're using an AI model to write code, and you're passing the result of that code to another AI model that will do the unit test, and you're passing it to another AI model that will then deploy it, and so on and so forth. So it's just like a building block, like you have in a Lego toy, right? And then another really emerging trend is model context protocol, and it's basically your LLM not being able to lose the context of what you're doing at the moment. So I think I can't remember who brought it up, but someone was asking the question where if you give an LLM a document, to run a test based on that document, and then you come back again with that same document, giving another answer, it won't necessarily be the case, because at every point in time, it's keeping the context of that same document that you provided it, and also the answers that it has given you previously, and also keeping into context the what you're trying to achieve, basically. So now that we do know the different tools that we can use, we need to be responsible about how we use it. And the first most important thing is to be security conscious, and AI generated code can hide, for example, it can hide SQL flaws or API flaws that can be exploited by malicious intent, right? And you want to make sure you are always able to, mitigate those security risks in your code. That's why you have to always validate, and you can use tools like Snyk integrates to check PR, to look into your PR checks. So if AI is writing your code and you've raised a PR, it can check your code that you're pushing up to your repository and then point out any security risk within that code. So if your code can expose your application to be hijacked, or for malware to easily be injected into your application, it will let you know all of these things. And then another thing that that we need to look out for is bias mitigations, because sometimes, I used to say that because an LLM was trained on Python, for example, it's most likely more efficient in that language than any other one. So it can have some kind of preference to, spewing result of codes in Python than any other language. And then the third most important thing is human in the loop, where AI suggests, but you as the human, you have to decide. You have to look through what the AI has suggested, but then you need to make sure that everything it is suggesting is what you expect it to do before you can then, move it out into production environments, for example. But now we are even finding ways to add extra layers of check and validations, even with AI, before it gets to like the human part. So that way we can, we can reduce the intervention time, or the amount of intervention a human can have in that process. So some of the companies that are using AI within their software development at the point is PBC. So they are using Amazon Q developer to significantly reduce the amount of time spent on coding tasks. And it's so far it's abstracting, challenging, and retaining high quality code, in addition to like also putting in context the security measures that you need to have within your code. And until Toyota is doing the same thing, they are not being left behind. They are transforming, their own software development ecosystem, by leveraging Amazon Q and the powerful documentation, code analysis, and decomposition capabilities that is provided by Amazon Q, and gives clear understanding of their own application landscape, right? So some of the pitfalls that we have seen with emergence of this trend is vibe coders. So there's a term called vibe coding, right? So vibe coding is just basically people with not sufficient software development or software design knowledge, just, the fact that AI has, even the playing field, you can just come as someone would probably, it's just as good as knowing how to speak and write English. If you can write something, the code can generate code for you. And because you don't know the principles that are behind software design or software development, you can just put all of those things that the AI has generated and then push it out there. What the risk that comes with is that your code is always susceptible to hacks and DDoS attacks. So vibe coders, right, as we call them, are highly likely to ship spaghetti codes, right, to production, which, if we are not careful, if that happens within your own production environment, can break a lot of things or can expose your application to different kind of attacks, right? And then, as you can see with the tweet just beside the presentation here, you can see someone, putting up a meme with the caption, launching an app on Twitter you vibe coded over the weekend as a non-technical person. So you can see that you only have one legitimate users, but then you have people trying to hack your API, and your servers are just out there, and that is something they can do. So if you don't have security layers, right, within your application, because you know that it's something that you need to do according to principles of system design or software development, right, you wouldn't be able to think about it because you don't know. Do you understand? So you have to, we have to make sure that we are responsible enough to put all of this in check before we start pushing our application, our codes to a production environment. So what does the future of software development look like? We know we are going to be as a matter of fact, I've started seeing some tools use self-healing, right? Basically AI that auto patches vulnerabilities within its own code. So it tries the code, it checks it, and make sure there's no vulnerability. And then also we're going to be seeing a lot of stuff happening in quantum space, where we can now begin to use AI to optimize algorithms for quantum computing. And then the fact that AI is now a thing, and every aspect of government, private sectors, everybody is concerned and wants to know things about it. We are going to be having ethical guardrails and different regulatory frameworks to guide the use of AI generally. So what are the key takeaways that we can take away from this presentation? Is one, AI is a collaborator and not a replacement. Even as a QA tester, it's not here to replace you. It can only help your work faster. Just see it as you doing your work on steroids, right? Steroids is not, doesn't have to do with drugs. You understand what I mean? So another thing is that you can now begin to prioritize security. And another key takeaway is that we should prioritize security and ethics all the time as we're developing AI. And then the third thing is to embrace the trend like agentic AI, but we have to stay grounded to the principles and knowledge that governs our space, right? So that will be all from me. Thank you, everyone. You can have questions if there's any.
Thank you so much, Ezekiel. I think this has been very informative, especially on the agentic AI section. I think that is where we're moving to, or where we're already at, especially in
Yeah,
testing.
we're there already.
Yeah, we're there already. Yeah, especially in testing. Especially in testing, when we're doing automation, of course, agentic AI comes in very handy. There's a question that there's someone who's asked here, Martin Maina. I'm not sure if you're able to see it. Yeah. So he's saying, let's assume for a moment that I'm a vibe coder who is building and deploying full working applications using AI. What sort of security issues does this bring? Is it an issue of AI generating too much code that is longer than required? Or is it an issue of generating code with a malware or bug?
Yes, so an example that I can give is, say you're writing an application code, and then maybe when you're developing the API endpoint itself, you're not factoring, limiting requests, right? So if you do necessarily, when you're prompting the AI, it's not one of those first things that it would put into consideration. But you as a software developer would know that, okay, you need to put this into consideration when you're developing your APIs, right? So if you don't do requests or rate limiting, if you expose that API, at the end of the day, someone can just decide that they want to send 1 million requests to your application. And what does that do to your application? It's going to crash it, right? So those are like the things that you need to consider, you know. But the point about vibe coding being an issue is that the people who really do vibe coding are people who don't really understand software development principles. So they don't know that these are the things that they need to put in place to serve as guardrails and to make their application or software, whatever it is they're building, reliable, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if that answers that question.
Martin, just confirm, I think there's also a section where you said we stay grounded. We use it, but we stay grounded.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Use it, but stay grounded.
Okay, guys, send in your questions. Again, if you have any other question or you think of any other questions, we'll handle it in the panel discussion. Ezekiel, thank you so much. I don't see any additional question.
Thank you.
You can still send in your questions. So we'll take a short break before we move into the hands-on section by Emmanuel. We'll have a Kahoot. Again, as we had mentioned, the winners of the Kahoot will get awarded. We have quite a range of awards. You can either get an ICQB voucher, some percentage of your ICQB exam. You can get some free courses from Kiwami Tech. You will also be eligible for courses in from Essai, being offered by Essai. And there are another section of guys who get free lunch from Test Community. So I'll move it to June. June, you can start our Kahoot so that we can move from there.
Right, thank you so much, Jackie. We also have a question, but for Sally, I think. This is for Sally. Sally, are you still with us? It says data takes a significant from Nyabuto, that first name. Yes, yes. Data takes a significant amount of effort in AI and machine learning. What are some of the best practices for preparing test and validation data for LLM models? As we wait on Sally, yeah, we can continue.
That will be answered in the afternoon session.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. We will note it down because it's in the chat. We don't want it to get lost. Yes, so continue sharing about the conference. We are doing great so far. We are 10:52. I hope you haven't You haven't gotten tired yet. I know staying in a meeting for this long, it's almost 2 hours. It is not easy. It is not easy at all. Yesterday, we were using ChatGPT wisely with Jackie when we were Googling, how do you stay in a virtual meeting for how many hours? 9 to 4. That is how many hours? You see, even ChatGPT has made us, we can't even calculate things with our minds. What is 9 to 4? How many hours, Jackie? Or 10?
7.
10? No.
7.
Oh, 7 hours. You see, I can't even calculate that with my mind. So yeah, so we were Googling about that. So please wake up, go take a cup of tea as we set up Kahoot. Go get your mug of coffee, like some of us who like coffee. Go get a snack as we continue preparing the Kahoot over here. Continue chatting what you do, because we know we have new people who have been joining us as we've been continuing. So you can continue chatting what you do, how many years of experience. I had taken the cap of 13, but I think right now people have joined who have like 20. I'm very sure maybe Ibi, Princess Ibi Ronke, Yekini. I think I've said that properly. Has like over 20 years, and we can't wait for her session at around 11:30 EAT. Yes, so I'm preparing the Kahoot as we speak.
Yeah, so just share your I mean, the number of experience that you have, what you do. You can also add your LinkedIn profile so that we can connect with you and people can connect with you. So keep posting. I can see we have more people who come in. Louise Mocha, you can just tell us how many years of experience you have. We're trying to beat June's 13 years of experience. She's currently holding that title, so we are trying to beat that. So you can just share your years of experience and what you do, and also your LinkedIn profile for people to connect with you. Yeah.
Yes. So coming up, the questions are interesting. Very interesting questions. So yes, actually beginning now. So yes, as Jackie said, we are, this is for prizes, right? Right, Jackie?
Yes.
So as I start this, people need to take this seriously. Okay, also have fun as well. Have a little bit of fun. It's not all about prizes at the end of the day. Also have some fun as well. All right, so you can join. Please join. Yes, the game pin is 106338, the one above over here. So let's join. I'm waiting for you guys so that we can start this. Yay, people are joining. Continue joining, guys. Prizes coming along. Waiting for more people. We're around 50. Right, Jackie? We're around... Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'll continue waiting for more people before we begin. And hoping you will join with the... Someone has joined with Ruth Thomas to go. Kenyans.
Yeah, we understand it, but we will not speak about it.
I know. So in order for us to be able to award you the gift after, it would be great to join with the same name that you have actually logged in on Zoom, right? So that we can be able to trace the same name. Yeah. So some of the names, and also when we get the results at the end, please take a screenshot after as well. But we'll also know the results as well, so don't worry about that. All right, 1 more minute for guys to join. Continue joining, guys. Continue joining. We are at 20. At least let's get to 30 before I start it. It's gonna be a fun.
How they can join?
Have you
Kahoot
gotten
link.
any prompts? Sorry.
So in the chat, there's a prompt. It says June is inviting you to use the Zoom app from Kahoot. Just click on open. For those who are asking on the link.
Yes.
And just confirm you're able to.
Yes. We are at 21. Continue joining, guys. And also this tests on speed, right, Jackie? It tests on the speed as well, speed of responding.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so you might know the answer, but speed.
So you can join. Let me just share with you guys the link if you can't see the prompt.
Yeah, we're at 22. Continue joining, guys. Yeah, at least let's get to 30. We have we only have 2 Kahoots. So we have this one, and after the 2 sessions after this, before lunch hour, we have the next one as well. So, and this is the only time that we're going to get in order to get some prizes, like some good prizes. When you hear us talk about Chess Community, Essai International, and Kiwami Tech and ICTQB, we're waiting for them to also present to us later on. We have some exciting prizes that we'll also talk about towards the end of the conference. So join. We can't get 30. We are at 27. 3 more people. Jackie, do you want to win for yourself?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to join in and win. That's a very good idea.
Oh yeah, because you're part of the people giving us gifts, so you can't win the gift yourself.
I can also win. I can gift myself.
All right. Okay, we are at 30. Okay, I see 31. What do you guys need more time? Maybe check the chat, Jackie, to see, because I can see if people still joining. We're at 32. Still need more time. Like a minute.
Let's wait for a minute. Then
okay. All right. And I can see guys also dropping at the same time, joining, dropping. Don't drop. Yes.
Yeah, we need 3 more people and then we can start.
Yeah.
Can get 35.
Yeah, we are at 32 right now. 33. Amazing.
Need 2 more people. I've shared the link with the pin in case you don't see the pop-up. Need 2 more people. Okay. Someone who's asking that we wait.
Okay.
Okay. We're giving it a minute, an extra minute, and then we start. We need 1 extra person as we wait for Ketu. Okay.
Yeah, we are at 33. We are at 33. We are at 33.
33. Ketu, should we start? We'll wait for you on the next one.
Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah, we can start.
Okay. All right. Get ready. Have your mouse ready to start clicking. There we go. So what does QA stand for? Okay, SQA, QA. Yes. You can also join as you continue, by the way. The game pin is still down here, 106. All right. So 25 people got it right. Let's go on. And who? Royal Diadem. I hope I have pronounced that properly. Second question. This one is kind of hard, but it is still fine. All right. 6 people got this correct. 6 people got this correct. All right. Let us see. Oh, tea. We were talking about coffee. There's someone called tea. Fun fact, how many bones are babies born with? You were once a baby. All of us, we were babies before. Jackie, weren't you a baby at one point?
Yes, I think I was, but I'm not sure. I was born grown.
Guys, babies have 300 bones. They're tiny like that, 3 point something kgs. But yeah, T is still on the lead. What type of testing doesn't execute codes? This one, almost everyone answered. Nice. All right. So 9 people got it correct. It's static testing. T does not want to relent. He or she has decided they're going home with this. BDD scenarios. Which language is for BDD scenarios? Behavior-driven development. Now, for those who don't know, you can still guess. You never know. Yes, it's Gherkin. The answer is Gherkin. Oh my, T. I'm very sorry, T. It's now mocha. There's a coffee called mocha, right? Right, Jackie?
Yes. And there's someone called Mocha.
The actual
Lewis.
name.
Yeah. Lewis, you can just turn on your camera while we're at it. Say hi to us.
Yes, although Postman cannot be used for test automation, but yeah. Let us see if Mocha is still. All right, Mocha. Or it's Lewis. Lewis Mocha.
Yes.
Or is it Mocha? What
Mocha.
percentage of the brain is water? Do you know if you have water in your brain or you just think it's... Apart from learning about testing, we're also learning about ourselves. 73%, so 11 people got it right. Yes, so your brain, as you can see it, 73% of it is water. So you need to drink your water. Mocha is still, Okay, this one, yeah. People with 5 years experience, 6 years experience. Jackie, maybe you should have answered this one.
I think this one needs a 12-year experience.
Right. Oh, wow. 17 people got it right. Oh, you guys are amazing. It's Bharat that now is leading. Mocha, what's going on, Lewis? What's the purpose of regression testing? Nice. 25 people got this right. Amazing. You guys are doing extremely well. Let us see if, Bharat is still in the leads. Still in the nail. What is not a principle of software testing? This one feels more like an STQV question, and we will talk more about STQV at around 1 p.m. and what ICQB offers. Amazing. 8 people got it right. Mocha, you need to give people some space. What organ in your body is the heaviest? Yep, 13 people got it right. It is your skin. Yes, your skin is an organ. Jackie, I hope you knew your skin is an organ. Quintin Odongo. All right. Jackie, I hope you knew that.
No physics, not biology.
Yeah, what testing type focuses on speed?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Users, business testers.
28 people got this correct. Amazing. All right, all right. What's a key benefit of automation? Great. Yes, it is for faster feedback. Quentin has decided he's going to be in the leads. All right. Yes, which country has the largest population in the world? I think you guys need to know this. And this is our last question, which crowns it all. We talked about LLMs today. Yes, yes, yes. Quentin, number 3. And Mocha, number 2. And number 1. Yeah, let's see. Bharat. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. And also we'll be looking at number 5, 6, and 7, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So we have noted this, and I also have the results. So we'll share as well. We'll share at the end of almost to the end of the conference. So thank you guys for participating. That was so much fun. Back to you, Jackie, to introduce the next speaker.
Yeah, I hope everyone has had fun. Congratulations to the 3. Ensure you take a screenshot so that we can be giving you the awards after. So our next speaker is going to take us through the hands-on bit of testing of LLMs. I think as of now, we've known how to come about the LLMs. We've seen how AI can be integrated or incorporated into software development lifecycle. So now basically we want to see quality assurance analysts actually doing the testing of these LLMs which have been created. So we have Emmanuel Rono in our midst. He's a consultant at Cat Lake Hub. He is currently doing his master's in software engineering at JQuat. His current job is basically testing of these LLMs. We hope you guys are going to benefit from this session. I know I will, because I have not interacted with testing of LLMs. So we really look forward to having the session. Emmanuel, whenever you're ready, just share your screen. Of course, we want to see you so that we can say hi to you when we meet you. So whenever you're ready, just share your screen and also share the presentation. We are looking forward to the hands-on session. We can see the whole presentation. Maybe you can put in presentation mode. Then you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just give me a minute. Let me just share my screen.
If anyone has tested LLMs, maybe you can drop your name, what the LLM model that what the language model that you're testing does. Yeah, you can keep us informed so that we also know Olama. Okay, good.
So, well, which screen are you seeing on your side?
Right now, we are seeing LLM building cycle.
Okay. So, sorry guys, I'm confused with the number of screens that I have on my view. So, yeah, I think that is okay now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction, and you'll allow me not to share my video because of one reason. There's an LLM that we are testing currently in running the backend, and it's due for today. And I'm using a CPU. I'm not using a GPU, so it's resource intensive. So it may mess up things. But
Okay, that's
nonetheless,
fine.
yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. And because of time, allow me to get straight into the hands-on guide. So Sally has introduced us to basically something very important, that is building LLMs, and that is a very key thing actually, because when you're getting into the industry and you want to test the LLMs, there's a lot of things that is in place. There's a lot of things that's in place because if you can see in my screen, I've just a snippet into the LLM building cycle. There's a lot. And for us to get an agent, for us to get something to interact with as end users, there's a number of things that has to happen. So Sally left us in model evaluation and just optimizing the performance of the model. But I just want to pick from this particular place, agent creation. So once a model has been created, and has been tested, that's been trained, when you're training a model, you divide your data set into training set and also a testing set. Once that is done, you've achieved the accuracy that you desired based on that, subject to that particular test and training data set. You now come in to build an agent. So this agent is basically an environment that the end user, or rather the testers, not the end user, but the tester interact with it, so that you can be able to provide data to inform something called the reinforcement learning. It's going to provide data for the reinforcement learning. Now, so one of the things that we normally do when you're testing an LLM, because remember, LLMs are domain specific. When I say they're domain specific, they're basically used in different fields. So you'll find that there's an LLM that is used to perform, a coding LLM. There's an LLM for medicine. So a lot of people participate in testing an LLM. So it depends on the domain that you're doing. So, but the key thing of testing an LLM, also a generative and a Gen AI model, is basically by prompt engineering that particular model. That is actually the best way to do that, to test the model, because we are testing the model to ensure that we achieve accuracy in results. So we perform the prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is the first testing phase. The next testing phase is basically the unit testing and integration testing. Name them. All of those things can be also done on the later stages of model before the model is deployed, or rather deployed for the end users. Then, of course, after testing that and ensuring that we have the load testing and user testing, we perform the model iterations. That is basically try to refine the model. If it's an unsupervised learning, we have it trains itself. If it's unsupervised learning, supervised learning, we use the data from the testing, from the prompt engineering. We use it to fine tune that particular model. Then after model iterations, we deploy the model, and this is also a reiterative statement. This is like the callback. Yeah, if you understand programming, this is like now the callback, because model iteration will always be called back every now and then, just to perform the testing and perform the testing. And of course, there's post release monitoring and the sort. Now, I was telling, I'm forgetting the name. And so when you're testing the model, understanding the fact that we have a lot of models, we have multimodal models. Multimodal models are basically models that process and generate outputs across multiple domains. So talk about models that generate text to images, models that handle audio, that handle video, that handle some rich interactions. These are multimodal LLMs. Then we also have some computer vision LLMs. These are basically models that try to interpret visual data. It does object detections, image generation, and there is computer vision LLMs. And there's also a reinforcement learning LLMs. I think that reinforcement is a generic thing that can be used even in the multimodal LLMs, the computer vision LLMs. But just for this particular presentation, the reinforcement learning LLMs these are models that learn to make some optimal decisions. So this is basically they use something called a reward system. They try and error. They use trial and error system just to heal themselves, and also reinforce themselves to achieve the optimal performance. Now, of course, we have the robotics LLMs as well. These are models that integrate AI with robotics. And these are mainly used for autonomous movements, used for manipulations, and interaction with the physical world. And finally, we have the NLBs, and this is something that I want to touch on. I want us to test this. So the reason as to why I've listed all of this is because each and every model here have their own testing cycle, their own testing approaches, their own testing parameters, as we're going to see. But because I have 30 minutes, I'm going to be talking about NLB, because I think this is something that it's so common to each and every one of us, and this is something that it also interacts with the user, because sometimes the fictional LLMs, sometimes you don't interact with that, because if you try to see ChatGPT, which is an agent, sometimes you can tell it to, in a premium fashion, you can tell it to generate images. So it uses a fictional LLM, but we actually interact with NLP. So NLP is very important, and they are very, very high. So NLPs generate human language. They perform tasks like translations, talk about summarization, talk about question answering, talk about text classifications. Those are the kind of things that NLP does. So allow me to get quickly to testing fair prompt engineering. So as I said, the key thing to testing, there's a lot of ways you can be able to test a model, but today I'm going to talk about testing fair the prompt engineering. And each and every one of us are prompt engineers, but the difference is the code. When you're chatting with your chat GPT, and remember I said that GPT is an agent, and the model that runs the GPTs, GPT-4, GPT-3, talk about them. So when you're testing, when we are testing, we are testing that when you're testing, we're testing for iteration. We're not testing for we're testing for iteration. So that basically means the motivation for prompt engineering is to ensure that we try to see the model performance under some circumstances. Now, so prompting is a process of engaging with an AI-backed agent through a chat. This is basically using a test phase, and it informs our reinforcement learning, or rather model fine-tuning, if you can perhaps use that particular word. So when you're testing for iteration, or testing for performance improvement, you must have a deep understanding of the LLM capabilities. So in other words, you have to have domain expertise. I have interacted with testers. I've personally had the chance to be a reviewer of testers, and I've seen people testing models that is not in their domain. You find someone who's into software engineering testing a model for medicine. You find someone who did nursing testing a model to do coding. I mean, it doesn't make sense, and that is so common. So people are using another agent to basically test other agents. You find someone using ChatGPT to test, let's say, agent X and Y, and that sometimes that is so bad, because GPT itself is also still iterating. So if you use GPT to test another model, you're basically producing another GPT in another model, and each and every model has their own calls. So you have to have a deep understanding of the LLM capabilities. And by this, I mean that just understand that you just have to have the expertise. Now, so I want us to proceed to the first step in testing an LLM. So I really intend to be practical as possible in this particular presentation. So let us proceed to prompting the particular model. So I've said that we're going to be focusing on prompting to ensure accuracy. Now, so every time when you're given a model, you've given an environment, a testing environment, and you've been given an agent. You've been given an agent that is able to run. You've been given a number of options to test from. There's something that first you have to understand, that what am I doing? What am I doing? So you have to understand what is the prompt categories that I'm handling in this particular model before you even begin your testing. So there's something called an open QA. Open QA is a question that challenges the model to think deeply. So in these particular models, what we normally do, we devise questions or prompting that challenge the model to reason, not just reasoning, but deep reasoning. We want the model to invoke its senses. I know that model does have senses, but its capabilities, we're testing the capabilities of that particular model. So this particular question must be phrased in form of a question. It must be phrased in the form of a question, because this is going to inform you as a tester of what you're going to test, what you're going to use to charge that particular model. Now, there's something called closed QA. This is something that have a reference text. So you're basically aligning the model to a specific reference text. So give a model any specific text, and then you tell him, you ask a question about that particular reference text that you have passed into that particular question. So when you're prompting, let's say, good example will be based on this article, what is the future of AI in testing? And then you must provide that particular document. Some agents, some AI models, remember these are models, so you have to just copy that particular reference text and you paste it to the model. Models sometimes doesn't have the abilities to search the internet or to serve the internet, so you have to provide that particular reference text, and that is also going to inform your decisions, because when you provide a reference text to a model, when you're testing that particular model, because you've confined it, you're going to use that as a judgment methodology for that particular model, if it's truly working well. Models sometimes when you're doing a closed QA, we don't want the model to use the data set that was trained with, but we want the model to use its intelligence to basically reason and think based on particular things that you've given to that model. Now, there's another type of category of prompting, that is classification. So these are questions that these are prompts that you give to a model to particularly group items into specific categories. And I want you to note something. You must list what categories that you're using. So if your categories aren't specific, you must be able to define them. Remember, we are testing the model for performance. We're testing the model to reiterate, to inform our fine tuning. So we have to give that particular classification. This retrieval, this is another category, very important category actually. It's used to determine if the model has the ability to return relevant analysis or information based on the query that is particularly given. And this is mostly applicable in business analytics. If you're doing business analytics and the sort, such kind of models. Talk about a model that you give it a graph, that you tell it what is the future of, let's say, AI, or rather IoT, based on this particular analysis. So the model should be able to retrieve that particular analysis and give you that particular answer. It's more or less the same with extraction, but in extraction, it includes a reference text. But now in an extraction, the difference between extraction category of a prompt with closed QA is basically both of them, you give them a reference text, but the entities from the piece of text, for instance, you've given it an example of a let me just find that. Let me just give me a minute. Let me share this screen. Let me share an example of I wanted to share something. I wanted to share. Are you seeing my screen? Tell me which screen are you seeing?
Yes, we can see. We can see, but we can't see the PPT or. Can just see your wallpaper. Yeah.
I just removed the presentation. I wanted to share something here. So I'm saying, when you want to particularly test an LLM, and you want to, let me just stop sharing so that I can just reshare one more time. I want to share with you a particular screen, a particular example of what I mean by that. So back to sharing. You should now be able to see my screen. Right, let me share this particular screen. Now, so I just had something, a random page here. The text of this particular is now you're giving your LLM a prompt, and you've given this particular this is a particular a link basically, and you want your model to You want your model to extract information. Now, when you're testing this, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Now, so you want the model to basically generate an acumen on this particular line of code or this particular line of statement. Remember, you've given it this whole, the whole of this particular link, but you want it to maybe just give what is the reliance of recommended testing tools. So the model should be able to come here and be able to give you this particular analysis based on this particular statement. So that is something called extraction. So I'm going to also demonstrate how to do that. And and guys, let me tell you something. It's not rocket science, as you can tell. But what makes a difference between an LLM tester and any other kind of tester is what we are going to learn in the next slide. Let me just proceed back to my next slide. Just proceed to my next slide here. Right, thank you. Thank you. So this is what I want to share now. Now, what makes a difference between a tester of LLM and the end user is the call and also the motivation behind the testing. Because if we go to the mindset, a mindset of a tester, so very important, very important. What separates a tester and the end user is the mindset of that particular tester. And remember, I said that before that agent is released to the end user, we have to have months and months of testing. And one thing, this testing is normally not done by a person. It's done by like thousands and thousands and thousands of people, because people have different personalities, people have different interactions, and people have different preferences as well. Now I know I'm saying that time is much gone. Now, this is the most critical part. This is the most critical part. Each and every prompt must be natural. So because you're a tester, you must be in the shoes of the actual chatbot user. You must be in that particular shoe. This is a must. It's not. This is something that we don't compromise. If you can't be in that shoes, in fact, you can't even test the model. You'll rather just go home and relax and do your own stuff. If you can't be in that particular shoes. Now you have to also avoid some unnatural constraints. Someone is asking a GPT, a model, I want you to just see this hypothetical statement. I am a first year student at XYC University. I have a background in engineering. I want to transition into quality assurance. Please guide me on how to learn, what to learn, so that I can be a good quality assurance engineer in 6 months. Oh, there's a lot of constraints. Remember, the mindset here is your mindset here is to test the reasoning of that particular model. So you have to avoid the constraints. We're going to see that in the next slide. In fact, let me just go to that slide so that we can proceed. Now, when you give such a lot of constraints or a lot of background information, I am so and so, this is me, I want to learn Q and the sort, that is not important for training a model. I mean, what is the difference if you ask your model to give me a guide to learn QA in 6 months? At least you have parameters that can be tested. You're going to see that as we proceed. So if there's a lot of unnecessary information, and this is something that we normally see in the end user, the user will go there and just ask the model that. But for you as a tester, you have to be very specific because you're testing the model. So when you are writing the prompt, you want to avoid a lot of constraints, and also you want to write a code prompt, not a simple prompt as well, and also not an artificial prompt. For instance, a code prompt will be, what are the major events in, let's say, such a name that inspired Charlie and Chocolate Factory, include the years. This is a code prompt. Why? Because it has constraints, that's parameters that can be tested. A very bad prompt will be, what is the author of XYZ book, Chocolate Factory book. A bad prompt will be trying to map out something interesting for my dad class. A lot of things I've just underlined that. A lot of information that even you as a person in a bore, you just get bored reading that particular prompt. So you have to understand that that is part of the mindset. Prompt examples also varies based on the particular category, because in a closed QA, there's also some good, bad, and also two artificial prompts. Maybe I can share the resource later. You can just go through that. For instance, according to the following study, what is the future of AI in testing? Well, that is a good prompt. But a bad prompt will be, what is the future of testing? Well, this is a closed QA. You've given it a test for reference, but also you're asking it a general topic. You want to be more specific because there are some of the parameters that we're using to test the LLM performance to ensure that this LLMs is fit for the end user. So if you just give it, what is the future of testing, and you give it that reference link, so what? Now, look at this. According to the following study, that is something that is testable in an AI model. According to the following study, that means it's a closed QA. We want to ensure that this particular model can be able to confine itself to that particular provided text reference. Because if you give it a too simple, what is the future of AI in testing, and you give it a reference, you have no roles to, you have no power to penalize that particular model if it uses the data that was used to train that to make the decision or to give you the answer to that particular model. There's another one in classification model, the same thing. You can just come and check on that as well. Now, let me just go quickly. Now, so step one is to have the mindset of a tester when you're testing. Have the mindset of a tester, and understanding what the user has to do. Now, I want us to go to the next step. Once you've identified, you've known how to generate prompts to test a model, you will want to go to now write a rubric that is going to be used to test that model. Very important. And this is where you're going to see the essence of us having a quality prompt to any particular model. Now, a rubric is a parameter that is used to check the correctness of an LLM response. And I call it's subjective to the prompt. So when I say it's subjective to the prompt, I mean that this is not absolute. What do we mean by absolute? This is something that is confined to that particular prompt by itself. Do you understand? It's subjective. Let me. If you see an example of a classification prompt of not 11. Let me just use closed Q. According to the following study, that statement itself is closing the model to the reference text. Very, very important. So that makes very important. That subject the prompt to that particular response. Now, there are some key things that also want to understand when you're writing a rubric, so that you ensure that you will release an LLM that is very important. Number one is it has to be binary. So a rubric that you write that is used to test the model. So a rubric, I'm going to tell you what a rubric. I've said what a rubric is. It's just the parameters that you use to check the LLM response. Now, the rubric that you write should be binary. What do you mean by binary? You understand binary 0 is 1. That means it has to be either true or false. It has to be that. Let me give you an example of a rubric. We first a question: what are the 3 appropriate QA frameworks to start with as a beginner? I have a background in Java. Now, if you see this particular prompt, what are the 3 appropriate QA frameworks to start with as a beginner? I have a background in Java. Okay. what should be the rubric of that particular prompt. I want you to mark that. We're going to write an example of a rubric in the next slide, and you're going to see everything. Now, the rubric that you write should also be objective. That means it should be 75% plus. The 75% of the people should agree with that particular rubric. You understand? So this is basically used to test the response of that particular prompt. So if you give a prompt that's to an LLM, the response should be able to be accepted by 75% of the population of the people. Now, a rubric should be specific as possible. You remember we are testing an LLM to its accurateness. In fact, we're trying to achieve like over 90, 99, something like that accuracy in a model. Sometimes it's not possible because of the dynamics, but it will be specific as possible. Your rubric is not, there's no discussion in this. It has to be very specific. In fact, if you find a rubric that's not specific, we don't let that particular rubric. In a testing environment, if you find a junior tester writing a rubric that is not specific, you just flag that and you let them just go back and test and write the rubric one more time. Another thing is the criteria include, it should include potential answers. So for instance, let us proceed so that you can see an example of a rubric. Now, a good example of a rubric. Now, I want us to get to this prompt. What are the 3 appropriate QA frameworks to start with as a beginner? I have a background in Java. Now, so if you read this particular prompt, there's 2 things, there's 2 parts of this particular prompt. Number 1 is you have to see the prompt. There's a letter of the prompt. The letter of the prompt. When I mean, what do I mean by the letter of the prompt? The letter of the prompt is the explicit requirements of that particular prompt. What is the explicit requirement of this particular prompt? Then there's the spirit of the prompt. What is the implicit requirements of that particular prompt? What is the things that this prompt says and it needs explicitly, and what is the other things that says that it needs implicitly? Now let's go back and see this. What are the 3 appropriate QA frameworks? Something that's in the letter of the frame of this particular prompt, or rather the explicit requirement is it needs 3 frameworks. Number 1, explicit thing. Number 2 is that it only needs QA framework. So if you give me Python, is Python a framework, a language, right? It's true, yes, but my prompt required a framework. Of course, a framework is built on top of a language, but you have to give me that particular frameworks. Now, number 3, something that is also very explicit is you're a beginner, right? So you also have the prompt should give beginner-friendly frameworks, and of course, this is subjective. We understand as developers. That is why we need domain expertise, because when someone say a QA framework to start with as a beginner, for instance, the prompt may give you, let's say, a unit. That one, maybe to me is easy, for you it's perhaps very hard, right? And also there's some frameworks that can't just perform without the other frameworks, right? Because if you're using TestNG, for instance, you also have to have some other frameworks that works together, for instance, right? So you have to also determine that. So for this, you will be lenient with the beginner because it's subjective. Now, I have a background in Java. That is not explicit. That is implicit, because the prompt should be able to reason. Remember, we're testing the reasoning capability of the model. It should be able to give us frameworks that is appropriate and that is in Java as well. Now, I think that is well stated. So, I hope you've learned how to write the prompt. I'm seeing that time is much gone. I hope that you've learned how to write that particular prompt. We are going to give a run on how to write the prompt, but you've understood that. Now, so test run and rating. Now, once we've written the prompt, this next step, we've written the rubric. Now, when we've written the rubric, we're now done with the prompt. The prompt is none of our business at this particular point. When our focus is now the prompt, the next step is now the rubric. So this is the response should mirror the rubric. It should not mirror the prompt. You understand that? What we're dealing from here is now the rubric itself, because it's very specific. Now, so you do the prompting and then you read the response. Prompts, of course, they are rated very well. They have to be rated. Number one, a rule when you're doing the testing of LLM, we rate the prompts. The category of the prompts is this prompt rateable. Number two, we also have to ensure that we have to ensure that if this is rateable, that means it has some rubrics attached to it. Someone may ask a simple prompt. That one we won't take a simple prompt. That is none of our business. We're just going to flag that, and we require something that is testable. That is something that is rateable. That can be written. That something that you can write around 5 to 7 rubrics. That prompt. Now, so when you're testing an LLM, we normally test it in the sense of a binary approach, as I said before. It should either be a no issue or a major issue. Of course, there are some other things in between. There's minor issues, or rather, there's a minor issues in between. But our aim is to ensure that this prompt is either having a major issue, nothing in between. Now, minor issue response scatters up for 75% of the model response. So, for instance, if there's a minor issue, it means that the response of this particular prompt can be agreed upon by 75% of the people, number one. And number two, the 75% of the response is correct. For instance, if we ask the GPT to give us like three frameworks to learn in QA, and you've given it should be in Java frameworks. When the model gives us, rest assured, when the model gives us test ng, the model give us the unit, the model give us another framework, let's say Cypress. Cypress is for JS, right? So 75% is correct. That means there's some minor issues, but that included another framework that is not part of Java, the spirit of the prompt. Now, once we're done with that, once we're done with running the test and just prompting and analyzing that, there are some other rating dimensions for an LLM, very important. Number one, we rate an LLM based on instruction following, and that is why I say that every time when you're running an LLM, you want to ensure that we are now not dealing with the prompt. We're now dealing with the rubrics, as I said, because the rubric is going to help us to the next stage of the testing process. That is the response of the prompt going in line with the instructions, and these instructions is basically subject to the rubrics that we've written. How is the truthfulness of this particular? If I can just maybe just from me, actually, I think the best thing I can do is just to give us an example of a try run. Give me a minute to just go to that particular phase. Right. Now, just a minute. How many minutes do I still have? Please tell me so that I may not do my own things here.
So you have 5 more minutes,
Oh, 5 more minutes. Oh, sorry.
including Q&A. Yeah. Okay.
If I have 5 minutes, okay, thank you. Now I'm sharing this. So I hope you're seeing this particular. This is a whole model. This is a whole rubric for testing this particular model. I can share this with you after this. But when you're testing the model here for instruction following,
You can zoom in.
all right. Just make sure. Sorry about that. Let me just reset that. Let me just transfer that topic screen and come to this particular screen so that I can zoom it very well. So these are documentations I'll share later.
Okay.
So when you're testing the LLM for instruction following, these are the things that you basically follow. So the response follows most of the instruction from the prompt, all prompt instruction. Okay, I'm going to share this with you later. Now, I want you to see an example of a prompt here. Let me share another screen here. I want So if you want to come and explore some of the LLMs, if you're not someone who is not maybe in a working environment and you want to just practice testing LLMs, just come to Hacking Face. And when you come to Hacking Face, you're going to see a number of models here. All of these are models that are free for testing. They're free for testing. All of these models are free for testing. You can be able to come and perform some testing here. So it basically depends. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes,
So it
we
depends on
can.
if you want to test a multimodal LLM, just come here. You want to test a computer vision model, just come to the subcategory. Want to test text to image, you find all of these are models that you can be able to test here. And you can see they are just being updated almost daily and daily. Just come to this particular model. If you want to test, this is one of the places that you can practice testing. But this one, so you see this one is having an inference provider. So you want to find also models that have inference providers. And what I mean by inference providers is they have deployed that particular model and you can be able to test through them or refer them. And there's a number of inference providers. I'm seeing this is okay. You can just come and see that. Now you can interact with this model here and play around this model here. So another thing, you can just come and explore the model. I'm going to share this as is. For instance, for case we are testing the an NLP models, and so just come to maybe text generation models and also explore them. You can also be able to reproduce these particular models, because if you want to, maybe if you find a model like say Perplexity AI that is not particular, you can just come and use this particular. You can just come and use this model, and you deploy it in your. There's something called an LLM Studio. And this is something that allows you to it's a downloadable application that comes and utilizes your CPU to run this particular models on your computer locally, but it's very resource intensive. Now another place that you can put to come and test the models, if you're someone who is not in the industry as well, is this particular place. It's a chat arena of models. You can come and explore a lot of models. For instance, there's a prompt that I just want to answer, because you just for model testing, it can take months of days of presentation. But I want to test a particular. Now, so I want you to come to this is a chat arena. You can test a lot of models. If you're in a working environment as well, the company should provide for you access to premium models for testing, maybe compare with your models. So once you come to the arena and just choose the model that you want to test here. So you want to test, let's say, a GPT-4 mini or 4 against another model, let's say Pixel, all of these models, and you give it the prompt here. Time is up. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm done here.
Okay.
So when you test this, when you run a dry run of this model, you're going to see whatever that this model is producing. Of course, there's a lot of things that I can inspect here and just tell us a lot of other things, the difference and why we need some recommendation, because I'm seeing a lot of problems with this particular model. And I'm going to share another. I've prepared also something that I'm going to use to. These are the models that I've been testing for some time. So the models that I've tested, and I just come add the model here and just perform testing and run, and the sort. I'm going to share this with you. Otherwise, thank you so much. We can speak a lot about the testing, but I know that there's also next time we're going to talk about it. Thank you. Thank you. Back to
Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you. I know you have so much to share with us. So we'll just get right into the question bit. I think Emmanuel has been able to take us through the journey of how to step by step understand the LLM. And again, he's mentioned that you need to be good at that specific LLM. Like if you're in the medical field and we are testing an LLM relating to the medical field, then it is wise that you actually have a background on the same so that you can be able to give the right prompts and get the right results for the same or fine tune better the model. So would like to have any questions in case anyone has a question before we proceed to the next speaker. I think all the questions that you have will be handled either in the breakout rooms or in the panel discussions, where Manuel will also be there in the breakout rooms later in the afternoon. So without anything further, I think I'd welcome June to take us to the next speaker. In case, guys, you have any questions, again, just put on the Q&A. We will handle it in the breakout rooms. June.
Thank you, Jackie. I think I have a question. Is too much data bad? When you were showing us about the prompts, but that he can definitely answer later when we go to the breakout rooms. So next we have Ikenna Okafo. And Ikenna Okafo is going to be taking us through AI in performance testing, insights on optimal efficiency. Ikenna is a seasoned senior software test engineer with extensive experience in quality assurance, test management, and application integration for clients, server, mobile, and web applications. He's currently a QA engineer at Fido Microcredit, a leading fintech in sub-Saharan Africa. He also leads the Ministry of Testing in Ghana, mentoring aspiring QA professionals as the host of the Test Guy show. He also engages industry experts to share insights and empower tech careers. He's a passionate speaker. Thank you for accepting to be our speaker, Ikenna, and mentor, and he's dedicated to building trust in software and fostering excellence in the tech industry. Welcome, Ikenna.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here. So I want to share my screen, but then I want to say thank you all for having to organize this program. I think this is my second time speaking to people in the East of Africa. Kindly give me a second so I can share my screen if that works. Okay, I don't know why I'm having this, but then do I need okay, I'm trying to share my screen. I don't know if I have permission for that. Am I being able to do that?
You should be able to do that. Yeah, you should be able to share your screen.
Okay, so I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I see. Thank you. Sorry, I would have to kindly go off and come in again because I didn't enable that on my computer. If that works.
Okay, that's fine. So while you're sharing your screen or trying to just to expound, you're going to see how performance testing can be optimized in terms of the tools that are out there. In case you are a skilled performance tester, just put for us on the chat what tool that you use. For me, I just know JMeter, BlazeMeter. I've heard of K6, but I have not interacted with it yet. So just put the tools that you actually use for your load test, so that you can also learn from you guys. I can see, yeah, there's JMeter, Locust, interesting. K6 from Lydia. Second. Okay. I can see Okafor is back. Just allow him to share. Exploring JMeter. Again, I think JMeter is the common one. Which other new tool?
Yes, it's actually the common one.
Yeah.
It's been there for ages.
Can I just confirm that you're good now?
Okay, yes, I just got the permission. Let me see if I can. Good stuff. Okay.
Okay.
Get
Let's
to-
see any other tool. Gatling, I haven't heard of that. Okay. Any other interesting performance test tool? Or mocking, like the mocking tools. I know of smoking, and I've seen Postman. You can also mock your servers using Postman. Especially the mocking tools. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Kina, are you ready?
Yeah, so I'll be joining shortly. Stuff. Okay, so let me share. Can you let me figure see my screen? Mhm. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Take it away.
Okay, let me just put it down here where easier for me to navigate. Okay, so good morning once again, everybody. My name is Ikena, and I'm glad to be here to speak with us on AI performance testing or AI performance testing, the insights on optimal efficiency. So going through the Q&A, I realized that we have people who are thinking of transitioning into testing or QA, and so I'm gonna try to speak on the reason or what performance testing is, what it does, why we do performance testing, and then probably the kinds and types of performance testing. Then we can talk about the AI tools for performance testing and the impact of AI in performance testing. So I have a short story before I go into this as an icebreaker. Last year I was in Uganda for a business trip and also to speak at an event. And 'cause I'm in Ghana. I'm a Nigerian, but I live and reside in Ghana. So I flew from Kotoka International Airport, Ghana, to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. I was thinking, I knew it was not a direct flight, so I got to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And then when we are descending off, or when we're being dropped off from the flight, we are descending out of the flight, you have to walk through a particular corridor or channel to where you can get checked in, and so you can connect to your next flight, right? And the corridor was a very long one. It was very nice, beautiful artworks, well decorated and stuff, and we were just going down there, and it took us close to 10 to 15 minutes, if I'm not exaggerating. It took us because the corridor was a very long walk from where we are to where we can connect our flight. And at the time, because I left in the midnight, I left around 2 a.m. Our flight was 2 a.m. So I arrived in Ethiopia around, I arrived in Ethiopia around 2 actually. So I was taking a flight from 2 to Uganda. So I had to catch up with the next flight, and it was about taking off too. So I had to walk that long distance down to where I will be checked in for the next flight. And I was just thinking, what if somebody was not feeling too well? How would the person walk that long distance? Now, don't get me wrong, the corridor is well decorated. There is art here. There are beautiful things that makes up the place. But then having to walk that distance to where we can get checked in and processed before we get into the next flight. And sometimes I personally, I nearly missed my flight because of the distance and because of how big the airport was. And so that gets me asking, what if there's someone who is not feeling too well? How does a person walk through that particular door, that particular corridor to get to where he or she can connect the flight? Or if someone is old and the flight is supposed to leave, how do you get that person to walk all through that place down to where they can check in to get the next flight? And that comes to what we call, when we talk about performance testing or performance. Now, what is performance testing? How many of you have ever used a product where the product functions very well, the UI is very nice, but it takes time to load? Okay, let me put it this way. I mean, some of us we're old enough to know this. Now we are trying to those times when we have 3G, when you load something, it keeps on loading, taking time to load. And before you get your result, it takes time to load before you, even though the website is working, but the performance of the website is not encouraging. And the truth is, none of you have that time to wait that while. If your banking app takes time to log in, you would not be comfortable with that because you're in a hurry to make a transaction. Imagine you're in a queue and you want to make payment via Momo or via your bank app to in a supermarket or in a mall, and it has to load and load and load before you get into that. That is a concern for you. Now, it is not that the app is not working. The app is working, it's functioning well. It is not that the UI of the app is not nice. It is nice, but then the performance of the app is something you're not so conversant with, and then it takes time for that app to open up and for it to navigate or do whatever thing you need to do in the app. Now, the truth is you would not want to use that, or better still, you will start looking for alternatives. So that is what and why we talk about performance testing. We've come to a place whereby sometimes we don't pay much attention to performance, As long as the app is working, we are good to go. People say, oh, the app is working, let's ship it up, it's working. And we don't take our time to understand what happens after you ship this. Is the app functioning as it should be? So now, that brings us to a point of performance. What is performance? Or what is performance testing? It is the art of experiencing and evaluating the behavior of a software product. Hold on. Now, when we talk about experience, if you tell me, for those who have been to Uganda and I've spoken to them before I even went to Uganda, I asked them, so how is Uganda? How do you, oh yeah, when you get to Ghana, you get to Ethiopia, then you get another flight from Ethiopia to Entebbe airport. That's nice. That's how you get to Uganda. That was what they told me. I didn't experience it. So my whole mind was, oh, when I get to, because the airport here in Ghana, you don't have to walk that long distance, right? Just, oh, get in there, your next flight, your movie, right? Now I'm going to Uganda and I'm shocked. Differences. The airport is smaller in Uganda. Ethiopia has the biggest airport so far. Not as big, Ghana airport is not as big as Ethiopian airport. Now I am going with the mindset that, oh, it should be that simple. When I go in there, I should get here. I never experienced it, even though I heard of it. I was able to talk about this because I experienced the burden because I had to go and come back. So I experienced the burden of having to walk from where the plane dropped us off down to where we'll be checked in for the next flight. It was a long distance. So you cannot talk about performance if you have not experienced the product. Nobody is able to talk about performance. You cannot even understand the product performance if you have not used it, if you've not experienced it, if you've not explored it. So you need to experience, you need to evaluate. So what is performance testing? That experience, that is the user experience. Everything that has to do with user experiencing the app's performance. How do they experience the app? Performance testing is one of the non-functional testing where you get to experience the speed of the app, the durability of the app. So in this regard, how then? So if I say I've shipped the product, yes, it's working fine, but we need users to experience it. When you're testing just you. And when you're only one testing, your experience is limited. But when we are many of us testing, or when we are many users using the product in one time, it is easier for us to understand the behavior of the application. So you cannot justify the behavior of a product if it has not been experienced by many people. And so we'll talk about the types of performance testing though. Now, we heard of something that Amazon, that oftentimes happens, that even Facebook had a crash in their site one time because of the amount of people that came in to sign up on that day. There have been times whereby I've worked in a site where there's a discount sale for Amazon Black Friday, there's a discount sale on something. And because of the way people flooded into the app or into the site, it's crashed. The site could not handle the load of people coming into it. So now the testers perhaps did not anticipate that kind of number, and now it crashed. So performance has to do with experiencing and then evaluating the behavior. You have to evaluate it. You have to say, I have experienced it when it was just 2 users. I'm not experiencing when it was 10 users. So when you experience it, you put up evaluation to that. That gives you an idea of the performance of that application or software product. So the experiencing and the evaluating the behavior of a software product under various conditions. There are so many conditions that can happen. There are many circumstances, there are situations that can happen. So the glory of your product is not only in the fact it works for 2 users. That is not where the glory lies. The glory of your system or your product is in the fact that when it is being tested or when it's being utilized by many users or customers, how would the performance be? Is it durable enough to sustain the amount of traffic that hits it per time? Is it strong enough to scale even when people are hitting daily? If they are making more API calls than required, how is the behavior? How is it being utilized? How do we see the application? How is it going to be, utilized? How are the users going to see the experience? So user experience is very important when you have to talk about performance testing, because in that way, it makes they know that the product is secured enough, even if they come in numbers to use it. So sometimes it also means that when you stretch it, when we say stretching is when we add more users to it. And sometimes when we stress it, when we go beyond what we know it should carry. So all these things we experience and evaluate is what makes up performance testing. You experience it, so nobody can talk about performance testing without experiencing it. Nobody can talk about performance testing without a proper evaluation of what the behavior is when it is being under pressure. So that is why performance testing is very important when it has to do with the testing of a product. It may not be something you do often, like, oh, let's do performance every time. But once in a while, there should be a schedule that you do performance testing. For instance, where I work, we have a schedule to do performance testing. Not every release, but quarterly. So every quarter, we take out time and do a performance test. And one of the ways we also do performance test is also with regards to latency. The latency. Now we compare in the first quarter, it took us 4 seconds to go through the login page to the home screen. Now, every time we build and adding more features in the product, the next quarter, we're going to test, okay, how many minutes after we've added these few features in this product, is the performance still durable? Is it still standardized? Do we still have to log in from login to homepage? Is it still taking us 4 seconds, or it has increased to, let's say, 10 seconds? So performance testing is not what we always do all the time, or let's do performance testing always now. It's been encouraged that it depends on the amount of product or features you're shipping, but it's encouraged that You go through it gradually. When you add more features, you try to run a performance test to confirm that the added features and the growth of the product is also not affecting the usability of the users, the time, the speed, and the durability. Is that clear with us? I don't know if that's making sense to us. Now, we are going to talk about the types of performance testing. Now, load testing, I will explain all these things later. Then that's for the types of performance testing. But one thing again I want to talk about performance testing is, why do you think we conduct performance testing? Why? I think I would probably be okay, can have, don't know how the sessions are do, but then I would prefer if there's maybe a write-up or something people can also either answer or kind of, put in their answers on the chat, that we find. Now, we for those of us who want to join into the QA system or the testing product or testing field, you may have also want to ask yourself, why do we do performance testing? And I said something earlier to you. I said to you, if you ever go to use, have you ever been to a place where you need to make payment and your bank app is not working, or your bank app is taking time to respond? When you are in a situation where you are in their need of a product to use, or you're in their need of a feature to use in the product, and there's so much delay, I tell you, you would find an alternative. If you send a message on WhatsApp and it takes more time for it to send or deliver, two things: you would move from WhatsApp to something else. And I'll give an instance. There was a time WhatsApp was down for a few minutes. The speed at which the stock market for Telegram increased was crazy. People want an alternative. People want something that doesn't waste their time. Customers are not known to waste time or spend time on some things. Customers don't want to spend time say, oh, this app is not working, and they're clicking. No, they want, when I click on this should happen in seconds. They want results in seconds. So because we are working and we are building or creating products for people, for customers or consumers, you need to understand that time is of essence to them. Nobody wants to waste time on an application that is, even though functional, even though the UI looks very beautiful and nice, nobody wants to waste time. We don't care about how beautiful it is. We want optimization. We want it to be fast. I have happened to work in the banking sector before, and I can tell you for a fact, when we are using T24, the UI is shitty. It's very, very not, the UI is shitty. It was built on Java, but I tell you for a fact, they loved it because it was fast. When you build UIs with Web or React and the rest of them, and J and the rest of them, there are stuff you put in, the components, the DOMs, and the rest of them, they are piled up and piled up even there. And then sometimes it lags behind when you're doing stuff like, when you want to do some things, it lags behind. The banks don't care about the UIs. In the banking sector, we don't care about the UIs. We want the speed and the functionality. There is no beauty in it. It's just normal text box, and then buttons. And then it's not beautiful, but because it's able to function well, we want, and it is fast. Imagine the amount of customers banks receive every day. And you're now going to click something and then it's going to load. We don't have that time. So people don't want to waste time on the beauty of a product. They want functionality. They want speed. Sometimes the beauty also matters based on the kind of product you're using, but it does not negate the fact that no matter how beautiful your product is, if the speed and the durability is not there, I can't use it. Users can't use it, no matter how beautiful it is. So the why is in the fact that when your app is in optimal performance, it saves the time of the user and it saves your time. It saves the trust of the user and it also builds trust for you. Because people don't want to waste time talking about, oh, your app is nice, but I can't. Oh, this app is nice, but we can't use it. There are many apps that are very good there, but people don't use them. Why? Because perhaps they don't have a proper performance speed optimization. So people want something that they can be fast with and still be able to get optimal result. That is why we talk about performance test, and it's very important we conduct performance test. Now, we are talking about the types of performance testing: the load, the stress, the endurance, or the soak, the spike, the volume, and the scalability. However, I will explain these ones in the next slide. Load testing. Now look at this man, the man with the load. What comes to mind when you hear load testing? So you evaluate it, the expected workload. For instance, let's say I weigh 50 kg, right? So what can a 50 kg person carry? The load. The amount of load I can carry per time is part of my test. So when I say load testing, it means the amount of load, the amount of impact, the amount of load, the hits, the APIs, the calls, the amount of data, the amount of people that can utilize a product. It's the estimation. So when we are building in our infrastructure, we map out that it's okay for this particular feature. We should be able to scale such that when we have close to 1 million people calling our aid, I don't know if you know, do you know how much time and how much money MTM and these big companies will spend on their infrastructure and their scalability because of the amount of load people hitting them. The amount of time people call MTM APIs, the amount because their APIs are being used by different parties, different companies. So if they don't have a proper performance test to ensure that the load which is being hit on them does not affect. So load testing is the amount of expected workload that can hit us. So when we're doing that, we test by putting up, let's say, okay, then we make an experiment. It's okay. When we want to test, let's say if 3,000 people call this API at the same time, the load, what happens to it? We are testing. So, okay, if something hits, if 5 people hit our endpoint, if they call, let's say key, or it calls because let's say we have a website for this, right? And we are going to, okay, let's say 7 people call kiwamitech.com. If 100 people call kiwamitech.com at the same time, will the app crash? Will it be strong enough to withhold that? That is the load hit on it. Okay, that is load testing. Then in spike testing, the behavior. So when we talk about spike, we talk about, for those of us that know about spike, like something goes above, it goes high. If there's a spike in price, if there's a spike in this thing, what happens? The behavior of the app, when there's a sudden spike, when there's something sudden happens to it, okay, we're expecting 10,000. What if you have 10,100? What is the behavior of the app at that time? So when we have 10,100, what then becomes the behavior of the app at that time? Okay, that is also what we are looking at for. So the behavior of the time of the app or the product at the time, it goes beyond the normal time or normal, expected result we need, the workload. When it goes, that sharp spike is also a part of tests we also conduct to confirm that these things, the behavior of the application per time. Now, volume testing. Volume testing a typical example is, let's talk about our database. So when we put up volume, the volume is about the amount of things, let's say a container, the volume of water a tumbler can contain, right? So you're here to determine the volume of water. When you're pouring water in the cup, the cup shape becomes the volume. So when you keep on pouring water, that is the volume. You're adding water to it to understand the volume of water that a cup can contain. So the same applies to the database. The volume of data or a database can a table can contain or a database can contain. So we're putting up that sometimes you'll say, okay, let's say we have this table should contain 10,000 records. Now you want to confirm that actually this table can actually contain that record. That's the volume testing. You put in to show, okay, if we say the table should contain 10,000, is it really containing the 10,000? Or there's a leakage somewhere where it can contain 9,000, or there's something that makes it not to contain 10,000. So that way we're doing a volume testing, the volume. We have a specific volume and we are trying to be sure that the data entered can fit into that volume. That's a volume testing. The endurance test, which is also known as the soak testing, is about if you see how I carry the load. If the load is heavier than me and I carry it, or the load is the same size with me, if I carry a load, how long can I endure? How long can I hold on till I let the load go? So when we talk about endurance testing, we're talking about holding, how long can our system hold on to the pressure until it breaks up, until it gives up, until something happens to it. So that way we need to know at what point, at what peak are we saying that this guy he has done enough and he's tired. Okay, the load we are giving is, let's say this our system should contain 5,000 requests per time. And now we keep on having 5,000 requests in every millisecond, 5,000, 5,000. At what point will this system break down? How long did it take him to hold on to this 5,000 before he broke down, or even more? So the endurance is about how fast, how long, how much, how can this application or our product sustain the pressure that is coming in from people? That's endurance. Of course, endurance. When you're running, you see you're enduring. When you're running, how much more can you endure? Okay, this morning I went to the gym this morning. So when I was in the gym, I was lifting, then I was actually tired. Then they told me, two more, you're enduring, two more. How much can you endure? Two more to go, you're still enduring, you're making it to endure it. So that way, when you talk about endurance, it means how much, how long, how can they sustain the load that is being sent to the system? How much can they hold on to? And finally, the stress testing. Okay, the stress testing talks about basically the load much higher than so when we have much load than we expect, you're stressing. I'm stressed. I'm stressed means I'm tired beyond my capacity. So when I put up products or when I put up loads beyond the capacity of the product, that is stress testing, where I intentionally want to see what happens when I put up load more way bigger than the actual load that the system of product should carry. That is where it comes into that you're stressing the system just to ensure that the testing for the stress test is important to that. When you stress this system, what behavior does it have? So these are all the types, or these are just the types of performance testing we have so far. Are you okay? Believe some of us, most of us know this, just a recall for the newbies who are now coming into the system. Now we're talking about the tools for performance testing. What then are the tools for performance testing? I heard you guys talking about it when I joined earlier. Well, let me make this thing clear. We have tools for performance testing which are important though, but there are also ones which are paid for. There are ones which are. How many more minutes do I have, please? So I don't overstep my boundaries. I should be wrapping up very soon. It's a brief call.
Yeah, around 5.
5 minutes.
Yeah, but you can add use 3 more, so 8 minutes.
Oh, good stuff. Let me just wrap up. So we have the Apache JMeter, we have the Blaze meter, we have the Chaksworthy, we have the Google Lighthouse. Now, some of them are free. I did add some of them that are paid for, even though they have few APIs attached to them, like Amplitude, like Blaze meter. They are not paid. They're not free. They're actually paid, and they have few APIs, few AIs integrated into them for just for UI automation and UI performance automation. That is being done for Blaze meter and Amplitude. But then you have Apache JMeter, we have the Charles Posey, we have the Google Lighthouse. The Google Lighthouse is free. It's been embedded on our web browsers. We can always use that to we can use that to check the UI automation, UI performance to say, okay, how long does it take for us to call? When I call this endpoint, you get an audit of what's happening with the endpoint. How long does it take? The first content, when you see the content, how long does it take for the first content to load and the rest of them? Google Lighthouse does that. But I'm going to focus more on Apache JMeter. We also have Charles Posey. Charles Posey is more talks about it can be used for also performance testing. But today I'm going to talk about just Apache JMeter. Apache JMeter has this AI which is being as a plugin. Now the truth is there is not much AI being moved into the performance testing space so far. We just got, I mean, there are AIs coming up for generic stuff, but no particular AI has been fixated that, oh, this AI is for performance test. Now, we have general AI that can be used and can be tweaked to fit in. But Feather One is the first API for Apache JMeter. It's like an agent. Okay, it was developed by Naveen Kumar, and then it helps to enhance performance testing workflow. It helps to simplify the test plan creation, optimization, and troubleshooting. And then the good thing about it, which it does, is that it allows the integration of cloud AI for generating the scripting for performance testing. Now, these are the key features of Feather One. Of course, the AI integration, it helps integrate cloud into it, where you can ask questions on cloud, and then it gives you the scripts for whatever you want to do, or whatever thing you want to do with the performance. Then we have the chat functionality. We have the which, of course, you can always chat on that same Feather One to get results or suggestions, or even advice on whatever thing you're doing with regards to performance testing. And then we have this command, which gives you insight to the selected test panel. So if you want to do an optimization for performance for a particular flow, you can put the add this command to get advice or give insight on what or how to optimize that particular flow. And then we'll have the script generation, we have the customization, and we have the semi-automation part of it. I'm trying to finish up this so that now this is how it looks like. Look at this place, we have the Feather One JMeter agent. So here, this is the special commands. It can be installed as a plugin, and then the model is where you can add the cloud AI. Okay, so whilst we have the Feather One JMeter agent, where you can help you, so we spoke about these commands, the rest of them, they give you information and give you more ideas on how to go about your test plan optimization and the rest of them. Their test plan creation and the optimization of your code. You integrate the cloud AI into this. I wouldn't go deep into this now because, of course, it's just the first one being produced. It's still going through it's being still reformed. It is not actually kind of widely accepted. I mean, it's coming up now, so we are still trying to, go through it, looking at for what is not working well and how it can be enhanced so far. So yes, this is how Feather One is, and perhaps in our breakout session, I could give more detail on how to install and how we can go about that. Now, the impact of AI also, we can't, look that off because it's very important. When you talk about AI, it has a very great impact. One of them is enhanced automation, analysis, predictive analytics, intelligent anomaly, optimized test scenarios, improved root cause analysis, and adaptive testing. So even though AI is there, is good, these are things that it can impact us on. But finally, I want to just talk about this, that if you're starting up, it is good to know about these stuff. But I would advise, as a starter into the testing field or into the QA field, whilst we are teaching or talking about the AI because of the theme of the conference, it is good to know, but it's way better to go back to the basics, because when you know the basics, you know how to implement this AI and understand what is being said. I heard that Larry saying something that when the AI generates some stuff, so sometimes they embed some anomalies and SQL injections that can be used against your product. But it's important, if you don't know that this is an issue, you won't even know how to solve it. So if you're starting up as a QA or as a tester, I would advise that you focus on the core and the rudiments of testing, the foundations of testing, before you even talk about how to use AI. Because if you don't understand what it is, when there's an issue with the AI generated scripts, you would not understand how to make changes or corrections towards it. So whilst we are talking about the future of AI in testing, we're also encouraging you to go back to the rudiments, to the core understanding and knowledge of testing, so that when you integrate AI into your product or into your flows, you are conversant of the original flow, and AI is enabling it because you know what it is. So you know when to find the fault, and you know when to make changes towards that. So I believe my 5 minutes is up, and this is where I say thank you to you all.
Thank you so much, Ikina. I think for me, I'll definitely be joining your breakout room. That is very insightful on the AI tool that is being used on performance test. I think it's called Feather One. I can see it's more of a plug-in you can plug into JMeter. So this is going to be very insightful, as well as I think Cloud AI. You had also mentioned that. So yeah, there are more questions on the same. I think because of time, you can just answer one, and then the remaining questions we'll be handling them in the breakout room. Okay, I'll
Okay,
just be sharing.
there's a question.
Yeah, there's a question from Bharat. He says Charles Proxy is a debugger tool like mock test and in Blaze Meter. Bharat, maybe you can rewrite the question. Write the question, then Ikina will be able to handle that in the breakout rooms and maybe after the lunch break, but definitely in the breakout rooms. Because you've spilled over in. Oh, okay. It's not a question, you're sharing a point. Okay, great. So thank you so much, Ikina, for your time. I think we'll be able to see more of him in the breakout rooms. We'll move quite swiftly so that we can go on our lunch break. So maybe we'll do a very short Kahoot, and then we proceed to AI in security testing. Thereafter, we'll do a lunch break before now we get into the afternoon session where we'll have the panel discussions. June, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you, Ikena, for that lovely presentation on performance testing. So we'll just do a short Kahoot in order just to get out the brain fog a bit, and then we have the next session by Ibi. So it is starting right now.
Again, just a reminder, this is your chance to get your certification for ISTQB from Kiwami Tech, from Essai, and also free lunch from Test Community. So
yes. So join. We have more gifts to share. So yeah, waiting for players. Please join. We are 54. So need a good number.
Noticed I can win some for myself.
Yeah. Yeah, so you just check it in the chat, right, Jackie, in the chat?
Yes, let me share the link as well for those who can't see the pop-up.
All right, we're 11. Let's add on to this number. Jackie, can you respond to Bharat in the chat? 18, 19. Guys, last time we were around 33. Let's do this. Right, and some of the questions are from the presentation, so that's why we need to be very keen in the presentations and focus. I know might be feeling tired. We've been here for like 3 hours 41 minutes so far, but let's do this. Yeah, let's get to 30 at least. We're at 26. Yes, let's do this. And this one is very simple, by the way, because we don't have time. I made it very, very simple. So here it's your speed that matters. It's all about your speed. Very, very simple questions. One fun facts, something about performance, a little bit of AI. Okay, a lot about AI. But the easy questions, easy questions.
Please 31 minus myself.
We're at 29.
Yeah.
All right, all right. Anyone left or I hit start? Okay, let's do this. Okay, Crispin is asking for the pin at least. Let's give Crispin time. Just a
879
second.
Yeah, 879,383.
Yeah, 879,383. It's up here. It's over here. So if you want to join, you join over here. It's up here. Crispin, I hope you have joined. All right, I can see 31. So I'll assume you have joined 32. Great. Hi, let's start this. Simple. I've told you guys, what does AI stand for? Very, very simple. It's all about speed here. Very simple. It's how fast are you clicking? How fast are you clicking? All right, 21 people got it right. It's artificial intelligence. All right. Oh my. Atika Songo. Kenyans, you're just funny people. What's the benefit of AI in testing? One of the benefits, not all the benefits, but just one. All right. We have Dre. Yeah, how many times does your heart beat daily? Your heart. Fun stuff, fun stuff. I'm not even sure about this answer, but yeah.
Interesting.
All right, 12 people got it right. It's 100,000. Hey, Odogo, you need to come slowly. A very important question. Jackie, I thought I would see your name up there. As in, you should be knowing all these answers, surely. You are one of the moderators.
That's why I said 31 minus 1.
Everyone got that right. Amazing. All right. What's one of the challenges in AI testing? This is the ABC answers are very easy. Or the multiple choice answers are very easy. All right. Quentin does not want to let go. Yeah, what's the fastest growing hair on a person's body? Easy stuff, easy stuff. It's just easy. Jackie which one would you have guessed?
Thinking eyebrows. Okay.
I hope this
I don't know why
9
I said
are
that.
men. It's the beard. The beard gang.
Probably eyebrow is the slowest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which role mostly benefits from AI dashboards? amongst these roles? This is kind of a hard one a bit, right? But which role would actually benefit? Test managers, 18 people got it right. That is great. Oh my, Quentin, you need to let go. What is prompt engineering? I hope you guys were listening to Emmanuel. Good, good, good. 25 of you. 3 more to go. This one is related to the other one of which country has the largest population. So now which country is large in terms of land area? Wow, you guys are so smart. So smart. Why is prompt engineering important in AI testing? Again, I hope you were listening to Emmanuel. All right, 11 of you got it right. And second last question. What is load testing? You guys were listening to Ikenna, right? Motion to see who one will answer the green one.
Yes.
Wow, I think it was you, Jackie.
From the traveler in a performance tester body. Yeah.
Yes, this one is related to Ikenna. I added it because of him. Now he talks about the biggest airport. So which one is the biggest in Africa? If you guys know, can guess. And then we pray we travel more. Wow, okay, you guys know this. Yes. This is OR Tambo International Airport in Johannesburg. All right. At number 3, we have Uncle Sam. Okay, Uncle Sam. Quentin again. All right. Kibe, congratulations, guys. Gifts are coming your way. And number 4, we have Kipkurui and Wanjui. Yes. So thank you guys for participating as always. That was fun. Back to you, Jackie.
Yeah, ensure you take a screenshot of your results so that you can track in terms of the gifts. I think someone has said he's from India. We'll ask ISTQB to also cater for you in terms of your certification. So we'll move on to the next presenter, the next speaker. This is AI in security testing. We have Ibironke Yekini. I'm not sure if I've botched your name, but you can correct us. She is a distinguished leader in software testing, cybersecurity, digital transformation, with great expertise spanning in industry, innovation, entrepreneurship, and academia. She holds a master's in cybersecurity from the University of Salford, UK. She's a certified application security engineer. She's a global speaker on software testing and cybersecurity. In addition to all that, she's a 4-time founder who has launched a number of ventures from Testify Limited, Tech and Tech Teen Academy. And just to note, she's Africa's first published author on software testing. And she also mentors professionals as a career coach. And she's passionate about cybersecurity excellence, and innovation. So we really look forward to the presentation that EB is going to tag us along in. So EB, welcome. We are excited to have you here, and we look forward to AI in security testing.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. I'm sure if I pronounce you guys' name, I'm going to brutal it, so I'm not going to try. But please let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can see me. I want to be sure I can be heard, seen,
Yes.
and also see my slide. I think
Yeah,
you have stopped seeing my slide, but can you see my slide now?
we can see you, we can hear you, we can see your slide.
Awesome, fantastic. So, to enjoy the session, I would try to do a clean house. Firstly, I want to appreciate you guys for inviting me. I've escaped this session a number of times, but I just thought at this time, you know what, let me just do it. Consider that there's something physical coming up as well there, so let me just do this now. And so thank you so much. This was great. I really appreciate the Kiwami Tech community and the company and for the Software Quality Assurance Summit 2025. To all the attendees that have been here since the beginning of we starting, I was here from the very beginning as well. So thank you. It was quite engaging and very informative. Now, to really enjoy this session, I would say you should, two things. Your view settings should have my slide in full and my picture probably on the side if you really want to see my face. Yeah, but you can just make it a full screen so that you can really like engage and carry that along. And secondly, at some point in time, I would like you to take screenshots, probably of yourself or of this screen I'll be sharing, and then talk about it on social media and tag me so that I can repost it. And of course, you can tag the organizers as well. So let's dive in. Thanks for the introduction. So I don't think I need to do much about it again. We're going to be talking today about AI in security testing. It's a kind of two words in fact, it's like three words that have been trying to float in since the emergence of AI and bringing it fully into usable execution. What I mean is that AI have been existing way before it even become a buzz of words now, but we'll dive into it. So there is the testing as an industry, there is the security as a whole industry, and there is the AI as a whole industry. So to now get to the peak of your testing, the career or your execution or your delivery or your projects or the products that you're managing, the question will now be, am I supposed to merge these three things together? Am I supposed to be the security person in the team? Am I supposed to be the tester at the same time, also an AI person? Why didn't I need to do all of this thing when I can just do manual execution and I'm fine, right? It happens quite a number of times. I see quite a number of questions every time people ask, like, do I really need to learn AI? Like, I'm just a tester. I just want to test, but we'll talk more about it. And like I love the theme of this summit, the future of AI in testing, because yes, everything is moving and you don't want to be left behind. So the thought I have in my head, I will just put it down as a list. Just going to give you a short story, why traditional methods weren't enough, demystifying AI, security testing, and the mix that comes in between them, how AI has actually changed my own security testing approach, the balance between human intuition as a tester. Of course, you all know that your human intuition is your biggest gut, and AI speed, why one without the other one will definitely fail. So the AI is good with the speed, but without the human intuition is as good as a failure. The tools that I trust and how I use them that blends AI into security testing workflow, what testers should learn in this age and time, and my final thoughts, because we all know that the future doesn't wait for us. And yes, that picture you're seeing is a cartoon image of my picture this morning. So that's an AI, that's a cartoon. Of course, I'm just trying to play around with AI. So that's a cartoon image of me right there. And yeah, someone had said that the cartoon is finer than I am. So let me know if it's true. All right, so let's go in. The short story that I have. Just very few years ago, when I say few years ago, I'm talking barely 2021. I was leading a security testing project. Was it 2021 or 2022? I think it's 2022 to be precise. And of course, I've gone to do my master's in cybersecurity, threat intelligence, and forensics. And because I'm a tester, you can imagine the bustling, the energy, the interest that I have as regards to security and then testing and then merging everything together. So I wanted to exercise this on for a fintech client. Everything looked fine. We had our test cases, we have our penetration scripts, and all the checklists filled in. It was a textbook, it was great. Until this product was being used by the stakeholders of the organization. So they were at home in their houses using their phone just to be sure that all is fine. And apparently the child to the product owner, meaning like the CEO, the child is like is a teenager. I think she was around 14 years old to be precise. She found a loophole in the system through the mobile app flow that allowed him to initiate fake transactions. It wasn't a loud hacking. There was no alarm, not like something complicated as big as that, but it was just a quiet manipulation. We weren't compromised by brute force. We were compromised by creativity. So that incident left me, I mean, if you know me, you know that once I have something to do with testing, I'm either not sleeping or I'm thinking and I'm racking my brain. Not because we failed. In real sense, we didn't fail, but because we didn't think wide enough. I realized we were testing for what we knew, right? But because we didn't think wide, we were not testing for what is possible. So security at that time was reactive because we waited for vulnerabilities to be known before we added them to our test libraries, before we execute them. We were not thinking like the bad guys, the bad actors, like we call them in security testing, the black hat guys. We were thinking like people that was trying to pass a compliance audit. And I think somebody mentioned in the chat earlier that compliance audits would do their work. Testing is done in development, which I would say that's not true. Testing doesn't start in development. It starts way before that. It starts in before, it starts in between, and it starts after. And I can also debate it to say that testing is the heart of everything you do as far as a product is concerned. From your compliance and audit, you have to work with them, to your project manager, to your customer support, to your product manager, to your developer, to your integration officers, to your external clients. Testing is the heart. I call it the liver of the tech ecosystem. And the truth is that in all of this thing, because we are trying to bypass compliance and audits, that was a recipe for today's threat landscape. Meaning that as a tester, if you are feeling like your work is threatened by AI, it is because you have not been able to come into the acceptance of the benefits artificial intelligence can do to your testing, especially through different areas of your testing. Like I think Ikena mentioned about the functional and the non-functional, and we're talking about non-functional, you're talking about both the performance and the security, right? And the durability, which now talks about that is where hardware also comes in. So it's an ecosystem that has to be accepted. And if you have not come to that theme to accept this ecosystem as a whole, you are still at risk of letting go because you are not embracing it and moving ahead. Now, let's dive in. Let's define these things side by side. There is AI, the big guy that is the bustling. I mean, look at it from generations to generation. There was a generation that teaching job was the best of it. There was a generation that banking was the hit of the moment. There was a generation that oil and gas was superb. There was a generation that government work, they are the tech bros of that generation. And then there is the generation of the tech boys and the tech girls. And then now there is the AI. Now the truth is that the moment tech started, AI has already started. But IoT was just taking its time to really come to the surface. I've done my CCNA and IoT essentials from as way back as 2015. 2014, 2015, I already done my IoT, where we already talked about all these AI things. So it's not just starting today. It's just that it is now becoming part of what can now, people are now building a usable solution with it. It has always been there. But let's pick it side by side. There is AI, there's security testing. So let's talk about AI. I like to always approach AI from a perspective like you don't know what AI is about, right? In a situation that, let me walk you through it like a total novice. So imagine that you have an assistant, personal assistant, executive assistant, someone to support our hosts for their program. But this time around, it is not a human. It is a machine that could learn from experience. We have hosted this summit today. By the time you are doing the next summit, the machine should be able to look through what we do today and should be able to host the same event next time without us even getting involved. Meaning that it can create your slide, speak whatever the host is going to be saying, play the games, interact, literally host an entire event, which, by the way, is already in use. A whole event is happening today without any human interaction. AI is already doing the work. But like I said, it's learning from experience, it's understanding the patterns, it's making decisions, and sometimes even talk back really intelligently. There are a lot of content creation that people have created today using this AI. So that's the core of AI. And I always want us to come back to ease. When I say AI, I try to put in what it means that AI is not like a vague word that we want the whole world to know. AI means artificial intelligence, meaning that intelligence is not its own, it's artificial. So the computer gets to act smart, kind of like a human word, but not a human. So think of AI like the brain of a machine. Human learn by seeing things repeatedly, recognizing faces, making decisions like choosing what to eat, solving problems like figuring out how to get home faster. So AI does the same, but it doesn't do it by itself like we would have done it by ourselves. It does it with the help of data and rules. So the more data, the smarter it can become over time. A real life example of AIs you are using today is your Google Map. It's going to tell, if you start a ride today from here to the government office, it's going to tell you the faster route. That is AI. If you open your Netflix app right now, it's going to suggest what you should watch. That's AI learning your preferences. Spam filter. Imagine if you open your Gmail today, you're going to see the spam section. Keeping junk emails away. How do you know that this is a spam? AI. Voice assistant like Siri and Alexa. If you have ever at any point used Alexa or Siri before on your phone, or you actually have it at home, yep, that's AI as well. So you don't have to see it, but it's working behind the scenes, learning and improving constantly. But how does it really work? It's simple. It's not magic. It's not cast on the air. It's not like a buzzword that is unhearable or that is so magical. No, it uses data, like thousands of pictures. You give Facebook access to your gallery picture, your voice note, your voices that you use to talk. While we are talking on Zoom, it is training the voices, the messages that you send. These are data. Algorithm, step-by-step instruction to recognize patterns. Training, just like a kid, it learns by seeing many examples, pictures of cats. You are showing the kid a cat every day. Over time, by the end of that week, the kid will recognize this is a cat. Feedbacks, if it makes mistake, you adjust it next time. So somebody make a comment in the course of this session and said, how do we know if AI is saying the wrong thing? Feedback, right? Feedback. So this is how it works. This is really how it works. There is really nothing that makes it special. This is what makes up AI. It's not like one magic somewhere. So think of teaching a child, only this child is made of code. It's like human brain, kind of, but not necessarily. So it's not conscious like you are. It doesn't have emotions like you are. It doesn't have morals or self-awareness yet, like you have it already. It takes a powerful tool to mimic human thinking, but only within is trained to do so. So it's not like it's just going to do everything magically. It is what you train it to be. So all these your agent tools that you see, all these your models that you see, they are being trained with all those data and information. They are not cast in stone. So why should you care? Because AI is shaping everything. How we work, automation of it, how we shop, recommendations, how we drive, there's self-driving cars, how we communicate, there's smart translation, there's customer support bot. I was supposed to share a screenshot from my LinkedIn chat recently when I was talking to someone and she replied to me in French. And gone are the days I would say, oh no, I don't understand what you're saying. Can you speak in English? But I mean, we have AI that could translate, right? So I was able to communicate with the person and the person was talking. Do you know that for a good 30 minutes, we are talking in French, even though I'm not a French speaking person. How did I do that? With the help of AI, customer support bots. And now even how we heal, because there's AI in the medical diagnosis. So understanding this basic will help you to stay relevant. It helps you to know what is involved. It helps you to be prepared for the fast changing world. So AI is simply artificial intelligence, a machine that learns to think and act smart. It's not magic. It's just another leap in how we use technology to make life easier, faster, and sometimes even more fun. Okay, so now let's go to the other side, security. But before I go ahead, I would like to also see comments in the chat section. Let me know if you are getting something. We have talked about AI extensively right now. Let me know if the highlight of things that stands out for you. Use the chat section, type it. Let me know you're engaged in this conversation. Okay. All right. So let's go to security testing on the other hand. So I want to believe that the testers on this call, they are rich guys and the rich girls. They have money. Our hosts are million. Trust me, they have money. Don't let them deceive you. They are rich. Now, imagine you own a house, your dream house. You have the door locked. You have the window. You have your garage. And maybe even a smart home system that controls everything. Now, would you just hope it's safe automatically? Or would you check if the door is locked properly? What am I even saying? Most of you sleep at night and you get to ask questions like, are you sure the door is properly locked? You go and check it over and over again. Make sure no one can open your window from outside. Try to figure out if someone could guess your home password, because some of us use Wi-Fi in our homes. How do you make sure that your neighbor cannot use your password to access, and then both of you are using your data together and then you're complaining that your data is finishing on time? So that's the idea behind security testing. But instead of a house, we are protecting softwares like the apps, the website, the financial system, and even the tech behind your favorite food delivery systems, right? So going to check the door that it is closed and your window cannot be opened from outside and your garage is protected and nobody can hack your password, that is the same way you are now doing security testing to be protecting your system, right? So in simple terms, security testing is about checking a software system to make sure no one can break in through unauthorized access, no one can steal information like the password or personal details, no one can mess things up, changing settings, transfer money, or crash a system, or even pretend to be someone that they are not, impersonation. So why does it really matter? Hackers are constantly looking for weak spots, both from you as an individual, from organizations, because just one hit is enough for them to make money of a lifetime. Like open windows or badly made doors in your digital homes. If you find one, they can steal your data, then they can use it to, what they can use your data to achieve? Defraud your business, which makes a lot of business shut down today, or even bring a whole system down, meaning they get to lose money and companies or customers don't get to trust them. So security helps you find and fix those weak spots before the bad guys could. Who does that? Security testers. Sometimes we call them the ethical hackers, the penetration tester that are like a friendly attackers. Now, the difference between the ethical hacker and the penetration tester is that for ethical hackers, who are also called penetration testers, they are the bad guys from the outside. I want to break into your system. And I also need to add to it that there is those we call the good guys, the app security testers. App security testers are the good guys that work within the organization, right? For them to try to act like a bad guy inside the organization to make sure that they are protecting against external, while the externals are trying to get into the system. So, which you as a tester, you are a security tester, just in case you are not aware of what I'm saying up till now. You test the system like a real hacker would, but with permission. You look for flaws, you report, and help the team to fix them. Let's say you are using a banking app, which is quite very common. As a security tester, you would check things like, can someone guess your password easily? Can an hacker trick the app into sending money somewhere else? Can someone see your data if you are using a public Wi-Fi? So security testing is all about trust, protection in a digital world. Simple English. Security testing is all about trust and protection in a digital world. It helps ensure that applications get the system, the website, the system that are all safe to use, especially when it involves sensitive information like your money, your identity, personal information. So in today's world, it's no longer a nice to have. It's a must have. Now let's get into the mix. When we get into AI, not a savior, I always say that your AI is like a side chick. Security testing has to be done properly. AI didn't ride on a white horse to fix everything. It wasn't magic. It's a mindset shift. What it gave me was the breadth and the depth. Tools powered by AI started picking patterns we would never catch manually as a tester. It started understanding anomaly behavior in real time, flagging risks I had not even thought about. So it felt like having a intern, which the example I use here, who didn't sleep, didn't get tired, just love finding bugs. I mean, that was me. For decades ago, I remember the first testing job that I did was my boss giving me an application to say, look through this application, list out all the possible bugs you can find in it. And ladies and gentlemen, I went to look for over 100+ bugs on the application. Some were not valid, truth be told, but some were valid. Lots of them were not valid, but some were very valid. And I'm just like, I can sit down here and look for bugs forever. So that is what your AI does. It just goes to look for everything possible, humanly and inhumanly possible, that could happen. So it is not coming to replace you. It is here to amplify you. It's here to help you. How AI has changed my security testing approach as a tester is that one, especially for my day-to-day activities, predictive threat modeling. So instead of waiting to use all these OAPS tools to give me updates, AI has helped me to predict new patterns of vulnerabilities based on live threat intelligence. Automated code review. If you notice today, you notice that your developers now have in their pipeline, in their CI/CD pipeline, they now have security scanning. But most importantly, they are now using AI to help them, right? So that it's not just all like just check, but this time around, beyond just the checking for security, AI is now helping them deeper. So they are using AI enhanced static analysis tools like you hear SonarCube a lot, done by SonarLink. There is Sync, there is Codacy, there is Checkmark, there is Cloak. There is a lot of them. But I'm a fan of SonarCube. Even in my automation test, I get to use SonarCube. And I get to use Sync. I'm just in between those two. I just could not make decision up to now, but don't mind me. So use those analytics tools that can scan through your code faster than any human or what any security tool would traditional security tool would have done, with fewer false positive scenarios. The third thing is behavioral analysis. AI doesn't just test inputs and outputs like we do today as a tester. We put in some information, we expect negative response, we expect positive response. What AI does is that it watches how the system behaves. If a login behavior suddenly shifts at 3 a.m. from Lagos to Singapore, it will flag it. So I remember I also read in the chat section when somebody said that their system always crashed between 25th to 30th, for tax and all of that. If the organization has implemented an AI-enabled static analytic tool for their security check or for their performance test, that would have been flagged and notified, knowing fully well that this happens once is enough for AI to pick it up. So, and lastly is dynamic payload generation. AI too can generate attack payload beyond the obvious, mimicking what real-world attackers would try. So, and if you are doing all of this, that's not just smarter testing. That's called secure by design thinking, which developer will call secure development. Tester will call secure testing. So we are not talking about being able to do all of this is secure by design. So, which of course, I have a session coming up called secure testing or secure by design testing. So yes, that is where the idea of secure by design thinking came from, by the way. So yes, these are approaches that you can implement that has really changed the way I carry out my security testing as a tester. But we need to balance it, the human intuition and the AI speed. Let me say it clearly here once and for all, guys. AI doesn't replace testers. It only frees them from doing unnecessary time-consuming and wasting activities. AI helps you to catch the what, but it will need a human to ask why. When AI throws up an anomaly, it's your instinct, your context, your domain knowledge expert as a tester that decide if it is a threat or just another noise. The combination is very powerful. So I'm always saying be very solid as a tester. Be good, learn one or two things about security and try to embed AI to do these things with you. So I see AI as my junior colleague who is tireless, data hungry, but needs supervision. So AI is a tool that you need to supervise, you need to groom to help you do what you would have normally take your time to be doing. I'm almost rounding up. Tools that I trust and how I use them. Some of the AI powered tools that have found a place in my own workflow. BobSuit, of course. I mean, you do security testing. BobSuit is, yes, I know there is Zap from OWASP, but I just get to use BobSuit because it is now AI enhanced scanning. I mean, I want a easy life. And it was the one that first have is AI enhanced scanning before all these other ones. And all these other ones are still training. So BobSuit is my best. And that's enhanced scanning. The second one is GitHub Copilot, plus the SimGreg for secure coding analysis. What this does is that while you're writing your scripts, it helps you to do the analysis, give you the feedback, and it helps you to fix things that needs to be done. There is Darktrace for network behavior analysis. So rather than going to Lighthouse to go and check for that website, however, if it's a mobile app, however, if it's a POS, do you understand? However, it's just your APIs. So what with Darktrace, it is AI enhanced. It helps you to do your network behavior analysis, so you know where traffic can be coming from, what time, who, which IP addresses, and all of those things. And lastly is Invicti, formerly called NetSparker, right? For dynamic AI web scanning. So these are like the 4 tools. They don't just spit results. I mean, trust me, I know a lot of tools, but I picked these 4 majorly because they don't just give me result. They learn as they test and help me scale my security coverage in ways that no human team can keep up with manually, because especially if you're in an agile environment. We're not going to talk about agile today, guys. Lastly, what testers should learn now, like now. And one of the fantastic things that everyone on this call is already doing is already learning machine learning and AI. Seeing the workshop of LLM, the machine learning, the AI, you are already on the right path, but put in more effort to learn the basics and understand, not because you want to build a model or agent, but you want to understand how they work. Understand cyber security beyond the checklist. You need to start thinking like an attacker. So learn how to think like an attacker. Get comfortable with data. See, I know we don't like some of us don't like mathematics in school, but AI will run it for you because this is what AI feeds on. So you need to be comfortable with data. What does 23.5 seconds, 16.3 seconds means in a performance test AI enabled tool. What does that really mean? How do you communicate that to your stakeholder? AI runs on them and you will need to interpret them. So master tools that have AI baked in, not just for security, for your performance, for your test design, for your analytics, you need to master the tools that have AI baked in it. And lastly, the more conversational you are with the AI tools, the better results you have. Like I said, I still prefer ChatGPT over Cloudy, especially if I want to do something technical. If I want to do something talking, like let's say I want to create an S and I want to review it, I can tell ChatGPT to do it because Cloudy talks a lot. Cloudy is like a woman. It's a talkative. So Cloudy is more good for code development as an AI, as an agent, right? It does well for me to review my code and troubleshoot issues with me compared to ChatGPT would, and then we have the Gemini. That one is a superpower, but I wouldn't use it for a lot of technical. So the more you get so conversational with these things, the better result you're able to get. You better know what tools work for you best. And it doesn't have to be the tools that I've listed or I've mentioned so far. Just look for a tool that you're comfortable with and have it like your own toolbox. My final thoughts. The future doesn't wait for you. And trust me, it's not waiting. Security is no longer something you do at the end when you're done with development. It's something you bake in from the very beginning, just like your testing. And with AI, you can make continuous, intelligent, and adaptive solution. So every tester out there, I would say, don't wait to be replaced because you don't want to learn these things. Be the one who trains the AI, who understands the value, and who lead the charge, right? Be the one to bring up conversation about using AI-enabled tool to test, to generate your test case, your ML, your AI, and all of those things. Because in this AI-powered world, the most valuable testers won't be the ones who fear machine. Trust me, they'll be the ones who team up with them, who team up with security, who team up with AI, not the ones who run away from them. And that'll be all from me. Follow Ibiroke Ekini on all social media platforms. Thank you so much for having me. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ibi. That was really, really insightful. I think we've been taken from a journey of a child to a woman to a side chick. Yeah, so it's very interesting how you have explained the security aspect to it. I think June, you can take up this next session. In case you guys have any questions, please just put in the Q&A. Again, these questions will be answered in the panel discussions. There's a question from Wanjui Favor. What she's asking, what does the future look like in terms of attacks? The same way we are using AI to protect, attackers will leverage AI for attacks. And I would like to understand what this means for security testing and how exactly do security testers prepare for this?
I would say attacks is getting more and more. A very real life scenarios that happen, I guess it was a social engineering practice, but I want to believe that it was a social engineering practice, not like it happened in real life, because that would be so crazy. The person uses a smartphone and smart home, so to speak. The door is smart, the water, the AC, the exercise tools that they use, everything is smart too. And the person went out, had an accident, and their face wasn't the same again. They had the bruise on their face and they had gone to the hospital to fix it. They had plaster and all of that. And the person couldn't open their house again. They couldn't get into their house again because of that. That was one. The second one was someone understanding how their AI tool work and went to press certain numbers on their rims of exercise, and they just kept running for a long time till they actually pushed them off. But there are going to be attacks, definitely. Just like the way we have attacks across all this generation of tools, you expect to see more attacks in the future. Right now, it is still quite a mild because people, even your attackers, are trying to learn I literally fed AI ChatGPT precisely with an information. And I remember I now asked again, I went to open another tab and then I asked ChatGPT about me. So for example, I told ChatGPT that, oh, sad news. I wrote a sad news. Ibronke died 3 p.m. today, and all of this information. Then some hours later, I went on another tab entirely and I put in, asked that, give me updates on Ibronke Ekini. Guess what he said? He said, I'm dead. Yes, he said, I'm dead. So one of the things you can expect is that there will now be a lot of false information being pumped into these AI models.
Yeah.
Give you a false responses, false information. So what you have to do, that is why I said, be a tester through and through. That is the basis of everything. Be a tester through and through before you start thinking of expansion. Now, as a tester, understand, that's why to everything I said, understand the fundamentals. Security testing, understand what it means. Because security testing that we are doing in ethical hacking is not the same security testing that it is done when we are talking about compliance and all this. It's not the same we are talking about in terms of AI security. A lawyer can work in security industry. A police is in security testing. A soldier is in not testing, but security world industry. Everybody has a part to their core. So you need to know the area they are focusing on. So as a tester, whether now, whether in future, what you need to do to protect the products, your career, your application you're testing all together is to be all around. I'm always saying it. I don't like calling us testers. I don't like calling us QA engineers because we are not. I call us the product quality engineers. Because what it means is that you are not limited by what you should know. You are not limited to just text execution. You are an embodiment of knowledge of quality to protect and to build trust. So as a tester, that's one thing you need to learn and get current, get updated. Attend summit like this. They are going to organize it again next day, I believe. Attend something like this as well. Go for conferences, read, attend events, write, read articles, engage in social media posters so that you can learn and get involved in the latest things. So these are the things I know you can do to really help.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibi. Thank you for that. In case anyone has additional questions, again, we'll just sort them out in the panel discussion. I'll move it on to June for her to give us the next step. Thank you, Ibi, for the session.
Yes, I just want to tell Ibi, thank you as well. I think I've met Ibi on LinkedIn. She's very vocal on LinkedIn, so you guys need to follow her and connect with her. Whatever she shares on LinkedIn is very little compared to what she has shared here. Like I've seen a different side of her completely today. So yeah, so thank you so much, Ibi. Right. And what I shared about that was me on tax. We have our system. Kenyans know about it. It crashes between the 25th to the 30th, but we are not responsible. It's the government. So yeah, it's the government.
Right. You pay them a visit and give them something to think about.
All right. So thank you so much. Thank you guys for staying for that's 4.5 hours. Wow. Since 9, right? The people who logged in from 9 up to now, we are so grateful. Thank you so much. And now we want to go for lunch. We have gone through a number of topics. I hope you guys have been having your notebooks and writing down stuff. We have learned about LLMs in testing, integrating AI in SDLC. We have seen a hands-on guide on testing, AI in performance testing, and AI in security testing. So we have, in the afternoon, we have a panel discussions as well. So if you have you have questions right now, think about them, maybe note them down. You'll come and add them in the Q&A session. And also, we also have ISTKB presenting their certifications. They are going to be giving us part of the gifts. So that is the first session we will have after lunch. So we can now go for lunch. Please go and stretch. I was busy stretching over here. Then I paused my video because you guys would have seen me stretching. Because sitting here for 4 hours is no joke. Is no joke. Don't go on social media. Just please, maybe LinkedIn. But yeah, just go stretch, find something to eat, and we will be back here in the next 19 minutes. So by 1:50 Kenyan time, EAT. So 20 minutes, 19 minutes. Let's have lunch, stretch a bit, and we'll be back. Thank you so much for staying on for this long. Wainaina, can you put some music for us, please?
Not yet.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. We are back. It's 1:51. We are back. We are back. Wainaina, please, can you pause the music? The music was amazing. I hope you guys had lunch. Got something to eat. Did you have something to eat? You can post it in the chat. What have you done in the 20 minutes that we had? Actually, it was 19, right? So yeah, I hope you guys had lunch. My lunch is still water. Welcome, Rahul. Welcome, Rahul. Yes, so now we will go to our next session because we want to keep your time. We want to make sure we end by 4 p.m. EAT so that you guys can go on and continue testing and exploring this world. So we want to do that. And I would invite Jackie to introduce the next speaker for the ICTQB session. And if you know someone who dropped, please tell them to come back. Tell them to come back. Know someone who dropped, tell them to come back. Over to you, Jackie.
Yes, hi everyone. I hope you had something. I hope you got to grab some water or juice. For those who have been able to eat, good for you. So I think we can proceed to the next bit, the second session of the day. We are going to be started off by ISTQB. If you are a quality assurance EB said we are product quality engineers. I know in the interviews you are asked whether you have an ISTQB certification, and so we are privileged to have them here with us. Again, they've been able to support us in terms of the winners that are going to be awarded a reduced price, the ISTQB certification. So I'll let Lillian start. I think there's a representative from ISTQB who can give us more information on ISTQB certification. They'll be able to also tell us the importance of the certification. And we look forward to that session as we prepare for the panel discussions. Lillian. Okay, Wainaina, you can proceed with the music as Lillian prepares herself.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lillian.
Yeah, sorry, I think I wasn't able to unmute myself, but I am sure you can now hear me well.
Yes, clear.
Okay, so thank you so much. My name is Lydia Nanyango from ISTQB Kenya. So it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. We thank you for organizing this great event. It's been very well so far. So well done, Jacqueline, to you and your team. So on behalf of ISTQB Kenya, I have my colleague who's on standby who's going to present and tell you more about the ISTQB certifications. So Samuel, if you're there, you can go ahead.
Just to confirm, is it Sam so that I make him
Yes, yes.
okay. Sam, take it away.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you for making time to join. I will proceed and share my screen. Let me know if you can see that.
See that, however, we can't see you.
Thank you. Apologies, I'm in a place where I'm not able to share on the video, but we'll proceed. So glad to be able to connect, and thank you for Lillian for giving me the chance to present on her behalf. Just to introduce myself, my name is Sam, and I'm part of the ISTQB Kenya team. And I will be taking you on the first part of the session, and then Lillian will take it over. I know myself, I give more from the historical background because I'm actually the co-founder of ISTQB in Kenya. And so if we proceed, in terms of today's Software Quality Assurance Summit, a very important theme that you have, the future of AI in testing. And if we go back to what ISTQB is and its vision and the future it's looking at, AI is very core to what is happening right now within the ecosystem and the community. So we'll just briefly talk about around 4 or 5 things. The ISTQB itself, the certifications, the AI tester, and then Lillian will take it up on the exams and any goodies she may want to give to the people. So ISTQB as an organization is the International Software Testing Qualification Board. And what we are saying is that ISTQB is for everyone. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that irrespective of whichever stage of your career growth you are in, there's something for you in ISTQB, whether you are starting at the foundation level, whether you are advanced, or whether you've reached the expert level, there's something for you, and we shall see that. Why was ISTQB formed? And if we look at Kenya, you go to our website, Lillian, you can drop the link on chat for the people to see it. I know majority have been able to go to the link. ISTQB was formed essentially from a need and a gap. One of the things that was happening in the early 80s, you realize that there was a need to have really recognized software testing professionals. By that time, maybe we were not even calling them QA engineers. That term may have come later. And so there needed to be a body, an organization, a group of people coming together. And that's what happened. So around 1998, actually, that is when the organization was formed. But even before that, there was already another organization called BCS. So this was then headquartered in Belgium, and then it became the leading global certification scheme. So for everybody who wants to take exams around quality assurance, this then became the go-to body. So ISTQB consists of member boards. So Kenya is one of the member boards and exam provider. The Kenya team provides the exam. The Kenya board provides the exam. And then we have accredited training providers. All these are working together within the ecosystem. As at last month, worldwide, ISTQB globally, including Kenya and the other countries all combined, have issued more than almost 1 million certificates to QA people. And the Kenya chapter being founded in 2013, I was the co-founder, celebrated our 10 years anniversary that culminated in the Software Quality Conference at Radis Blue last year. Some of you were there, and you might be able even to recognize yourself in a photo I took. I pasted on this slide. Well done for having attended. We are looking forward to the 2026 edition that may likely be held in February. Dates will be confirmed later. So ISTQB then being formed to fill a gap that existed because software quality was raising an issue. So if you look at Kenya locally, look at your organization, look at the top corporates we have, go to the banking sector, go to the medical sector. Are there organizations that are fully using locally made software? The answer is no. And why? Because some of the local software that we have do not match up to the standards in terms of quality. And so ISTQB comes in to be able to ensure that Made in Kenya brand is able to be promoted. The quality of the local software is able to be improved to match that which is being imported. There are organizations, I can tell you for sure, that will not take software from a local vendor. Why? Because they have gone through that and they've been let down. So the onus is on us as QA people to ensure that as we stand in the middle, as the middlemen at the gate, to be able to churn out software to the local community, to the Kenya context and Africa at wide, then we are able to ensure that quality software is coming out to the market. So that is our responsibility, and we should check it really with much stride and play the role that we are required to play, because at the end of the day, it is on us that the entire ecosystem is relying to ensure that we give a tick, a go ahead for software to go to the market. Now, as part of connecting the software community together, within the ISTB Kenya, we'll have volunteer opportunities. So there are those who have already registered as members, and there are those who, from this meeting, you may be able then to also register. We'll be able to have opportunities to volunteer on some opportunities around editorial newsletters, conference planning, syllabus and exams review. Already, right now, there are those who in January assisted us to review the latest test manager syllabus that is shortly being released. And there are those who in the next month, this coming month, actually April 17th, we will be releasing the Gen AI syllabus for review. So make sure you are a member, make sure you subscribe so that you get an opportunity to participate in these ventures that are happening. And then also research and collaboration with academia and industry will be actually looking also at immediate opening in the expert working group. And for this one, I am looking for somebody who has reached the expert level, because remember, we have the foundation, advanced, and expert. So if you have been able to reach the expert level, we are looking for somebody like you to join the expert working group. This is a team of really crack top experts within the QA who then drive the discussion around the syllabus for the expert level. And so Lillian will also be talking to you about maybe some concessions around the exams to be able to help you achieve that. So when we look at ISTQB vision and encouraging the software profession, a body of knowledge, maintaining a common syllabus across the world internationally, and then also linking, connecting the testing community. In terms of connecting, these are the connections. Every year we have 2 general assemblies, and I now invite those who are here and are able to attend the upcoming General Assembly to be able to get in touch with Lillian, because one of the things we do is that members are then able to be facilitated for in terms of visa application, but you still bear your own costs of travel and upkeep. So this was an example where Kenya was represented in Poland. This was last year. You can see some Kenyans. You can spot them there. This was the last one in October in Bali, Indonesia. We still had Kenyan representatives. Africa, I think we had around 5 countries being represented. So these are the upcoming General Assembly conferences, and for all members, you will be getting a notification on the same. So 2025, 2 countries, Dubai and Denmark. 2026, Mauritius and Lisbon. And all of them are known in advance, like even 4 years. And one of the things is that Kenya, we plan to bid for the 2030. Bidding is competitive because several countries apply and we go for voting. And if we're accepted, then we are selected as the host country for that year's General Assembly. So 2030, keeping our fingers crossed that we'll be able to bid and be voted in to get that chance to host. But in the meantime, we have the 2027, Philippines and Germany, 2028, South Korea and Finland, really hoping that we can send a good Kenyan delegation to any of this. So if your organization is able to sponsor you, we'll be able to facilitate all the visa processing. Just get in touch with me. Why ISTQB exams? Once you have been passed the ISTQB exams, you are able to be listed in the successful candidate register. And this is globally available, searchable. And so anybody sitting in any part of the world will be able to search your name or your certificate number and be able to list. With permission, I've been able to get a slide of one of our Kenyan participants or candidates who's passed some of the exams. And I was able to search his name and just take a screenshot and display. So even you, for those of you who have passed the exams and your names have not been listed here, give Lillian the successful candidate register form, because you have to give consent for your name to be listed. And it is also easy to request for your name to be removed. So that is all consent-based because of the GDPR data privacy rules. So your certificate, you can verify there, your employers can verify there, and your name will be listed there. As indicated, it is voluntary. What are the benefits to professionals? So you as a QA professional, as a QA, quality engineer, we are able, or rather employers are able to trust and validate your skills that you are qualified because you have done an exam, you have passed, and the exam is by an international body. You are then authorized to use the certified tester logo. Then you are able to have the portable proof of ability. What this means is that when you move from one organization X to another organization Y, your certificate still stands, whether they're the ones who sponsored you to take the exam. It doesn't matter. Your certificate still stands even when you move to the next employment. Because if you look at how the successful candidate register was, we are not emphasizing on your organization where you're working for at that time or previously. It is you as an professional individual. We assist you through the career progression right from foundation to expert. And that's why I was saying there's something for everybody in ISTQB. For the employers, a competitive advantage where they are by giving clients greater confidence in your business, especially like for those who are like in service industry or in software development industry, your clients are able to trust you that, okay, fine, these people have some certification, have some qualification, are adhering to standards. When it comes to consulting companies and you offer high-level service to your customer, that one then increases your revenue and your brand value. Have you seen some IT companies locally who, when they give you a software, you will suffer with them? And so what we are saying is that with ISTQB, we are entrusting the software quality assurance engineers, professionals, software testers, to be able then to stand in the gap and be able to ensure that quality software is churned from the organizations. So a snapshot of the ISTQB certifications, remember, foundation level is the starting point where you must have the foundation level exam. And once you've done that, you are free to do any other from the agile stream, from the core stream, from the specialist stream. And in the specialist stream is where we also have our AI testing, we have our performance testing, security testing. So you can pick any stream, any level you want to go to. Some people have done several of them, have moved from foundation, have done the advanced, have done several specialist exams. And when we gave the offer last year at the conference, some people took opportunity to even register for as many as 10 exams because of the affordable cost that time. And they are slowly doing them. Even up to now, they're still doing. So take the offer today that Lillian will announce. So that's the list of the certifications. You can get more from the website. That's the specialist area of it, of which certified tester, AI testing is also there. The expert level, anybody who's reached expert level, just get in touch with Lillian. I really need you to be part of the expert level working group. If not, have a plan, a path, structure of how you will be able to reach the expert. And should that be able to happen in the next few months, you are the candidate we want to really join this co-crack team, expert level from around the world. Good. So in terms of AI testing, just a few items on the course content, more or less looking at the quality characteristics of AI-based systems, machine learning, functional performance metrics, neural networks and testing, things around techniques of AI-based systems, test environments for AI-based systems, and also using AI for testing. In a snapshot, the details are in the course syllabus, which Lillian can share with you. Good. So I will stop there and Lillian can take it up from the next slide where it comes to exams. Lillian, do I continue sharing or you want to share?
Continue sharing.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. So for exams, exams are held. Okay, basically for the ISTQB exams, there are multiple choice questions for foundation, agile, and specialists, and the advanced levels. Then for the expert, that one now an essay is required. So we have remote exams held daily. So when you're registering, you get to choose the date that you want to do the exam, a date that is convenient for you. And once you've registered for the exam, once you've registered, we'll send you the quotation that has the payment details. Once payment is made, then we schedule the exam for you. And we also send you the all the documents in regard to how the remote exam will be held. So that is the link for registration for the exam. So we can go to the next slide. Yeah, this was just for the AI testing. Just the exam structure for the AI. I think we'll just skip that. And we have some frequently asked questions. How can I get the ISTQB certification? So you must sit for the exam. And as I said, we offer it, we have it remotely. So you register, you sit for the exam, and you get the certification exams. You get your certification. We have different streams. We have the core stream, we have the agile stream, we have the specialist stream. And I think we've seen some of those certifications in the earlier slides. Then we can go to the next. Yes. So in the spirit of promoting the software testing QA profession, we'd like to offer you a discount on exams. So the current price for exams is 20,000, but for everyone who's attended this event, we are offering you a discount, 30% discount. So you get to pay 14,000 for any of the ISTQB exams. So kindly go to our website, register for the exams today, and so that you can benefit from the offer. So 14,000 instead of 20,000. Yes, and I guess that is it. In case you have any question, just get in touch with me and I will be able to clarify any issue or any question that you have. So thank you very much. I think I'll hand over to Jacqueline. Jacqueline, thanks a lot. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Lillian. Thank you for that. I think you can just share the registration link so that we can benefit from the 30% discount. In addition to that, as ISTQB, they've also offered certifications for 4,000 off Kenya shillings off, in addition to the 30% on the winners for the Kahoot. So I'll just move on. There's a question, as long as you are an attendee for this session, I'll just share the link again on email. Yes, I'll share the link on email for the people who've attended the session. So so we'll just move on to the panel discussions. I'll allow June to start us off it, so that at least we keep time and ensure that we're done by 4 p.m.
Yes, thank you, Jackie. There was a question also, is it 20 kks to sit for an exam in Kenya? I think that's for the foundation one, right? And there's the discount, which is now 14,000.
Yes. The normal cost for exams is 20K, that is 20 Kenya shillings. And currently now we are offering a discount, so you pay 14,000 instead of 20,000.
Oh, there's someone who asked another question, just one more, Jackie. Should one have done all the expert level exam, or is just one okay?
We'll need the 3 expert levels exams.
Okay. Becky, I hope you've been answered. So yes, so thank you so much, Lillian and Sam. Again, you can contact them. They are also on LinkedIn, right? Lillian and Sam. You can put in your LinkedIn profiles on LinkedIn as well, on the chat, sorry, on the chat as well, so that people can reach out to you. I can still see there are so many other questions. So on the chat as well, also by Kelly, about retakes. So now we go to the panel discussion, and
June,
yes.
Maybe let me just answer that one for retake, because it's usually an important one. We allow 1 free retake if you fail the first one. So you're allowed to repeat once for free. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly. I hope you have been answered. And Sam, you guys will share the slides as well, right?
Yes, those will be shared.
Great. All right, let's proceed to our panel discussion. And this panel discussion, the topic is AI-powered testing, the challenges, tools, and future trends. So we want to know all about the future trends, all the tools that we need, and the challenges that will face us. And our first speaker for today is none other than Rahul Pawal. He's an expert software tester, test specialist, speaker, author, ambassador, and mentor. He's a recipient of the prestigious Jerry Weinberg Testing Excellence Award. He loves reading, blogging, and speaking at conferences like this one. That's why he came here. Rahul enjoys sharing his thoughts on various platforms. And in this year, 2025, he was honored as Tester of the Year and recognized as a Ministry of Testing Ambassador for his contribution to the testing community. Currently, he's a specialist at IFM Engineering. Welcome so much, Rahul. Welcome. Can we see your face?
Yes, I think we should be able to see his face.
Yes. He was here. I know he's here.
He's saying that the camera is disabled for him.
It should be enabled by now. Maybe you can check again. As we wait for Rahul to come on. Hi, Rahul.
Hi. Thank you for giving me access, and thank you for this wonderful introduction and inviting me for this amazing event. This is the first time I'm joining a session with the Kenya community. Really excited and really looking forward to all the discussions.
Okay, thank you so much, Rahul. So the next person in the panel is someone new that we have not also seen today, is Clarion Makungu. So basically, Clarion is a technology researcher and a cybersecurity expert with a very strong passion for technology leadership and engineering. She began her career as a software developer and advanced into software engineering management, and then transitioned into cybersecurity. Currently, she's a project manager for Africa Cyber Program at the British High Commission, and this is where she leverages her expertise in cybersecurity space. Welcome, Clarion. Yes, we can see you. You can say hi to us, and then we introduce I think we've seen the other panelists.
Hi, Jackie. Hi, June. Hi, Rahul, and everyone. I mean, good to see you and looking forward to a productive session.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Clarion. So a face that we saw in the morning, but you're going to see again is Ezekiel, and I can introduce him very fast for the new people who have joined. And Ezekiel, a cloud solutions architect with a focus on AI and machine learning, skilled in developing scalable data lifecycle and cloud-based AI solutions for diverse industries across West Africa, Europe, and America. Assists organizations in their AWS cloud adoption, offering expertise in strategies, architecture, and pre-sales engineering. Collaborates with clients to optimize AWS costs and develop business cases highlighting the total cost of ownership benefits and cloud migration. He has a bachelor's degree in mathematics and several cloud certifications. Beyond that, he's an accomplished drummer. We were supposed to see your drums, Ezekiel, blending musical passion with technical prowess to enhance creativity in coding and AI problem solving. So welcome, Ezekiel.
Hey, aside from Ezekiel, I think we're also going to have Ibi. I think we have seen Ibi just a few minutes ago. So in addition to Ibi, you can just turn on your camera again for us to see you. We are also going to have we're also going to have an extra person. Ezekiel, we are waiting for you to turn on your camera. Yes. So basically in this panel discussion, we have the cybersecurity experts and we have the automation AI and in automation expert. And we also have Ezekiel, who is in AI software development lifecycle. So I think I'll pass the baton to June for her to start on our panel discussion.
All right. I'm just opening the questions over here. And guys, we can add more questions in the Q&A session. Yes, so that the Q&A section, not session, section. Yes, so that we can have these panelists answer us. So Ibi or Clarion, any of you can answer on, because this is on security. How can AI-driven threat intelligence platforms leverage machine learning and deep learning models to predict cyber attacks before they occur? And what challenges exist in making these predictions reliable? I know you touched on this, Ibi, so for the new people who have joined in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Jen. I think
quite long. Okay, Clarion, please go ahead. Then I'll just round it up.
Okay, thanks, Ibi. Happy to go first. So yeah, I mean, as Ibi has said, that question really, it's quite long and broad. We are wondering what path to take, but I hope we try our level best. So then when we look at AI's role in predictive security, we are really talking about the fundamental shifts in how we approach cybersecurity. And this has really been shaped by this, we must acknowledge. I mean, AI can't let us sleep anyways. So, and I hope you can hear me, just to confirm that I'm not talking to myself.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So, traditionally, this is what used to happen. Like, I mean, we would wait for attacks to happen before responding. But in today's threat landscape, I mean, it demands anticipation. So just speaking to the question and trying to answer the question, I'll give an example of where I've worked before. And we had an implementation, we had deployed a Microsoft Defense ATP that rather demonstrated these new shifts well, where we had, we were able to anticipate, the threats and all that. So the system would identify unusual command sequences across, across the network, and these would match any non-signatures, but exhibit behavioral patterns, which cannot be done traditionally. Those insecurities would agree with me. And so this early warning would come like 3 weeks before full attack materialized, giving the security team actually time to patch vulnerabilities and strengthen the defense in the targeted areas. So acknowledging the role of AI in this, I'd say the challenge we face isn't just technical, but sometimes philosophical, where you find that the machine learning models excel at finding patterns, but cybersecurity is fundamentally an adversarial domain. So we don't want to just find patterns, but we want to see what we can do with these patterns. So attackers would study our defensive system and adapt specifically on how to see how to evade them. And this actually brings, or rather creates, a sort of what I'd call a cat and mouse game, where yesterday's model cannot guarantee tomorrow's protection. So that brings in a challenge. That brings in a challenge in this in this area. And I'd give an example of a banking Trojan evolution, where I think it's called the emotate. And in that, you'd see each variant specifically would be engineered to bypass the previous generation of AI detection. So this would sort of illustrate the greatest challenge, where machine learning models are only as good as their training data. So in cybersecurity, we are often working with incomplete information about emerging threats. And that's the greatest challenge, because yesterday's models can just be as good as yesterday and may not be promising to solve or rather to give tomorrow's predictions and all that. But then I must say that despite these challenges, maybe to organizations implementing AI-driven threat intelligence may have seen significant improvement in their security posture. And this would just come in handy when they try to combine multiple analytical approaches from behavioral analysis to anomaly detection to threat intelligence, while maintaining the human oversight to contextualize the findings. So I don't know if I've answered the question. As we say, the question is really broad and all that, but I hope I've answered something.
Yes, I think you've expounded it quite well. I don't know, Evie, if you have anything to add on, or you can.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll move on to the automation bit of it. So basically AI is growing, especially in the testing industries. So this question is to you, Rahul and Ezekiel, either of you. What advancement in AI do you feel has the most profound impact? And also, what challenges do organizations face when they're trying to adopt AI-driven automation, especially the organizations which have legacy systems?
Okay,
All
so
right.
should I go first?
Yeah, go.
Sure.
Go ahead, please.
Cool. So thanks. Nice question. I think that there are two sides to this question. First is that the possibilities, and then second is the challenges. Like I want to start with the possibilities. With generative AI coming into the play, and slowly it's maturing. There are new models coming out. the time from idea to execution is reducing. Now, it's not just applicable to the development, but it's also applicable to the development of the tests. So if you have good ideas, you can instantly convert them into good scripts, code, automation scripts, and so on. At the same time, the wonderful part that goes with the code or programming logic is that programming logic works on a specific syntax. Now, it's very unlike, and this is the core difference between a programming language and a normal language, because a normal language changes meanings, changing things based on the context and based on the language in which this or area in which that language is used. But that's not the case with programming language. Programming languages run on structured hard rules, and even when they the early adopters of generative AI, when they were running tests, they found that the results of generative AI were exponentially well for coding problems or code related solutions because of the ability of a model to respond in the coded patterns. And this is one of the biggest advantage. This is one of the biggest leverage that people are using for developing products, for testing products. And when I say testing product, I mean to assist with the testing by developing scripts and so on. Now, while we are doing this, I mean, this is certainly an interesting possibility. One big challenge that a lot of companies face or a lot of people face is that they cannot really put out production data or production code and feed it into a public LLM. So I mean, either they have to use a private LLM like a Microsoft Copilot or a GitHub Copilot or whatever tool their company is using, or they have to create a local setup and then have that infrastructure and run some models locally. And now, like the second part is something that is really challenging, needs resources, needs infrastructure, and can create a problem. So yeah, that's my short take.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Oladele.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Raul, for that insight. I think I'll just buttress on your point. I think to be honest, it's going to be very, very interesting, like in coming times, because I think some of these challenges that Raul did speak about, we are beginning to find way around them. For example, the issue with regards to like data privacy or data use, right? We are now beginning to have access to like LLMs that you can own privately, more like you're owning a copy of an LLM itself. So for example, any LLM that is out there that's open source, you can bring it into your own private estate within your own VPC and then use it in your workload. So that way your data does not leave your own private network. You're still using it within that same estate. But then the challenge now is, I think I was speaking on it earlier, is that when you begin to have a skill gap between people who are like vibe coders, right, and people who really know their onions, people who are grounded, I think that's the gap that we need to start closing, because everybody can go on ChatGPT and ask anything in English. But then if you now want to apply it to real world case scenario, so how do you integrate it into your CI/CD pipeline? How do you use it within your different testing cases, right? You see that you have to go back to your system design and know how you plug in everything. It has to integrate together so you don't break whatever it is that you're building in production. So I think one thing that is very important is the skill gap, which is a problem, but I know over time, people will begin to catch up with it. But I just fear that we would still be relaxed in terms of, okay, AI can do a few things. So, I mean, if you can write code for me, I can just, it works, but then it's vulnerable. Yeah. Do you understand? So it works, but it is vulnerable. So those are like two different things. So, and then another thing is like, we are beginning to see technologies like MCPs, right? Which you can take advantage of specific AI agents that are trained to perform a particular task. or make use of a particular tool. So think of any software testing tool you have out there that you are familiar with, but then you're not giving your LLM, or let's say your agent, the ability to make use of that tool, to call it, to make use of it. So just think about it as a human being. Most of the time when you're interacting with all of these technologies, you are going maybe to like the web app, or maybe the software, you're clicking, it's making API calls, but then you're not giving that ability to your agent. So once your agent understands context, it knows the right function to call, and then the right function knows the right tool to use. You can see that way you can easily make your own process seamless, whatever it may be, whether it's testing, development, whatever the case is. So although I think, as usual, these technologies are still in their buzz phase, where they're just buzzwords that are flying around, but then the potentials are there definitely. And I personally have seen really interesting things that people are beginning to do with them. So I think it's going to be an interesting time to come for 2025.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I think there's also a company that provides, you actually pay for a model. It's like the way you're mentioning that everyone has a piece of the model. So you pay for the model, and then you're able to run your tests with that model. That's very interesting take. June, on to you to a security question.
All right. Or before a security question, I think this one anyone from the panel can answer. How can AI models balance test coverage, computational efficiency, and adaptability to evolving applications and ensuring accuracy? Maybe Rahul, you can begin.
Yeah, thanks. So how to use it to increase your coverage? Three things that I will tell you from my experience. First is I create a list of my test scenarios, test ideas, and then I use it as a brainstorming partner, and I share that now this is a list. Now give me 10 more suggestions which are totally opposite of this or totally different from this. So this helps me think of more scenarios. The second aspect is I try to feed test design techniques. So what I try to do is that based on my context, I choose a set of test design techniques, and then I try to feed it, which means I try to add to the current context of my prompt through a PDF attachment or through a very big prompt, that these are the kind of test design techniques or test data patterns that I want you to use to create and give me more diverse cases or edge cases. And then the third option is that for my test data generation, because a lot of things that we do in automation, our results are as good as our test data. And then there I use interesting set. I have a cheat sheet file. I'll share it in the chat about crazy data to expose vulnerabilities. And then I feed it to LLMs and ask it to generate test data based on my context for my data variables, and then I use it. So this is how I like really increase my test coverage and take it to the next level.
Thank you, Rahul. Waiting for the link to that cheat sheet. We're waiting for it. That will be very nice for us to use during testing. Yes, Ibi, a test coverage. Yes.
I want to add to what he had said. It's like he had mentioned, it's going to improve our test coverage simply by analyzing the massive amount of historical test data, the code changes, the user manual tests, but basically what it's going to do is that it's going to complete all of this thing, trace the user behavior to pinpoint high risk areas that any manual tester or even a traditional automation might overlook. What this will do is that it will enable the creation of very intelligent, risk-based test suites that will focus on what really matters, which in most cases is not what is easy to test. For computational efficiency, I would say AI-driven tools help prioritize and optimize this test execution. So instead of running the full test suite, models can recommend the most impactful test based on the recent code changes. I believe AI in terms of using it to balance coverage efficiency and all of these things, what it will mostly do is that it's a game changer for our CI/CD pipeline, where speed is very, very crucial. So that's in terms of computational efficiency. Then in terms of adaptability, we all know that AI thrives in a dynamic environment, right? So with evolving applications and all the AI tools we have out there, AI can now update test scripts autonomously. We call it self-healing automation. So if your UI changes, the model adjusts the test without needing human intervention. So that's how we reduce maintenance overhead and make sure that we keep the agile lifecycle going. So minimizing the positive or false positive or negative, I would say continuous learning and feedback loop will come into play. We need to train this AI with high quality divert data set. Like he had said, ensure that human testers review the edge cases. There is something called the XAI. It's called the explainable AI. What it can also help here. So when you understand why the model flags something, we can validate its accuracy and fine-tune its behavior. So I would just say that in generally, AI doesn't just brute force testing. It brings intelligence. It helps you to balance your context awareness. And it also helps you to achieve that balancing as long as you are able to train it and understand how it works.
Thank you, Ibi. I think you've actually answered a question that I had for you about the false positives. So it's training it to continuously training the model so that it can give you the best results. Just a question for you again, you and Clarion. How effective are the AI models in detecting zero-day vulnerabilities in software and networks? Again, you can also just expound on what zero-day vulnerabilities are. Yeah, you can answer that one, and then I ask the next one on red teaming and automated penetration testing.
I mean, zero-day vulnerability, I always describe it as it's a secret door in a house that even the owner doesn't know that it exists, but a thief knows that it exists.
Okay,
So
interesting.
put it in more technical term. So a zero-day vulnerability is a security flaw in a software. It could be a software, it could be an hardware, whatever, but in an applications that the developer or the vendor, they are not aware about it. Because it is unknown, there is no patch or fix available, right? And because of that, an attacker can exploit it before the company even knows that it is there. So 0 day refers to the fact that the developer have had 0 day to fix it once the issue becomes known or was exploited. Why is it dangerous? It's dangerous because the fact that you don't even know that it exists is one danger. And because you don't know that it exists, there is no defense. Antivirus or firewall or bug fix could have saved you, but you didn't know it exists, so there's no defense put in place. The impact, because you don't know that that thing exists, you don't even know to the extent of where it's the impact of that issue. So it is often used to on targeted attacks, especially corporate ones like government, corporations, or crucial infrastructure. So when you hear 0 day attack, most of the time it's mostly not in startups. It's mostly in major corporations, government-wide corporations, critical infrastructure. It's also dangerous because of the exploitation window. Once attacker finds it, they move. The race begins to patch it before widespread damage. So a real life example, like I mentioned, I can't remember the name of the movie, but all I know is that zero-day information, zero-day attack that happened was that the whole country, electricity, network, everything goes off for like 5 minutes. So there is no network. You don't know that the train is coming. You don't know you don't see the traffic lights. You don't know who is crossing by. The health hospital, everything is down for 5 minutes. And by the time the light comes back on, you could count a loss of over 30,000 lives has been gone within 5 minutes of 0 day. So attackers could be spying on conversations, stealing data without raising any alarm because of 0 day vulnerability. So I thought to respond to that first.
Yeah, okay, that's very, very, very insightful and scary at the same time. You have a secret door that only only an attacker knows about it. So Clarion, I don't know if you want to add anything else, or I could direct the next question to you.
Yeah, I think I just add to what she said. I think 0 day vulnerabilities represent our most significant blind spot in cybersecurity. You know, as she said, I mean, these are unknown flaws that exist in our systems until someone, hopefully our defenders, rather than attackers, discovers them. And so, I mean, I think AI approaches to 0 day detection typically fall into two categories. So we have the code analysis and the behavioral monitoring. I know Google has been working on the Project Zero, the Google Project Zero team, where they try to utilize machine learning to analyze code patterns, identify potential vulnerable constructs similar to the previously exploited ones. And so such techniques, like a technique like this one of pattern matching would help would help the teams to identify vulnerable components, utilizing the things like the Log4j across numerous applications before many organizations even realized they were, they were exposed. So on the behavioral side, I'd say like we have this team like the FireEye detection systems that one time identified the how is it called? I think it's called a sunburst backdoor by just flagging unusual network communication pattern. So in their case, you find like the system didn't know about the specific vulnerability, but it recognized that the behavior didn't match the legitimate software pattern. So all I can say is that is the challenge here is is reliability, where I think from the former questions we were just talking about false positives and all that. And so in this case, you find that the false positives can overwhelm security teams, while the false negatives would leave critical vulnerabilities unaddressed. So I know of one healthcare organization that I once advised, their initial AI vulnerability scanner flagged over 10,000 potential issues, far too many for their team to address, you know. So then I'd say the most effective approach would be combining multiple detections methods with context-aware prioritization, because with that then would say would not just use machine learning, not just to identify potential vulnerability, but also to assess their exploitability in the specific environment and prioritize remediation based on business impact. And so with that, then would say that, organizations would benefit from the collective detection capability without sharing the sensitive code or data, and that would show at least promising results of the AI in in the 0 day vulnerability detection. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Clarion, for that. I can see EB saying that getting the 0-day vulnerability is very satisfying. I can imagine, since it's not an expected result. So we'll proceed to just one question before we move into automation. There's a question on AI in red teaming and automated penetration testing. So can AI fully replace human red teams in penetration testing? And also, what are the ethical and security risks associated with the AI-driven attack simulations? Maybe,
Okay.
yeah, you can take that.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I think for me, the question of whether AI can replace human red teams, it just strikes at heart. Because I mean, based on current technology and the real world implementations, I think my answer would be not yet. But the argumentation capabilities are transformative. We must acknowledge that. So I talk about the automated penetration testing tools like the Rapid7, the Insight VM, the Attacker IQ platforms have dramatically changed how we approach security validation. And through these platforms, through these tools, we would see the systems can continuously test defense against thousands of attacks scenarios without human fatigue or bias. And maybe I'll just give an example. At one of the major retailers, their deployment of automated testing identified like 23% more vulnerabilities than their previous quarterly manual testing regime. And so that actually gives a good signal. But then human red teams would bring in creativity, would bring in adaptability and business context that AI currently lacks. So maybe we would think of, the most sophisticated attacks often would involve social engineering, would involve things like the complex chaining of minor vulnerabilities, and even exploitation of the business process flows, rather than just the technical vulnerabilities alone. And so in this case, AI wouldn't really integrities. I'll give an example of a program. There's a program called the DARPA Chase program that demonstrated both the promise and the limitation of autonomous security testing. So the AI system could just identify and exploit technical vulnerability at a machine speed, but would struggle with the with the attacks requiring human judgment or creative problem solving. So this would just tell us that the AI would excel at finding the knowns unknowns, but human would remain essentials for discovering the unknowns. So if we just want to discover the known unknowns, then AI would thrive there. But if we are keen to discover the unknown, then in that case we need human beings intervention. So the ethical concerns are something also significant that I could mention about, and I'd say like in automated penetration testing tools, like there's these the tools that use a dial use technology, sort of. So you'd find like the same capabilities that would help defenders to potentially defend would also be weaponized by attackers. And so in this case, the organizations implementing these technologies would need significant governance frameworks, especially when tools have autonomous exploitation, capabilities. So in this case, I think the responsible approach would be to combine both human-led red team with continuous automated testing, using humans to guide the strategy while letting the machines handle the repetitive high volume testing activities. Yeah, so that's what I could I can say about the question. But then my point would be we need both to work together. Let the human do the guiding, and the machines handle the handle the rest. Thanks.
Let
Okay,
me
thank you
ask.
so much.
Thank you,
Yes,
Clarence.
Evie. Mhm.
I think you are giving a lot of attention to this. You know, the simple, straightforward answer is no. And I have some very funny questions to ask. Has the AI replaced developers? Well, maybe
Yes.
after we stopped an entire programming language and inventing bugs that doesn't exist, you can ask AI to write code and it gives you something that looks right until you deploy the app and start sending love letters to your firewall. Developers still got job security, right? As AI replaced cooking of food, maybe AI can tell you how to make jollof rice, but can it taste it? Can it measure the salt? Especially in a Nigeria or Kenya way, can it tell you when the food is done? Maybe AI should also try to cook some traditional meal. Can AI replace shopping? Buy this, go to that one, deliver it to the next one. Can AI replace the user that is going to be using the application? We need to focus that we are building a solution, right? So as AI replaced the user of that solution, if only we got users, real life users, that would need to enter their username and password. They need to call support because the internet entered their phone, or there is, or clicking allow all cookies. If AI is not going to replace the user, if AI is not going to replace parenting, if AI is not going to replace whatever, how then is AI supposed to replace tester? I can smell bug from a distance just by seeing AI handling any application test. AI will not test login works, but only a human tester can check what happens when you type in a password backward, upside down, or with one side eye. We don't test features, we test real life solutions, right? So the straightforward answer is no. I don't think we should start thinking about giving it a special solution. Is AI going to be replacing users, testers? No, because testers are human, and as long as AI is not replacing the human that is going to use the application, AI is definitely not going to replace who is developing the application. Then how come AI wants to replace who is testing the application? It's here to amplify our impact. Like I said in my last presentation, AI is a super assistant. It can handle repetitive tasks, like Clarence said. It can handle time-consuming tasks like regression testing. It can log analysis. It can generate test data. It can even prioritize your test cases. This frees up the human tester to focus on high-value work like critical thinking, like exploratory testing, like usability assessment, like content-driven testing with machine, which your machine cannot replace. AI lacks intuition. AI lacks empathy. It lacks domain understanding, all of which only a human tester brings to the table. So, for example, AI can tell you that a button works, but only a human can assess whether it makes sense in the flow of the user journey, or if creating cognitive friction for a real user. So now, will AI-driven test suits ever become fully self-sustaining? In limited narrow cases like regression tests for mature system, yeah, maybe. But for real world, consistently involving applications, human oversight is not just essential, it is irreplaceable. So we are the one who set the goals, we define the risks, we interpret the results. Even self-healing test needs validation. Even AI models need retraining. So when you're now considering the ethical dimension in areas like health tech, finance, defense, law, can we really afford to hand over complete testing responsibility to a machine? Like, imagine you get to an hospital today, you're not feeling fine, you have high problem or something, and then they tell you that, oh, this application that we are going to use to fix your eye is being tested by an AI. Will you sit down for them to use the application on you? Have we gotten there? I mean, it's not like it was built. It was built by human, but it was tested by AI. Can we really afford to hand over complete testing responsibility to machines? The consequences of false negatives is those fields can be life-altering. So, in short, AI should be seen as an enabler, not a threat. It makes us faster, smarter, more efficient, but it's our judgment, creativity, and understanding of human behavior that ensures that quality is never compromised. So the future isn't AI versus testers. It is AI with testers, or AI testers, or testers AI, whatever. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibi. I think that has been most of the questions that we got on what people are looking forward to is it going to replace humans? And for me, it's comforting to know that it's just an enabler. So we'll go ahead onto the automation questions. Jen, take it away.
Yeah. So thank you, Ibi, as well. Someone, Wainaina asked in the chat, so can AI tell us which is the best jollof? I think you can answer him over there and tell him which is the best jollof. For the Rahul and the rest, there's usually a debate. Maybe Ibi can explain this better of that type of rice. Is it rice?
Yeah, it's jollof rice. I mean,
Yes.
Nigerian jollof is still it. There is no way about it. You know, you guys don't want to agree, but I mean, you get to taste either of them, then you decide. But I mean, I've tasted both sides, and I know that Ghana jollof is like an AI-driven jollof rice of Nigeria. So yeah.
Tina should be here for this.
All right, as we close up the final session with some automation questions, I love what you guys have talked about AI not replacing us. I think everyone here is very, what is it called? Now their hearts are okay. We're not panicking that AI is going to replace us. And the question either to Rahul or Ezekiel is how can we then evolve with AI as it also evolves as professionals, as developers, as anybody in any career. It does not in any career, sorry, but in the DevOps, as QAs, as what developers, because I know there are developers here as well, and they are cloud engineers. How can we then stay relevant even as this trend continues? And also, how can we ensure team efficiency where we're using AI for collaboration?
Nice question. I think everybody is here to know that, and I mean, how can they take some learnings from this discussions or from this event and use it for their team, for their actual projects. Now there are like some basic aspects that I want to really focus on. For example, as a tester who wants to do really good testing, basics are the foundations. You cannot do good testing unless you know basics. Similarly, for somebody who wants to use AI for testing, and that's going to be something that people will demand more and more. You have to really understand the inner functioning and how LLMs work, not at a very deep technical level, but at a level where you understand that how these systems actually work, how your text gets converted into some tokens, and how based on some probability you get certain answers, how you can optimize the chances that you get better tokens or you get less tokens, and you get good responses, how you can add more context, deep context, how you can attach context from diverse possibilities, different modalities. Now AI tools are supporting different modalities, how you can target the audio modality, video modality, image modality, PDF modality, text modality, and so on. And then how you can leverage it for your task. Now, once you understand these basics, the important part for each one of us is that each one of us are testers, but we are all testing in different projects which have different kind of risks, different kind of challenges, and different kind of contexts. And at the same time, we are working with different teams who have different skill sets. Now, it's very important that we identify what are the top tasks, the low-hanging fruits that we want to probably use and conquer with AI, or apply AI to. Identify those tasks, identify a metric, collect data that how much time and effort it takes you now, how much time it takes when you apply AI, what is the efficiency, what is the impact, what are the challenges, and then maybe measure this data, present this as a case, and I think that will also help you build a case for onboarding good AI tools, for onboarding more sessions on AI and all of that, because business only understands value and the impact that you can do by leveraging tools. So showcase that value, onboard your team with that, and like find things that are relevant to your context. That's most important.
Thank you, Rahul. So know the basics. Basically, we all need to know the basics. We also need to know how ChatGPT works. We can even start there, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Thank you. Ezekiel, as you answer that as well, there's a question in the Q&A section where Beth is asking, as a junior full stack developer, how does the senior developer know that the code I created is AI generated? Even if I developed the same thing he needed, can it still tell when I had coded it?
What does it matter, to be honest? That's the truth. What does it matter if you wrote it or if it works past the text, there's no vulnerability, anything, then you're fine. In fact, as a matter of fact, I was in Kenya, I think a month ago. We had a conference there. So something really struck me when someone mentioned that it's actually about adopting AI in the workspace, in the organization. And then it was like people were not readily accepting, AI, the use of AI in their day-to-day activities. Some people were skeptical. Oh, is it really spitting out the right thing? I'm not too certain of it. I think I still prefer Stack Overflow, just going to Google and do Google search and the likes. So, but then we now begin to see that people are more accepting of it. People are beginning to use it. As a matter of fact, if you're not using it in your organization, you should be questioned. Because basically what it does for you is that it's increase your efficiency. So you spend less time, and if there are resources that is taken up by that time, you reduce the cost of those resources. So business-wise, it just makes sense, right? But then you need to be responsible with it. As in, those are just different guardrails that you need to put around the systems, right? I think that's for the question, right? Don't worry. As a matter of fact, I think you should be able to brag that, okay, unless you're like me, and sometimes I might just say, okay, I'm still working on it, but I'm already done with it, but I just want to buy some time to do something for myself. Maybe the task will normally take me 2 hours. I'm done with it in like 10 minutes. I just like, okay, yeah, I'm still on it, but I'm done, and I can find time to do more personal stuff. That's on the lighter note. So now on the question itself, when we've properly adopted, like we've received the technology, we should understand how it works. And the reason why I say you should really understand how it works is that I usually tell stakeholders and C-suite personnel of the expectations that they have from AI in general, right? Because an executive can just wake up tomorrow and say, okay, we want to build a car that travels to the future. AI can do it. I'm like, you calm, just calm down, calm down. We are not there yet, because if you don't manage our expectations, right, people can just come up and say, just do it. AI can do it. But then if you know how AI works, you can tell them what is possible and what is not possible. And what you can also do is you can now know how to best make use of it. For example, a lot of people still do not know today that generative AI is not deterministic. It's a probabilistic artificial intelligence. So what it means is that it's generating content based on level of confidence of probability, right? It's not deterministic that, okay, this is the correct answer, but just saying, okay, out of the other out of the several options I have, this is the most probable one that would come next, and it's putting it there, right? A lot of people don't understand that. So if you put that into perspective, you would not be so comfortable in using it to diagnose a patient in the hospital, right? Because if you give an LLM like different diagnosis, right? You don't just expect that when it says malaria, you're treating malaria. I don't know. Am I still audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So if it's malaria, you don't want to just start, in taking malaria drugs. It could be any other thing. So those are like the different guardrails that we need to put around our understanding of how AI works. So if we understand properly, we can now know how we can integrate it into our own day-to-day activities. Like through your own process, what can it do for me? How can I make use of it? Right? We are different people from different expertise on the call. Some of us are testers, pen testers, quality assurance, developers, DevOps, AI, ML engineers, several people. But then in each of our specialty, there are different ways that AI can just accelerate our workflows and our work process.
Great. Thank you, Ezekiel, for that. June, I don't know if you have any other questions for the general automation.
We will continue with them in the main room, but I wanted us to first of all do a Kahoot. We have discussed a lot, so maybe just some questions in the Kahoot, play that game a little bit, and then now we go into our breakout rooms. Yeah, so let's set that up in a minute. It's going to be a short one, not like the others, just 10 questions. Again, as we said before, Jackie, you can share the gifts.
So while that is happening, just to close on the panel discussion, I think we've had basically general information and in-depth in some areas information about automation and security. And right now, the next session, we're just going to have more details on the same. For automation, AI in automation, most of the people who registered, we picked the questions that were asked in those in which topic you're interested in, especially in AI. So we pick those questions, and that is what is going to be answered in the breakout rooms. So the main room is going to remain with Rahul and Ezekiel, where they'll be tackling AI in automation. The breakout rooms, we have security as well as LLMs. So in case you want more information about testing of LLMs, Emmanuel will be there to take you through that as he had done in the initial session. And then for security, we also have Clarion, who's going to give us an in-depth on security, on AI in security. Yeah, so I think we can start on the Kahoot. Again, if you have any questions, just put it on the chat, put it on the Q&A, and we'll answer you as we go. Also, Lillian, you can share the ISTQB information as well. I think there are several questions about the validity of the 30% offer. So you can also check the charts and answer on the same. So we can proceed to the Kahoots. Again, thank you so much, Ibi. Thank you, Clarion. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Ezekiel, for the panel discussion. I hope everyone has gained something from it, and will gain more even in the breakout rooms and those remaining in the main room as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jackie. So let us begin this. Okay, let us join. We are 59. I think we can still have 30 participants. So this is the last Kahoot we're doing, and then we join the breakout rooms. We finish. We have some closing remarks from the partners of this SQA Summit, and then we will be done. So please join. Let's do this one last time. Yes. So the game pin, the pin is 4188962. It's up here. I think you can see my screen. So up here. And we will be
4188962.
yes. And we'll be mentioning the winners at the end. So yeah.
So again, just to reiterate, the winners are going to get a substantial reduction in their ICQB certification. You're also able to get the professional or rather career course with Essai. You can be able to also get a free certification from Kiwami Tech. And for the ones in Kenya, those who are coming to the test chat, you'll get free lunch from the test community. Yeah, so keep joining the Kahoot.
Yes. 7 more guys. We are 23. 7 more guys. Let's do this. Let's do this. I like what over here said he is the winner. He or she. And I am the winner. Right, 4 more people, 4 more people. Continue joining. 4 more people. Let's do this. Three more, then we start. Giving it 1 minute, then we continue. I hope it's easy to join. Jackie, you can add it in the chat of how they can join.
I've already shared. I can't join. It's 4188962. You can follow this link. Isaac, you can follow the link and then you put that pin.
Yes, there's the app that is in the chat, the Kahoot app in the chat. So you just open it and then you put in the
link. The app is not supported on your mobile device. Okay.
So sorry, Isaac.
So there's also a question, Lillian, maybe you can answer. Bharat actually won one of the Kahoots. Will the certification be valid for the Indian team?
Jackie, share the link again, please. I see 2 people asking for that again. Yeah, so that we can begin.
Sorry, I'm sharing. sorry, guys.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Okay. So Busayo, you can join. Isaac, you can try. No, you're on your phone. Maybe you join with your machine if you can, if you're able to.
Yeah.
We are about to begin.
There's
so yeah.
one who's called I am the winner.
Yes. I hope they win. I really hope they win. So again, this is about speed. Very easy questions about life, about very, very easy, by the way, about security. So I hope you guys were listening to EB.
Okay.
All right, I see Basayo is in, so let us begin. Which is a type of security testing. Great, 28 people got this correct. Let's move on. Next, Anne, I see you're in the lead. All right, let's go. What's the main goal of security testing? Those answers are coming in fast, like fast and furious. Great, great, great. Bharat, you've already started. Yes, EB's system was hacked by, I hope you guys were listening. I hope you guys were listening. Yes, it was a teenager, not a toddler. It was a teenager. Kibe. Mm-hmm, 24 got this correctly. Yes, encryption is the answer. Kibe is still on the lead.
What about I am the winner?
Try to represent everyone here. India, Nigeria, Kenya. I don't know if there's any other country I've missed out, but yeah. Yeah, so the answer is India. Rahul needs to tell us more about this. How many languages do they have?
I think it's over 100. 100, like, because there are a lot of dialects, and every 40 kilometers there is some change in the dialects.
All right.
Interesting.
That's
Kipkirui was
interesting
taking the lead.
because Nigeria has over 500.
We'll debate on that, Ezekiel. I'll give you ChatGPT answers.
All right.
So which part about yourself is true over here? Yes, so the answer is you can't breathe and swallow at the same time. You can try this after the conference. Try and breathe and swallow food at the same time.
Okay.
Oh,
Don't try
Vic.
it at home. Don't try it at home. Don't try it at home.
And when was ISTKB Kenya founded? I hope you guys were listening to Sam. I also hope I got it right. Ah, yes, it's 2013. At least the majority say in 2013. So I did get it right. I am the winner. We can't see you up there. So which is a myth about human brains? This one, you guys have taken a while to answer. It's hard. We all have brains inside our head and skull. We have a brain. Yeah, that's the myth. That size equals smart. That's the myth. Everything else is true. Wait, yes. Vic is leading. 2 more questions to go. What's not a goal of security testing? Not. Also, what's not a goal? Good. Yeah, 22 of you got that correct. And the last question is Vic. Yeah. Vic is still leading. So the last question. Which human sense is the strongest? Just an easy one. Yes, it is smell. And that is why we can't swallow and breathe at the same time. You can do your homework later. So at number 3, we have Uncle Sam. Number 2, we have, wow, Rahul. And at number 1, we have Vic. Yes, yes. So congratulations, guys. 4, we have Graham. And 5 again, Brahat. Hey, yes. So thank you, guys. This was fun. I always enjoy doing Kahoots. Very, very fun. Extremely, extremely fun.
Thank you so much again. Rahul, I'm not quite sure what gift you'd want. Yeah, maybe we
I'm
can
also
discuss
wondering
that.
as well.
Yeah. So you have a question for me?
Yeah, I was saying since you're part of the winners, I'm not quite sure what gift you'd want. Maybe you can come to Kenya to attend the test chat and then we'll buy you lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you guys for that. I think now we'll move into the breakout rooms. So we, as I've mentioned, we have 2 breakout rooms. And if you want to remain in the main room, then of course you'll be able to remain in the main room to proceed with the AI in test automation. There's some of the LLM, some of the AI tools that some of the participants were interested in. So of course you can remain in the main room and also join in the 2 rooms, which is AI in security and LLM testing of the LLMs. So yeah, I think June,
Yes,
you can
the
open
rooms are
the
open.
breakout
Yeah.
rooms.
They're open, so people can join now. And we can
Okay.
give that around 2 minutes or 3 minutes for people to join. Yeah, they are open.
Okay, let's join into the rooms.
Hey,
Okay,
Jack, can you just send me to the security room, please? I can't see where she's in. I don't know.
okay, let me see whether I can broadcast. June, are you able to prompt the rooms again?
Let me try that.
Yeah.
When you click on Zoom and you see the breakout rooms, you'd be able, there isn't, yeah, I'm missing
Yeah.
functionality here. We are unable to prompt, guys, but I can, it's Clarion,
Fine.
right?
Yes.
I've sent her there. I've assigned her to that Clarion so you can join. You should
Okay.
have gotten a prompt to join the AI, the security one. I've already assigned you to that one. Yeah, so everyone wants to discuss automation. The general questions on AI remain here in the main room. And then we have the other 2 rooms as well. There's security, AI and security, and LLMs in software testing.
Yeah. So for AI in performance, we'll share with you the slide that Ikina had in case you have any questions. We have his LinkedIn there. You can definitely ask him as many questions as you have. Yeah.
We have 30 members in the main room, right?
Yeah, around 30
Yes.
members in the main room.
Yes. I think we'll just give it a minute. I hope no one is stuck. If anyone's stuck, please unmute and let us know, and then we can assign you to that specific room that you want to join. If anyone is stuck. Otherwise, we can continue. Jackie, we will continue.
Yeah, just a second, June. I've sent you a chart.
All right, Jackie, let me take you to the LLM one. I think you
Not yet.
Oh, you don't want to join right now?
Yeah, so just a second, June.
Okay. Yeah, I see the numbers reducing. So if anyone is stuck, please let us know. All right, all right. I think we can begin. We can definitely begin. Guys have joined. If anyone is still stuck, please let us know. We are still here. We are listening to you. Oh, yes. So Jackie, you will continue with the automation over here. Yes, and I can join LLMs, and then we'll be back here by 3:50, so that we can finish this amazing conference. So Jackie, all the best.
Okay, thank you so much, Jen. Yeah, so thank you, Ezekiel, thank you, Rahul, again for being here with us. So I don't know, June, if you've been able to join LLM. I think she has.
Can you
So
unmute it?
Okay,
Because she's back.
we're good now. I think we're good. Rahul, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
See, Ibi, I think she is messaging hello in the chat.
Yeah, that's EP. Okay, so thank you guys for remaining here. Most of the questions that were asked are basically on the tools that are being used in AI and also the LLM. So I'll just jump right into it. So Rahul and Ezekiel, the first question, how do AI-powered tools like testing autonomously explore applications and detect hidden defects that human testers might miss?
Yeah, okay. So for example, in your question, you give an example of a tool named Testim. Now, Testim is by a company called Tricentis, and Tricentis has a legacy of building testing tools, which means they have a proprietary software, proprietary technology for some of the software testing aspects like image recognition or object recognition and doing some test actions and so on. Now, when such kind of proprietary knowledge can be fueled and blended with a task specific LLM, and they create products like Testim Copilot or Tosca Copilot. Such tools can actually help with your automation and doing automation for complex applications like Oracle or Salesforce. And in such cases, these tools are really powerful, because if you want to use an open source tool or a tool which is not really good at handling complex and custom elements, then I think you can go for these AI powered tools, because they will have a lot of deeper capabilities for element detection, for auto weighting, for auto handling synchronizations and so on. And that's really powerful. But at the same time, these tools are also not the golden solution to the problem called as testing. So you have to balance and understand the challenges. Now, I am not a experienced user of a tool like Testim. I've tried out Tosca couple of times, and I really like the capabilities that it offers for some typical kind of legacy applications. But understand your context and then look for the right tool, rather than looking for a tool and then looking for a problem to solve with that tool. So that's my take.
Ezekiel, do you have anything maybe to add? I can see, Peter, you've also unmuted yourself. Ezekiel?
Yeah, sorry about that. So I think Rahul is in the best position to answer that, and I think I'll just ride on his answer.
Okay, great. So again, I think just to reiterate on what Rahul has said, it's best to instead of looking for a tool and finding how the tool is going to help you, is identify the issue that you have and then find the best tool that can help you solve the issue. So the next question is on LLMs in test automation. What are some of the benefits and limitations of using LLMs such as GPT-4 in automated test case generation, debugging, and also automating repetitive tasks? So what are some of the benefits and what are some of the limitations?
Okay. You want me to go first?
Yeah, no, I can. Let me take this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I think some of the benefits, right? The ones that we know definitely for sure are, you can easily scale up your repetitive tasks. So what I mean by repetitive tasks are, you have a plethora of tests you would normally do in your application, you know them for sure. So if you have to do it like maybe 1,000 times or so, you can easily get it done when you leverage LLM to help you automate in all of those test cases. But that's as it's provided that you have properly engineered your prompt, because sometimes LLMs not being able to perform tasks as a result of bad prompting. Like you're not describing what you want the LLM to do itself. You're not capturing all of the edge cases or the things that you should pay attention to when you are prompting it. So for example, if you say, if you are telling an LLM to prompt, if you are prompting an LLM to test a login flow, right? Maybe you didn't particularly specify for it to test the set password, reset password, forgot password, like all of those different cases that sometimes might have to do with a login flow, right? You might not necessarily capture it. And when it's giving you the result, you might think, okay, it doesn't know what it's doing, but it's just that, okay, you did not, analyze those key steps for it to go through. Then another benefit is that it can actually help you see patterns that you yourself might not quickly catch, because the compute power is there that we as humans do not necessarily have. So if you're exposing the LLM to like terabytes size of test cases and test scenario or incident scenario, you as a human being might not be able to quickly go through it and look out for the patterns, but an LLM can do that for you, right? And then another thing is that when it's not identifying this pattern, it can now help you prioritize based on the risk level or the risk level of each threat that is able to identify. So the benefits are a lot, and I think at this point we are still very much seeing AI and LLM in general as a tool. So the tool is only as good as the person that is building it. So if you know what to do with the tool, right? If you know how to use the tool properly, then you can get the best out of it, right? Then what's the second part of the question again?
I think you've actually captured the limitation. It was the limitation, benefits and limitation.
Okay.
I think you've captured the limitation and benefit as well. Rahul, do you have anything to add on the same?
Not to add, just to summarize, I think I want to talk about 4 key benefits or special strengths that LLM possesses. First, amazing and wonderful text processing capabilities, text formatting, reformatting capabilities. One. Second is amazing to type out or generate some friendly looking or helpful looking text for your cover letters, emails, resumes. It can do it very well. Third is good for very high probability information that you can find with a very good high probability on the internet. LLMs can quickly generate you because it is trained on the internet available information. Good with code and good even now good with audio assistance, because with newer multimodal LLMs, even they can listen to your audio and process the audio directly and so on. So that's a special strength now, special power, because no other tool could directly listen to audio till now what we could do was convert an audio into a text, and then there were tools which could parse things out. But now new LLMs can actually learn and listen to audio. Now limitations: first, hallucination, big problem. Second is different kind of syndromes. They are unteachable. They learn on tokens and so on. They can also be jailbreaked. You can do prompt injections, and you can jailbreak AI Gen AI system. And one big limitation that LLMs have is the reversal curse, which means if they are trained on A is B, they don't automatically learn B is A. And this is the reversal curse which LLMs deal with. So if you have trained it for a specific data, it doesn't learn all the reasoning and other aspects of that stuff. So that is also a limitation.
That's very interesting. Okay, so we will move on to the next question. This is AI in debugging and enhancing productivity. I think that as well you had mentioned the first in the first question. So how can these models like ChatGPT and Cloud streamline the debugging processes and enhance the productivity of our processes? For example, automation, code analysis, and test scenarios. So when you answer that, how best AI can be used in debugging and enhancing productivity, you can also mention, actually, let's do that, and then we go to the next one. So AI in debugging and enhancing productivity.
So I'm like, for last couple of months now, I'm using a tool called as GitHub Copilot. Now with GitHub Copilot, I can feed my entire repository as a context to the Copilot, which is probably using a variant or a specific variant of ChatGPT in the background. Now the good part is that I use it to develop a lot of tests. So for example, if I've created like 3 tests and then I want to create smart and advanced test, which combines the capabilities of these 3 tests, I can easily do it. So if I have an idea, I can easily convert it into a code. I can easily ask it for specific error messages that I'm getting, that what are the various ways to fix it. And based on its suggestion, I can ask it to instantly implement it. So the time between me thinking about a thing and then me doing it, that has drastically reduced. And that brings in all the efficiency, because now you can quickly try out things faster and then use it to build good test, good possibilities, permutations, and so on. So like in the past, if I had to do it in a non-AI era, we used to create test planning. We used to think of different kind of test, and then we used to plan for different timelines. That week 1 we focus on basic test, then advanced test, then end-to-end test, then system test. And now that timeline can be really achieved very fast, and you can really do and give faster feedback to the developers. And that totally changes the game, and that totally changes the efficiency game for testers. So that, like, this is really a thing. I think this vibe coding, that people, who can just read code and who have some good ideas, they can also take a good leverage from LLMs and specific coding tools like GitHub Copilot and so on. So that's really powerful. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rahul, for that. Ezekiel, do you have anything to add on the same?
Yeah, totally agree with Rahul. There are a lot of AI tools out there that you can really take advantage of, in your development process, that can make your debugging very fast, right? Some would even go as far as taking up the workflow. For example, if you have a bug, and then, usually when we first add like LLMs, what we'll do is you tell ChatGPT to generate the code for you. You pick up that code in ChatGPT, put it in your IDE, you run it, you get a bug, you copy the bug, you take it back to ChatGPT, and then I got this error, then it tries to fix it again. And you do that cycle like 100 times until you get the right answer. But now you already have special IDs that have AI integrated into them, that once you're getting that error, right, you can pick it up and just say, okay, this error is because of so thing. It tries something new. If it gets an error again, it will try something else, like automatically. So it's going to keep on trying to fix it until it gets like the solution. And some would even go as far as writing out the plan of what they want to do to fix that bug for you. So you can also have like an overview of, okay, this is what it is trying to do. So in case maybe it wants to go and change your API key or something, you can quickly stop it. So it doesn't mess around with sensitive information like that.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Is it a plugin on an IDE or?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned one of it during the presentation. You can use Cursor or for terminal-based, for terminal-based, if you're the kind of person that runs most of the code in the terminal, you can use WAP. So WAP is really, really interesting because WAP has that agentic feature that if you tell it like, okay, I want to deploy a Kubernetes cluster, and let's say you don't have Kubernetes on your system at all, it will check that do you have Kubernetes, right? If you tell, okay, you don't have Kubernetes, these are the steps that we can use. I mean, these are the step of things we can do to get Kubernetes on your system, download it, install it, then probably test or run a kubectl pod or something. If you write that step, then it will carry out all those steps by itself. So you won't have to interact with it at that point anymore. Once you just agree to the plan that it has written out, then it's just going to do it.
Yeah, that is very, very insightful. I think I'll try that.
Yeah, you should.
So
You'd love
so
it.
can you imagine? It makes your work very easy.
Yeah.
So on to the next question. AI generated test suites and automation risks. So can AI-driven bots like DeepMind and OpenAI AutoGPT help create entire test suites? And what potential risks could arise from this level of automation? I think, Rahul, you had mentioned that already, but you can add on it.
Yeah, so for example, tools like AutoGPT that give a provision to run AI agents. Now, one of the very important aspect is that there are two things. First, what you can do, and second is what you can do in your professional context for a professional client working on under a professional agreement. See, so for example, I hear a lot of people talk about things like AutoGPT or AI agents, but my question back to them is, can they really upload their inner applications that they are building or the data specific to that through an LLM to an AI agent? Can they do it? I mean, if they cannot do it, then there is no point, I mean, thinking about that, can they replace it? Now, why they cannot do it is for one simple reason, because no company wants to expose out their data and give it to a third party tool. Now, that's why people get testers in-house, or they get in companies that provide testing services. Because trust, confidentiality, and responsibility is one of the key aspects with testing. Now, AI agent cannot take responsibility for the testing it does. A human tester can take responsibility. A human tester can plan things in a responsible manner. A AI agent, if you prompt it again back that I think it is wrong, it will change its answer. A human tester does it. Human tester is reliable, and it's not a matter of these tools replacing it, but these will certainly augment. Testers will use such similar kind of tools in the times to come, but the responsibility, the critical thinking, the putting things as per the situation, these all aspects and these all skills are very important, and these tools don't have them, these cannot have them, because of the fundamental aspect that they cannot take responsibility. So yeah.
Yeah, to just say a very funny case scenario to portray the whole point. There was an incident, I think it must be last year or 2 years ago, where AI was integrated into an e-commerce, and then all those chatbot that you'd normally see when you go to a website, just lying somewhere by the side. And a user came and asked that chatbot that, oh, okay, I want to get this particular product. Do you guys have discount? Right? And then the AI chatbot responded that, oh, they have so percentage discount on that product, and the person was excited and they decided to buy it, but then they charged the user full money. So the user had to now, like, it turned to a lawsuit, and it was because actually the company were not offering any discount. But you know, when you train LLM on a very large amount of data, you often see questions of discounts associated with discount actually being given, right? So you say, okay, we have 2% discount off on this product, so amount discount off. So cases like that, you know, the owner of the website now cannot say that it is the LLM that is responsible. They should arrest the chatbot, right? It is you who owns that platform that will be responsible for it. So that's what I was trying to say, that, you know, you as the human tester will be the one that have to take responsibility for what is going on. So we really do need to pay attention to that.
Okay, that's interesting. So we have 5 more questions, but we'll just go very quickly through them so that at least we are able to cover everything that was asked. So speed, accuracy, and CI/CD efficiency. So how can AI-driven test automation frameworks improve on testing speed and accuracy, particularly in CI/CD environments? I think we can start with you, Ezekiel.
Yeah, so there are several ways that you can leverage AI within your CI/CD pipeline for speed and accuracy. One is during your development level, when you're writing your code, you can leverage AI to quickly generate unit tests for the code you're writing. So as you're developing your code, it's, you know, writing the unit test for them. And then as you're pushing up the pipeline, you can now start writing integration tests. I don't think integration tests can be written based off either the statement of work or BRD, whatever it is you're using to describe the solution you're trying to build. It can then, I mean, the way you're orchestrating or architecting the solution, it can use those information to write integration tests. Then user acceptance tests, it can then begin to use like the BRDs and the SOWs to generate user acceptance tests. And if even for pen testing and you know, for security tests, you can generate all of those as you are developing your code. So we've mentioned so many AI companion that you can use alongside you while you are developing. Amazon Q can work both on your IDE and even on your infrastructure, maybe on the cloud like AWS. Amazon Q is there to help you write all those tests to make sure that your pipeline is running well. Integration tests, the same thing. You can write it from an IDE. It can generate those tests for you as you're writing your code to make sure that all the functionalities in your code is functional, right? And as many tests as you can, right, that you need to do, you can generate tests for them and then integrate it into your workflow. And the most interesting part is that you can now automate it. So for example, if you want to do a user test, successful login user test after deploying to production or something like that, right? Once your CI/CD has deployed it to that production environment, it can trigger an event. You can add an event trigger or pass the workflow down to another agent, which is going to call your login endpoint and make sure that the response is getting the success 200. And once that criteria is met, you know that it's passed. Can you see that? Just that way you can easily architect that workflow in your head and see how you can integrate AI into those different parts.
Okay. Thank you, Ezekiel. Rahul, anything else you can add as we move on to the next question?
No. I think this like you answered it well, and I think in the interest of, I think we have just 2 minutes left. I see a message by June, so maybe we take some interesting question or.
Okay, so we have self-healing and AI-generated test cases. So especially on self-healing, how can AI help in self-healing?
So So I think this aspect of AI helping with self healing is actually about the real AI, not the generative AI, which is a subset of AI. And this has been in place by training it on learning patterns about previous failures, and then asking it to learn from those patterns that, for example, in certain kind of failure, this is how we fix the test. And based on, like, if we can train an AI on this model, which all the companies which offer these no code solutions actually do, like Tricentis or Test Sigma and so on, then I think you can offer good AI based self healing, which is about learning from the past data and then predicting and doing some actions to heal the test in the future. So I mean, all these no code tool providers actually do that.
Okay, great. So last three questions. I'm going to direct one to you, one to Ezekiel, and the other you can choose some between yourself. So, sorry. So agentic to AI tools like Manus and Open Manus, how do they contribute to testing, to test design and execution? I don't know if I've pronounced that right. But yeah, so the agentic tools, how do they contribute best in test design and execution?
Yeah.
So okay, go ahead, Raul. Because
No, please.
tools you mentioned, I'm not too familiar with them, but I just wanted to answer based off my knowledge on agents. But please go ahead.
Okay, so I mean, I'll just maybe boil this question down to AI agents. That AI agents could do this. What is the future? I think AI agents can do a lot of things based on them triggering and feeding like inputs from one AI agent to another and one AI assistant to another, and then like chaining that. Now the important part is that these are all creative partners in the long run. I mean, they cannot take the decision or judgment. I mean, a human moderator has to sit to know, I mean, how to moderate and play all of the things in symphony. So, like, yeah, that's my answer. Agency without accountability is dangerous.
Okay. So last two questions as we close. How can generative AI be used in meaningful tests, especially in the dynamic environment? And what challenges arise in testing multimodal application involving images, videos, and audios?
Okay. I think first thing that you need to get right for multimodal testing is a workflow. So for example, imagine you are like a system or a solution is supposed to generate digital campaign for a company, right? And it's the target audience of that company is a mixed racial target audience, right? And then all the ads that you're generating is just based on one particular race. So you can see how that is already biased and already segregating other races that can, be part of that multiracial community. So how do you want to mitigate that, right? So as a tester, right, you want to write case scenario for you to catch such edge cases. But then before then, you must have put the necessary system pre-prompt engineering to make sure that it covers for like the different race that you're expected to reach out to, right? So once you're able to do that, then you can now put guardrails. So your guardrails cannot say, okay, if there's anything that is profane, that is offensive, you should remove such content and not allow it to pass. So we already have models that can handle that quite well. Maybe you don't want to generate stuff that depicts violence, right? Once it sees any content that does have any item that depicts violence, it will remove it. Do you understand? So in this particular workflow, it's just as good as having another agent carrying out the user tests part, right, before anything goes out there into production. So that's one way that you can make use of AI within a multimodal environment for your testing. And the question that was before that, what was that again?
Challenges that may arise in testing text, images, videos, and audios.
Oh, all right. I think I've mentioned for basically maybe text. The same thing for audios, right?
Yeah.
Audios can be let's say maybe the model that you used to, the data that you used to train your model was biased and followed a particular stereotype. You don't want that to go out there, because if your model is now following a particular kind of stereotype, then it can be offensive to the people that are using it. So you want to be able to catch that, right, and then mitigate it as soon as possible.
Okay, great. Rahul, I don't know if you have one last comment, and then we can close the discussion on AI in automation.
So my comment is, I think I would encourage everybody to look for the multimodal capabilities that new models are coming in, especially with providers like ChatGPT or OpenAI or Gemini. So look for that. I think these will actually help and give you good food for working on testing, especially where you want to use all these modalities, image, video, text. And this is a budding area, yeah. That's
Great,
all.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for everyone who's come back into the main room from the breakout rooms. I hope your session was as insightful as ours.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, thank you, Clarion, Ibi. Do you have anything, any last thing you'd like to tell everyone? I think now we are closing down. Yeah, Emmanuel, all of our speakers, if you have anything to just summarize, very short, because now we are 3 minutes past time. Just very short comments to our community. Yeah, maybe you can start with Ibi.
Okay. Thank you everyone for being part of this session and for hosting us as well. I would just say that AI is here to stay, but not to replace. So both AI, security, and testing are a whole system. They are a whole part of the system. They are not exclusively different from each other. They are not, you can't pick one and leave the other. You should embody it. And of course, join communities like this, attend conferences like this. Today it is free, I guess. Other times it might be paid, but still don't run away because you see a fee. Lessons you gain here, there's really no cost that will give you the lessons you have gotten here, right? There's no cost that will be created for you to learn what you're learning here. So it's on conferences like this that you learn career altering lessons and something that makes you scale. So whether AI is coming, whether there's another thing called IA coming in the future, as a tester, you should not be scared that anything is coming to take your job. Before it gets to you, trust me, they still have like another 40 years ahead, and you would have bought your house and build your car, build your car and buy your cars by then. So relax. It's still a very long way from here. Just enjoy the career, and I wish you the very best. That's all for me.
As a matter of fact, regarding what you just said, if anything at all, if new AI technologies are coming out every day, you will still need testers to test the AI that to do what they're supposed to do.
Exactly.
So yeah, they will always be tested.
Thank you for that, Ibi. Clarion, very short and sweet, so that we can close it down.
Yeah, thank you. First I must say thank you for the invite, and thank you all actually for those who attended. And so I think for me, I've never seen a shift as profound as today's AI revolution. Personally, it gets me scared, And so what I'd just say is, what separates successful organization isn't their AI sophistication, but their approach to human-machine collaboration. So I'd say, like, I mean, the security teams creating lasting impact to deploy AI not as a replacement for human judgment, but as an amplifier for human capability. And I think this would create what I call a asymmetric advantage, you know, asymmetric advantage against adversaries. So here we are, AI is here with us. And I mean, we shouldn't just look at it at the challenges it comes with, especially when it comes to assurance and testing. But then the benefits and the blessings it comes with it. So from the security point of view, I'd say the future of cybersecurity isn't about better AI or better humans, but it's about creating a symbiotic relationship where each strengthens the other. And so, I mean, maybe after today, I just want to challenge everyone to focus not just on what AI can do, but on how it can make your human expertise exponentially more effective. That is where the true security resilience is born. Thank you once again. And
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Clarion, for that. Yeah, so Emmanuel, just very short, and then we can take a group photo, then we go into the next small session again. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for hosting me. Thank you everyone for listening to me. To the test community, happy testing, and please make AI your interns. Thank you. Have a nice day.
This next stage, June, maybe you can guide us in the photo session, and then now we can proceed to the next bit.
Yeah, all right. So we just want to take a photo for just a few seconds. Again, apologies on time. I know we have not kept time, which is not very good. So we are 8 minutes in. So let's take around 2 minutes to finish everything up. So if we can turn on our cameras for the ones who can, that's how we take virtual photos by turning on our cameras. And then, yeah, it kind of take like a screenshot, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to see everyone. Only a few people have had the courage to turn on the camera. Please turn on your cameras. We'd like to see you.
Yeah.
Yes, let's have a full.
Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Even one of the winners here, we can see them. Oh, two. You can see Brahat and Odongo. So also we'll be sharing, I'll share the names of the Kahoot winners after this. Then every company that is partnered with us will take just a minute to just say what they do. And yeah, we call it a day.
Okay, a few more people. Okay, just a few more people, and then we can say AI. Yeah. We need 6 more people to turn on their cameras. Actually 5. Okay, I think we can go with what we have so that we can finish up. So if you have your camera on, just say AI.
AI.
Okay, great, thank you. So yeah, I think June, we'll just do a very quick intro on the companies that have supported us. Myself, I'm Jackie. Again, I'm Jacqueline. I am a business development manager for Kiwami Tech. So we were kindly supported by Essai and Test Community Kenya. So I think we can get June to talk about just 1 minute, talk about Essai, and then same thing, Test Community, talk about Test Community and the upcoming event that you have tomorrow, which all of you, we are very welcome to attend. So we can start with June and then finalize with Test Community, then we call the session to a close.
All right. Thank you, Jackie. So it was a pleasure doing this with you, Kiwami Tech. Yes, so I am the CEO and founder of Essai International, a very young company. It started 2023. I want to get to the levels of EB one day. I don't know if, yeah, EB is still here. I want to get to those levels. When I look at her profile, I usually marvel at what she has done. So one day I'll be like her. Yes, you see, inspiration. That's why we were saying that people should write about what they have done and their stories and their journey so far. So yes, our company, Essai International, provides software testing services. We also recruit testers for organizations. Yeah, that's what we do in a nutshell. And we also offer software testing courses, both in automation and its hands-on courses as well. But what we are offering for the winners in this conference is a personal development course, a whole one for like 4 weeks. Is it 4 weeks? Yes, it's 4 weeks. And then we'll be able to work with you on what you need to do in the future, or based on now that you know that AI is required. You need to learn AI, you need to incorporate it, what you need to do. So thank you. Wainaina?
Hi, everyone. My name is Wainaina. And I'd say that those sessions were amazing. And it's a pleasure to meet every one of you guys and at least see all the speakers. So I am one of the leads for the Test Community Kenya. We're just a local collaborative group that is trying to not only push quality assurance, but support the ones who are already in the field and those who want to come into the field. So normally we organize events, we organize webinars, and we partner with companies like Kiwami and Essai to push the agenda that is the test community, and that is testing and quality assurance. So our group, or basically our goal, is to grow and become a leading group in East Africa, at least support all the QAs that are around this area, and maybe partner with companies like the ones we've seen and the ones that have been represented here, so that we can push this agenda together. We are having an event tomorrow, test chat. For those who are in Kenya, you can join us. It's going to be at GTC Towers, starting from 11 a.m. Just meet up, have a chat, see each other, connect, at least see each other at face value versus just communicating online, and interact and network and discuss things like this. I mean, how AI is affecting our roles and how we can support one another in the space. So thank you very much, and thank you for attending the summit. And thank you, Kiwami, for organizing this.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry guys for eating into your Friday time. Again, thank you so much for the coordinators, the speakers who are kind enough to join us, and for the participants as well who you spent your whole Friday with us. We thank you so much for that. We look forward to seeing you in the coming webinars and in such a similar summit in the coming year. Again, AI is here to stay, so yeah, this is going to be a long road. Yeah, so thank you so much again for Kiwami Tech. We are basically, again, just providing training provider for the test specializations, which include automation, security, manual testing. So if you're a beginner at software testing, again, Kiwami Tech is the best place for you. Again, we welcome you to tomorrow's event, Test Chat. We hope to see everyone there who is in Kenya. Rahul, if you're able to travel today, we'll definitely buy you lunch. Yeah, so thank you so much, everyone, and enjoy your weekend, and thank you for being here with us today.
We did not mention the winners for the Kahoot.
Yes, the winners, please text. Yes, you need to send us just remain behind. You need to send us the screenshots so that we can give you your gifts, or you can pick from your gifts. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have The first one we had Brahat. I hope I'm mentioning that correctly. We had Mocha, we had Odongo, Quentin Odongo, and we had Ibi. Ibi, I don't know what gift we're going to give you. Yeah, the second one we had Kibe, we had Odongo again, Uncle Sam too, and Kip Kurui. And the third one we had Vic, Rahul, Uncle Sam again, and Graham. Congratulations, guys.
Wainaina, you can play us some music as we leave the session.
Okay, no problem. Bye, guys. Thank you for joining.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.